goody, my bramigos. I decided to only consume 1 cup of coffee, so let's snuggle up. And let me tell you another story here tonight on the Pendle Witches, that's right. We are travelling to the misty hills of Lancashire, England, to explore a story that is less about darkness and more about how ordinary people lived, believed, and struggled in a world very different from our own. This is the story of the Pendle Witches, not as monsters from a horror tale, but as real people caught in circumstances that reveal as much about human nature as they do about history. So if you're new here as always, joining the community is super quick and easy. Just tap subscribe and like the video, and let me know where in the world you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now, get comfortable and let's start. Imagine standing on a hillside in Lancashire, England, where the grass grows thick and sheep graze with that particularly English stoicism that suggests they've seen everything and remain unimpressed. Before you rises Pendle Hill, a distinctive landmark that dominates the landscape like a sleeping giant. It's not particularly tall by mountain standards, about 300 feet, but it has a presence that makes it feel much larger, the way certain people command attention simply by existing. The hill's shape is peculiar and memorable. From some angles it looks like a massive whale breaching from an ocean of green fields. From others, it resembles a giant shoulder, hunched against the northern weather. Local people have lived in its shadow for thousands of years, and the hill has accumulated that quality of permanence that only ancient landscapes possess. The sense that it was here long before humans arrived, and will remain long after we're gone. In the early 1600s, when our story takes place, this landscape was quite different from modern England. There were no neat hedgerows dividing fields into tidy squares, no roads wider than cart tracks, and no telegraph poles or power lines scratching against the sky. The villages scattered around Pendle Hill were small clusters of stone and timber buildings, often just a dozen families living close enough to share each other's smoke and gossip. The weather in Lancashire has always been dependably unpredictable. Rain sweeps across the hills with the regularity of a postal service, bringing that particular dampness that seems to seep into everything. Your clothes, your bones, your sense of what constitutes a nice day. The mist that gathers around Pendle Hill creates an atmosphere that makes the familiar suddenly strange, transforming a landscape you know into something mysterious and slightly otherworldly. This was a region where people lived close to the land in ways we can barely imagine today. You couldn't simply go to a supermarket when food ran low. If your crops failed, you went hungry. If your cow stopped producing milk, your children's nutrition suffered. If disease struck your livestock, your livelihood vanished. Every aspect of survival depended on things largely beyond human control: weather, disease, the fertility of soil, and the health of animals. The forests around Pendle were darker and more extensive than they are today. These weren't parks for Sunday strolls, but working woodlands where people gathered fuel, foraged for food, and encountered the kind of isolation that modern people rarely experience. Walk into these woods at dusk, and you'd find yourself in a world of shadows and sounds where your imagination could easily transform a rustling leaf into something more sinister. The villages had names that felt like they'd grown naturally from the landscape: Newchurch, Barley, Roughly, and Goldshaw. Small communities where everyone knew everyone else's business, along with their parents' business, and probably their grandparents' business too. Privacy was a luxury that didn't exist. Your neighbours knew when you ate, when you slept, who visited, and what you argued about. Life here moved at the pace of seasons rather than clocks. People rose with the sun because candles and rushlights were expensive, and they retired when darkness made work impossible. Time was measured by the position of the sun, the flowering of certain plants, or the behaviour of animals. You might arrange to meet someone after milking or when the blackberries ripen, and everyone understood these imprecise measurements perfectly. The buildings themselves tell you something about how people lived. Most homes were single-storey structures with thatched roofs, maybe 2 rooms if you were fortunate, often just one large space where the entire family cooked, ate, worked, and slept. Smoke from the central hearth would drift up through a hole in the roof, blackening the thatch and creating that distinctive smell of old smoke that permeated everything. Winters were genuinely harsh in ways that central heating has helped us forget. You'd wake to find frost patterns on the inside of whatever served as your windows, if you had windows at all. Many homes simply had shutters that you'd close against the cold, choosing between freezing and darkness. Chilblains were so common that people barely mentioned them, just another minor misery of winter like wet boots or perpetually cold feet. The fields around Pendle were divided not by ownership in the modern sense, but by complex systems of common rights that had evolved over centuries. Different families had rights to graze certain numbers of animals, to gather specific types of wood, and to fish in particular streams. These rights were rarely written down but understood through tradition and enforced by community consensus. It was a system that worked reasonably well until someone tried to change it or challenged established customs. Spring brought relief from winter's hardships, but also anxiety about whether crops would grow successfully. You'd see women and children walking the fields, picking stones from newly ploughed earth, a task that seems futile until you realise that rocks you remove this year won't damage your plough next season. Every aspect of farming required this kind of long-term thinking and constant physical labour. Summer was briefly glorious when it wasn't raining. The hills would bloom with wildflowers whose names have mostly been forgotten. Folk names that described their appearance or supposed properties. Heal-all, self-heal, eyebright, and woundwort. Plants that promised relief from the various ailments that afflicted people without access to modern medicine. Autumn meant harvest, and harvest meant the difference between a tolerable winter and a desperate one. Everyone worked during harvest, from the smallest child who could carry a sheaf of grain to the oldest grandmother who could tie knots. It was exhausting, back-breaking work, but it came with a sense of shared purpose and the hope that this year's efforts would sustain everyone until next year's harvest. This landscape, these rhythms of life, these patterns of work and worry, this was the world of the Pendle witches. Not a gothic horror setting, but a real place where real people struggled with the same basic challenges that humans have always faced. How to survive, how to protect their families, and how to make sense of a world that often seemed hostile and inexplicable. To understand what happened in Pendle in 1612, you need to travel inside the minds of people who lived in a world entirely different from ours. Not different in the sense of being primitive or less intelligent. These were people just as clever and capable as anyone today, but different in their fundamental assumptions about how reality worked. Imagine living in a world without scientific explanations for natural phenomena. When your child develops a fever, you don't think about viruses or bacteria, concepts that won't exist for another 2 centuries. Instead, you wonder what caused this illness. Did someone curse your family? Did you offend God? Did your child encounter something malevolent while playing near the old oak tree that everyone says has an odd feeling about it? This wasn't superstition in the dismissive sense we often use that word today. These were people constructing reasonable explanations based on the information available to them. If your cow suddenly stops producing milk, and you remember having an argument with your neighbour yesterday, and then someone tells you that your neighbour's grandmother was known for having the sight, you've got what seems like a logical chain of causation. It's wrong, but it's not stupid. Magic in this world was less like Harry Potter, and more like an extension of natural philosophy. Educated people genuinely believed that certain individuals might have special knowledge or abilities, just as they believed in the 4 humours, in the influence of planetary movements on human health, and in the power of the king's touch to cure disease. The line between what we'd call medicine and what we'd call magic was blurry at best and often non-existent. The church, of course, had opinions about all of this. England in 1612 was officially Protestant, having broken with Rome about 80 years earlier. But old Catholic beliefs persisted, mixed with even older folk traditions that probably dated back to before Christianity arrived in Britain. People would attend Protestant services on Sunday, while also touching wood for luck, throwing salt over their shoulders, and carefully observing which direction a magpie flew, because everyone knew that mattered somehow. The The Bible, which most people couldn't read but knew through sermons and common culture, was quite clear that witches existed. The Old Testament explicitly stated, "Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live," which seemed pretty unambiguous if you took scripture seriously. If the Bible said witches were real, then denying their existence was essentially questioning the word of God, a dangerous position to take in any era, but particularly in post-Reformation England, where religious orthodoxy was literally a matter of life and death. But here's where it gets interesting. The kind of witchcraft that most concerned ordinary people wasn't the devil-worshipping, soul-selling variety that troubled theologians and authorities. Most accusations of witchcraft at the local level involved what we might call neighbourhood disputes taken to supernatural extremes. Someone's butter won't churn, someone's child is ill, someone's horse goes lame, and the afflicted person remembers a recent argument or perceived slight from someone with a reputation for being a bit odd. The people most often accused of witchcraft fit certain patterns. They were frequently women, often elderly, usually poor, sometimes cantankerous, and generally on the margins of village society. In other words, people who lacked the social protection that came from wealth, family connections, or community standing. The village curmudgeon who lived alone, kept cats and muttered to herself, was playing a risky game in a world where being different could be dangerous. Yet these same communities also relied on people who claimed special knowledge. The cunning folk, or wise women, who knew which herbs helped with which ailments, who could predict weather patterns, and who understood the mysteries of childbirth. These were valuable community resources. The line between helpful cunning folk and dangerous witches was razor thin, and largely depended on whether your magic was perceived as helping or harming. Think about the psychology of living in this world. When misfortune strikes, and misfortune struck regularly in an era without modern medicine, reliable crops, or any form of social safety net, people needed explanations. Bad luck, or natural causes, are psychologically unsatisfying answers when your child is dying, and you can't do anything to help. The idea that someone caused this through malice at least provides a target for your grief and anger, and more importantly, suggests that something might be done about it. This worldview also provided a form of social control. If everyone believes that harming others through witchcraft is possible, and that witches can be identified and punished, then there's an incentive to maintain good relations with your neighbours. The fear of being accused served to discourage the kind of antisocial behaviour that could tear apart small communities where cooperation was essential for survival. Dreams and visions carried weight in this world that we've largely lost. If you dreamed that your neighbour transformed into a hare and drank from your cows, that wasn't just a random nightmare. It might be a genuine glimpse of hidden reality. The modern distinction between objective reality and subjective experience was much less clear. Inner and outer worlds blended together in ways that made perfect sense to people at the time. Children absorbed these beliefs naturally, the way children today absorb ideas about technology or popular culture. A 6-year-old in 1612 would know which plants were lucky, which days were unlucky for starting new ventures, and probably several rhymes or charms for warding off evil. This knowledge wasn't taught formally, but picked up through observation and participation in daily life. The concept of proof was also different. Today we expect evidence that can be objectively verified. In the 17th century, eyewitness testimony was considered highly reliable, even when describing supernatural events. If 3 people said they saw Goodwife Smith's spirit flying through the air, that counted as solid evidence. The fact that human perception is unreliable, and that people can genuinely believe they saw things they didn't, wasn't yet understood. This was also a world where authority figures, magistrates, ministers, and educated gentlemen believed in witchcraft just as firmly as illiterate farmers. King James I himself had written a book about witchcraft called Demonology, arguing for the reality of witches and the necessity of prosecuting them. When your king, your minister, your social betters, and your neighbours all agree that something is real, doubting it requires an extraordinary level of independent thinking that few people in any era possess. Now we come to the people themselves, not abstractions or symbols, but actual human beings who lived in the shadow of Pendle Hill, and whose names we still remember over 400 years later, though for reasons they could never have imagined. The Device family lived at Malkin Tower, a name that might sound picturesque until you realise that Malkin was old dialect for a dirty, untidy woman or a scarecrow. Imagine a decrepit building, probably more hovel than tower, in a remote part of the Pendle landscape. This was home to Elizabeth Southern, known as Old Demdike, who was somewhere around 80 years old in 1612, an extraordinary age for the period that probably contributed to her reputation as someone with unusual knowledge. Demdike, the name itself sounds like something from folklore, had a granddaughter named Elizabeth Device, who in turn had children including Alison Device, a young woman about 20 years old when our story unfolds. This was a family living in poverty that would shock modern sensibilities, not the kind of picturesque rural poverty you see in period dramas, but genuine grinding destitution, where every day presented challenges to basic survival. Living nearby was another family headed by Anne Whittle, known as Old Chattox, who was probably in her 80s. The name Chattox might derive from chatterbox, suggesting someone known for talking, though it's equally possible it had other origins now lost to history. Chattox had a daughter named Anne Redfern, and these two families, the Devices and the Chattoxes, had the kind of relationship that makes modern family feuds look like minor disagreements. These weren't wealthy families arguing over inheritance or social position. These were people at the absolute bottom of the economic ladder, competing for scarce resources in a harsh environment. When you're that poor, every small advantage matters, and every perceived slight can become a major grievance. The Device and Chattox families apparently had a long-standing mutual antagonism, possibly involving accusations of theft, definitely involving accusations of witchcraft, and generally characterised by the kind of bitter enmity that develops when people who dislike each other cannot escape each other's presence. Picture Old Demdike as she might have been, a very elderly woman, probably nearly blind. Sources mention her poor eyesight, with the kind of face that 8 decades of hard living creates. She'd have lost most of her teeth, her skin would be weathered by constant outdoor work, and she'd likely have that distinctive elderly stoop that comes from a lifetime of manual labour. She was, by several accounts, known as someone who could curse, who knew charms and spells, and who had what people called the sight. But here's what's important to understand. Old Demdike probably believed in her own powers. This wasn't necessarily a con artist exploiting the gullible. She'd grown up in a world where magic was real, where certain people had special knowledge, and where curses could cause harm. If you'd spent 8 decades accepting these beliefs as fact, and if your reputation as someone powerful was perhaps the only source of respect or fear you commanded, you'd probably cultivate that reputation too. Old Chattox seems to have had a similar reputation, which perhaps explains part of the rivalry between the families. 2 elderly women, both claiming magical knowledge, living in proximity in a small community. That's a situation ripe for conflict. Add genuine poverty, family grudges, and a cultural context where curses and counter-curses were taken seriously, and you have a powder keg waiting for a spark. The younger generation of these families lived in their elders' shadows. Alison Device, about 20 years old, seems to have been an ordinary young woman trying to survive in difficult circumstances. Sources suggest she might have been what we'd now call developmentally disabled, though historical records are too fragmentary to be certain. What we know is that she worked as a beggar, travelling the roads and asking for charity or small favours, which was a common survival strategy for the desperately poor. Anne Redfern, Chattox's daughter, was married to a man named Thomas Redfern, and seems to have been trying to maintain a slightly more respectable existence than her mother. This was the constant tension for families with reputations for witchcraft, wanting to be accepted by the community, while also being associated with people whose reputations made acceptance difficult. Living among these families were others who became caught up in the events of 1612. Alice Nutter, a woman of somewhat higher social status whose involvement in the story remains puzzling to historians. Jane Bulcock and her son John, Catherine Hewitt and several others. Each of them was a real person with hopes, fears, daily routines and relationships, that the historical record barely captures. What these people shared was life in a small community where everyone knew everyone else's business, where reputation was currency, and where the line between getting by and destitution was frighteningly thin. They lived in a world where a bad harvest could mean hunger, where illness usually meant death, and where your survival often depended on the goodwill of neighbours who might also be your rivals. The houses these people lived in would shock modern sensibilities. Earthen floors that turned to mud when it rained, roofs that leaked, walls that let in drafts, and smoke-filled interiors from cooking fires. Privacy didn't exist. Families slept together in whatever dry corner they could find, with perhaps a curtain to separate sleeping areas if they were fortunate. Sanitation as we understand it didn't exist. Water came from streams or wells, and every bucket had to be carried by hand. Their clothes would have been rough wool, probably homespun, patched and repatched, and worn until they literally fell apart. Shoes were expensive enough that many people went barefoot in warm weather to preserve them. Personal possessions would be minimal, perhaps a few cooking pots, some basic tools, and bedding that probably consisted of straw-stuffed sacks and rough blankets. Yet these were people, not just historical figures. They laughed at jokes we'd probably understand, worried about their children, enjoyed pleasant weather, and complained about their neighbours. Old Demdike might have had a favourite spot where she liked to sit on sunny days. Alison Device probably had friends she gossiped with. Anne Redfern might have had ambitions for her children that circumstances made impossible to achieve. The events that would lead to tragedy began on a road near Colne on March 18th, 1612. This wasn't some dark and stormy night perfect for Gothic drama. It was probably just an ordinary late winter day, cold and damp in the way that northern England excels at being cold and damp. Alison Device was out begging, which wasn't shameful in the way we might think of begging today, but was a recognised survival strategy for the destitute. She encountered John Law, a peddler from Halifax, travelling along the road with his pack of pins, needles, laces, and other small goods that peddlers carried from village to village. These travelling salesmen were important figures in rural England, bringing not just goods, but also news and connection to the wider world. What happened next depends on whose account you believe, but the basic facts seem to be these. Alison asked Law for some pins. He refused, either because he wanted payment she couldn't provide, or because peddlers sometimes did give small items to beggars, and he simply didn't feel like it that day. Shortly after this encounter, John Law collapsed with what appears to have been a stroke. Now, if you're a modern person reading this, you understand that strokes happen for physiological reasons. Blood clots, burst vessels, and high blood pressure. John Law was a peddler who walked long distances carrying heavy loads, probably ate poorly, and lived a stressful existence. He was, in other words, a prime candidate for cardiovascular problems regardless of whom he met on the road. But if you're John Law, or his son Abraham Law, or anyone in the community hearing about this incident, the sequence of events looks very different. Alison Device, from a family with a reputation for witchcraft, asked for something. Law refused. Immediately afterward, Law suffered what appeared to be a magical attack. The cause and effect seems obvious. What makes this story particularly intriguing is that Alison herself apparently came to believe she had caused Law's collapse. When questioned later, she confessed to cursing him, though whether this confession came from genuine belief, from pressure during questioning, or from some combination of both, we can't know. Living in a world where everyone around you believes in witchcraft, and you've been raised by a grandmother who claimed magical powers, you might well internalise those beliefs and interpret events through that lens. The Law family lodged a complaint with Roger Nowell, the local magistrate. Nowell was a justice of the peace, part of the local gentry whose job involved maintaining order and investigating crimes. He was, by all accounts, a literate, educated man who took his responsibilities seriously. He was also a man of his times, which meant he believed in witchcraft as surely as he believed in the authority of the king and the truth of scripture. Nowell began his investigation the way any magistrate would, by gathering testimony. He questioned Alison Device, who apparently confessed not only to cursing John Law, but also provided information about the magical practices of other family members. This is where the story begins to expand from a single incident into something much larger. Once the investigation began, old grievances surfaced like debris floating up from a flood. People who had long suspected their neighbours of witchcraft now had an official audience for their suspicions. The Device and Chattox families, already enemies, began accusing each other of various magical crimes stretching back years. Every unexplained illness, every dead cow, every batch of butter that wouldn't churn. All of these suddenly had explanations in the form of malicious witchcraft. The testimonies that emerged reveal a community that had been living with these suspicions and fears for years. Old Demdike allegedly confessed to having sold her soul to the devil some 20 years earlier, meeting him in the form of a boy named Tib. Chattox supposedly admitted to similar practices. These confessions raise all sorts of questions. Were they true? Were they extracted under pressure? Did these elderly women genuinely believe their own stories? What's clear is that once the process started, it gained its own momentum. Neighbours who might have been willing to overlook odd behaviour when there was no official investigation suddenly felt compelled to share their suspicions. People who had lived side by side with the accused for years now provided testimony about suspicious incidents they'd never previously reported. The accusations extended beyond the obvious targets. Alice Nutter, a woman of higher social status, was arrested, though her involvement in the case remains mysterious. She doesn't seem to fit the profile of typical witchcraft accusations. She wasn't old, wasn't notably poor, and didn't have an established reputation for magical practices. Some historians speculate about land disputes or other motives that might have drawn her into the case, but the truth has been lost to time. As spring turned to summer, more people were arrested. Jane Bulcock and her son John, Catherine Hewitt and others. The local jail, which was probably a deeply unpleasant place even by the standards of 17th century prisons, began to fill with accused witches from the Pendle area. Meanwhile, something happened that Roger Nowell would later consider crucial evidence. A meeting at Malkin Tower on Good Friday, April 10th, 1612. Various members of the Device family and their associates gathered, allegedly to plot the destruction of Lancaster Castle to free the imprisoned family members. Whether this meeting was actually a rescue plot or simply an ordinary family gathering blown out of proportion by frightened imaginations, we cannot know. The evidence against the accused consisted largely of testimony, from accusers, from alleged victims, and from the accused themselves. By modern standards, this evidence would be laughable. People claim to have seen familiar spirits in the form of animals, to have witnessed impossible things, and to have knowledge of events that occurred in impossible ways. But by the standards of the time, and in a community primed to believe in witchcraft, this testimony was damning. What strikes modern readers about these accusations is their mundane quality. This wasn't devil worship or dramatic satanic rituals. These were accusations about petty grudges, minor thefts, and arguments over borrowed items never returned. Someone's clay pit was blocked. Someone killed someone else's cow. Someone was denied butter and supposedly cursed the churn in revenge. These were the everyday conflicts of a small community, but filtered through a worldview that made them evidence of cosmic evil. The tragedy wasn't that these conflicts existed. Every community has disagreements, but that the cultural context transformed ordinary human pettiness into capital crimes. Lancaster Castle in the summer of 1612 was hardly the Gothic fortress you might imagine when you hear the word castle. By then it was serving as a courthouse and prison, its military importance long past, its stones weathered by centuries of rain and wind. But it was still an imposing building, a physical symbol of royal authority and legal power that would have intimidated anyone dragged before its courts. The assizes, the travelling courts that periodically visited major towns to try serious criminal cases, arrived in Lancaster in mid-August 1612. These events were significant occasions, bringing judges from London and attracting crowds who treated trials as a form of public entertainment. Imagine something between a court proceeding and a theatrical performance, conducted in a world where public executions were considered family outings. The presiding judges were Sir James Altham and Sir Edward Bromley. men educated in law but also fully subscribing to contemporary beliefs about witchcraft. They weren't ignorant or cruel by the standards of their time. They were following established legal procedures and examining evidence according to contemporary standards. The fact that those standards would horrify modern sensibilities doesn't mean these men were monsters. It means they were products of their era. The star witness was young Janet Device, perhaps 9 years old, daughter of Elizabeth Device and younger sister of Alison. The law at the time allowed children as young as 7 to give testimony, and Janet provided detailed evidence against her own mother, sister and grandmother. For centuries, historians have debated whether Janet was coached, whether she was seeking attention, or whether she genuinely believed what she was saying. Imagine being in that courtroom. The smell of unwashed bodies, of damp stone, of fear. The accused would have been dirty from weeks or months in prison, where conditions included things that would violate every modern standard of human rights. Demdike and Chattox, both elderly and infirm, sat through proceedings they could barely understand, speaking a dialect that the educated judges sometimes struggled to comprehend. The trials proceeded with what was considered due process at the time. The accused were allowed to speak in their own defence, though they had no lawyers, no right to remain silent, and no presumption of innocence in the modern sense. The evidence presented against them included testimony about impossible events, confessions that may or may not have been coerced, and the testimony of children describing things they couldn't possibly have witnessed. What's interesting is what was considered persuasive evidence. The prosecution emphasised the finding of clay images, small figurines that allegedly were used for cursing intended victims. Whether these were genuine attempts at magical harm or simply dolls that had innocent purposes, we cannot know. In a world where everyone believed in sympathetic magic, the idea that you could harm someone by harming an image of them, such objects were powerfully incriminating. Several of the accused apparently confessed, though under what circumstances and with what degree of pressure we can only speculate. Interrogation techniques of the time could include sleep deprivation, extended questioning, and psychological pressure, though there's no specific evidence of physical torture in this case. But when you're an elderly, impoverished woman who's been imprisoned for months, questioned by educated gentlemen who represent royal authority, and told that confessing might show mercy, well, you might confess to quite a bit. The clerk of the court was Thomas Potts, who would later publish an account of the trials titled The Wonderful Discovery of Witches in the County of Lancaster. This book, which is our primary source for the trials, was essentially prosecutorial propaganda, designed to show the wisdom of the authorities in uncovering this nest of witchcraft. Reading Potts, you'd think the trials were a triumph of justice. Reading between the lines, you see frightened people, dubious evidence, and a legal system that prioritised securing convictions over determining truth. Old Demdike never made it to trial. She died in prison, probably in May 1612. Given her age and the conditions of imprisonment, this isn't surprising. Demdike had spent perhaps 80 years surviving everything that harsh world could throw at her, only to end her days in a dungeon, accused of crimes that probably seemed to her no different from the everyday magic she'd practiced throughout her life. The verdicts, when they came, surprised no one who understood the atmosphere in that courtroom. 10 people were found guilty of murder by witchcraft. Anne Whittle, Old Chattox, Anne Redfern, Elizabeth Device, Alison Device, James Device, Alice Nutter, Catherine Hewitt, Jane Bulcock, John Bulcock, and Isabel Roby. One person, Margaret Pearson, was found guilty of lesser crimes. Only one, Alice Gray, was acquitted. The condemned would have been returned to their cells to await execution, which happened relatively quickly by early modern standards. There was no lengthy appeals process, no years of imprisonment while waiting for final resolution. Justice in 1612 moved at the pace of a trial and rope. The executions took place on August 20th, 1612 at Gallows Hill in Lancaster. Hanging in this period was neither quick nor painless. These were not the carefully calibrated drops that later made hanging relatively humane. Instead, you were essentially strangled, dangling from a rope while your body slowly suffocated. It could take considerable time to die, and the dying were visible to the crowds who came to witness executions. We don't have detailed accounts of the actual executions, which is perhaps a small mercy. We know that 10 people died that day, their bodies left hanging as warnings to others. Later they would have been cut down and probably buried in unconsecrated ground, denied even the comfort of Christian burial in a world where such things mattered enormously. Among those executed was Alice Nutter, whose involvement remains puzzling. She went to her death maintaining her innocence, which was notable in an era when condemned criminals were expected to confess their sins before dying. Her steadfast denial has fueled centuries of speculation about her actual guilt or innocence. What happened to the young witnesses after the trials? Janet Device, who testified against her family, disappears from historical records. We don't know if she felt guilt, relief, or nothing at all. She was a child caught in circumstances beyond her control, asked to do something unimaginable, and the long-term consequences of that testimony on her own life remain unknown. In the immediate aftermath of the trials and executions, life in the Pendle area probably continued much as it had before. Crops still needed tending, animals still required care, and the basic rhythms of agricultural life proceeded regardless of legal drama. But something had shifted in the community consciousness. The executed witches became cautionary tales, their stories told and retold, growing with each retelling the way stories do. Mothers probably warned their children about the fate of those who practiced witchcraft. Neighbours who had quarrelled might have been more careful about their accusations, having seen how quickly suspicions could escalate into capital charges. But did the trials actually solve anything? Roger Nowell probably believed he had uncovered and eliminated a genuine threat to the community. The judges likely felt they had upheld the law and protected innocence from malicious magic. The ordinary people of Pendle, well, they'd seen their neighbours executed, their families destroyed, and their community torn apart by accusations and trials. The children of the executed faced particularly difficult futures. What do you do when your mother is hanged as a witch? How do you live in a community where everyone knows your family history? Some probably left the area, seeking places where they weren't known. Others presumably stayed, carrying the stigma of their family connections throughout their lives. The publication of Thomas Pott's account in 1613 turned a local tragedy into a national sensation. The wonderful discovery was widely read, going through multiple editions and establishing the Pendle witches as one of the most famous witchcraft cases in English history. But Potts was writing propaganda, not history, and his accounts served the purposes of the authorities who wanted to demonstrate their vigilance against witchcraft. Other witchcraft trials continued throughout England for decades afterward. The Pendle case was neither the first nor the last, though it was unusually large in the number of people accused and convicted. Witchcraft would remain a capital crime in England until 1736, meaning that for more than a century after the Pendle trials, people could still be executed for magical crimes, but attitudes were slowly changing, at least among educated people. As scientific understanding advanced, as the Enlightenment brought new ways of thinking about causation and evidence, belief in witchcraft began to seem increasingly superstitious. By the early 18th century, you could still find people who believed in witches, but you could also find educated people who questioned such beliefs. The Pendle case itself began to be re-examined through different lenses. Was the accused actually guilty of any crime, magical or otherwise? Were they victims of community hysteria, personal grudges, or judicial overreach? Had Roger Nowell been a diligent magistrate uncovering genuine evil, or an overzealous prosecutor destroying innocent lives? These questions remain debated among historians. Some see the Pendle trials as straightforward examples of persecution of the poor and marginal by authorities. Others argue that the accused genuinely practiced what they considered magic, even if such magic was objectively harmless. Still others focus on the complex social dynamics that allowed accusations to flourish and destroy lives. What's undeniable is that real people died. Elizabeth Device was executed, leaving children behind. Old Chattox, in her 80s, ended her long life on a gallows. Alice Nutter, whatever her actual involvement, was killed by the state based on testimony of dubious reliability. These weren't abstract examples of injustice. They were human beings whose final moments we can only imagine. The landscape itself holds memories, if stones and hills can remember. Pendle Hill still rises above Lancashire, looking much as it did in 1612. Malkin Tower is long gone, crumbled into ruins and forgotten, though historians still debate its exact location. The roads where Alazan Device encountered John Law are now paved, carrying cars instead of peddlers and beggars. Lancaster Castle still stands, its stones having witnessed centuries of history beyond the 1612 trials. Visitors can tour the building today, walking through spaces where the accused once stood, though whether those stones retain any memory of what happened there is a question best left to poets rather than historians. The villages around Pendle continue their existence, gradually modernising as centuries passed. The thatched roofs gave way to slate, the earthen floors to flagstone, and the isolation to connection. Electricity reached the area, bringing light to places that had known only candles and firelight. Roads improved, connecting these once remote communities to the wider world. Families who could trace their lineage back to 1612 probably kept quiet about any connections to the accused witches. It's one thing to have a notorious ancestor, it's another to have one who was executed for witchcraft. The social stigma lingered long after belief in actual magic had faded from educated opinion. By the Victorian era, the Pendle witches had become a curiosity, something for antiquarians and folklore collectors to study. The Victorians, with their complicated relationship to the past, were simultaneously fascinated by and superior about the superstitions of their ancestors. They could read about the trials with a kind of horrified satisfaction, secure in their own enlightenment and modernity. The 20th century brought new interpretations. Feminists pointed out that witchcraft accusations predominantly targeted women, particularly women who were old, poor, or otherwise powerless. The Pendle trials became an example of how patriarchal societies used witchcraft laws to control and eliminate women who didn't fit comfortable social categories. There's truth in this analysis, though it perhaps oversimplifies the complex social dynamics at work. Others have focused on the economic aspects of the case. The accused were largely impoverished, surviving on the margins of society, in a world without social safety nets, where charity was voluntary and unpredictable. People like the Device family were vulnerable in ways that made them both dependent on community goodwill, and easy targets when that goodwill evaporated. The trials can be seen as an extreme form of social control, eliminating people who were economic burdens on their communities. Some historians have emphasised the role of religious tension. This was post-Reformation England, where old Catholic practices persisted underground, while Protestant authorities tried to enforce religious uniformity. The folk magic that Demdike and Chattox allegedly practised had roots in pre-Christian traditions overlaid with Catholic ritual. Their practices might have represented not just heresy, but a challenge to religious authority. Local historians in Lancashire have worked to uncover the human details behind the famous names. Who were these people really? What did they eat for breakfast? What songs did they know? And what made them laugh? The historical record preserves their deaths in detail, but tells us relatively little about their actual lives, which is perhaps the final injustice, that we remember them for how they died rather than how they lived. As you settle deeper into your comfortable spot, perhaps noting how different your own evening is from what any resident of 1612 Pendle could have imagined, we arrive at the question of what the Pendle witches mean to us today. Not as historical curiosity or Halloween decoration, but as actual people whose story still has things to teach us. The legacy of the Pendle witches lives on in unexpected ways. The area around Pendle Hill has embraced its witch history, though in forms that would probably baffle the original participants. There are walking trails following routes associated with the accused, visitor centres explaining the history, and even an annual Pendle Witch Weekend featuring talks, tours, and historical reenactments. It's simultaneously a celebration and a commemoration, honouring the dead while acknowledging the injustice they suffered. Pendle Hill itself has become something of a pilgrimage site for people interested in witchcraft, history, or just beautiful landscapes. Modern witches, followers of contemporary Wicca and other neo-pagan traditions, sometimes visit as a way of honouring their spiritual ancestors, though the connection between 17th century folk magic and modern witchcraft is more symbolic than historical. The hill that witnessed such tragedy now hosts people seeking peace, beauty, or spiritual connection. The story resonates because it touches on themes that remain relevant. How do communities respond to those who are different? What happens when fear overcomes reason? How do ordinary social tensions escalate into extraordinary violence? These aren't just historical questions. Every generation faces versions of them. The Pendle trials remind us that people in the past were neither wiser nor more foolish than we are. They were doing their best to make sense of a world that often seemed hostile and inexplicable, using the intellectual tools available to them. We might look back and see superstition where they saw reason, but future generations will probably look at some of our current beliefs with similar incomprehension. There's something quietly powerful about walking the landscape where these events occurred. Stand on Pendle Hill on a misty morning, and you can almost understand how people living here in 1612 could believe in magic. The landscape itself seems slightly enchanted, with its sudden mists, its ancient field patterns, and its sense of continuity stretching back before history began keeping records. Modern residents of the Pendle area have a complex relationship with this history. It's a source of local identity and tourist income, but it's also a reminder of a dark chapter in community history. How do you honour the dead without exploiting their tragedy? How do you educate people about historical injustice while acknowledging that everyone involved was operating according to the beliefs and values of their time? The Pendle witches have inspired numerous works of art, literature and drama. Novelists have reimagined their stories, poets have written elegies, and playwrights have brought them back to life on stage. Each interpretation reflects contemporary concerns as much as historical reality. The witches become whatever we need them to be: victims of patriarchy, casualties of economic anxiety, examples of religious persecution, or simply human beings caught in terrible circumstances. For the historically minded, the Pendle trials offer a window into daily life in early modern England. The trial records, particularly Potts's account, contain details about food, clothing, housing and social relationships that help us understand how ordinary people lived. We learn about their beliefs, their fears, their neighbourly conflicts, and their survival strategies. The accused left us, inadvertently, a detailed portrait of life at society's margins. The legal legacy is complex. The Pendle trials represented the system working as it was supposed to work according to the standards of the time. The accused received trials, could speak in their own defence, and were judged by established legal procedures. That those procedures were fundamentally unjust by modern standards doesn't mean they were considered unjust at the time. This raises uncomfortable questions about how future generations will judge our own legal systems. What would the accused think if they could see how they're remembered today? Would old Demdike be amused that people now walk trails named after her? Would Alison Device appreciate being commemorated in local festivals? Would Alice Nutter feel vindicated that historians still debate her innocence? We can't know, but there's something poignant about the fact that people whose lives were marked by poverty and powerlessness are now remembered while their wealthy, powerful judges have been largely forgotten. The Catholic Church, interestingly, has never canonised any of the Pendle witches as martyrs, despite occasional suggestions that they might have been Catholics persecuted for their faith. The evidence for this theory is thin, but it reflects our ongoing desire to find meaning and redemption in their deaths. We want them to have died for something, for their beliefs, for their defiance, for some principle, rather than simply dying because of bad luck and worse justice. The educational value of the Pendle story extends beyond history. It's taught in some schools as an example of how evidence should be evaluated critically, how mass hysteria can develop, and how social pressures can influence testimony. Students learn to question sources, to recognise bias, and to understand that injustice can occur within legal frameworks that seem perfectly reasonable to participants. For writers and storytellers, the Pendle witches offer rich material precisely because so much about them remains mysterious. We have the bare bones of their story, but endless room for interpretation and imagination. Who were these people really? What did they think and feel? The historical gaps become spaces where fiction and empathy can operate. The landscape itself has become a character in the ongoing story. Pendle Hill, with its distinctive profile and brooding presence, has inspired artists, photographers, and nature lovers for generations. The hill has been painted, photographed, climbed, and contemplated by thousands of people who may know nothing about the 1612 trials, but who respond to its particular beauty and atmosphere. Some descendants of the Pendle family still live in the area, carrying names like Device, Nutter, or Bullcock. For them, the witch trials are family history, complicated and personal. Some have embraced this heritage, others prefer not to discuss it. It's a reminder that history isn't just something that happened to other people long ago. It's something that continues to shape living families and communities. The commercialization of the Pendle Witch story raises ethical questions. Is it appropriate to sell witch-themed souvenirs based on a tragedy where real people died? Does turning historical trauma into tourist attractions trivialize suffering? Or does it serve a valuable purpose by keeping memory alive and educating new generations about historical injustice? These questions don't have simple answers. What's clear is that the story refuses to be forgotten. 400 years later, people still want to know about the Pendle Witches, and still want to understand what happened and why. This persistent interest suggests that the story touches something fundamental about human nature, our capacity for fear, our need for explanations, our treatment of outsiders, and our complicated relationship with justice. The memorial to the Pendle Witches, a simple plaque in Lancaster acknowledging the executions, represents a small but significant form of historical reckoning. It doesn't excuse what happened, doesn't try to make it more palatable, and just quietly acknowledges that these people lived, died, and deserve to be remembered. Sometimes that simple acknowledgement is the most we can offer to those wronged by history. As your tea cools and the room around you settles into comfortable quiet, we arrive at the end of our journey through Pendle's history. But before we close this story, let's sit for a moment with what these long-ago events might mean for us here, now, in a world that seems entirely different from 1612 Lancashire. The Pendle Witches invite us to practice empathy across time. These were people who woke up in the morning not knowing they were living through what would become a famous historical event. They worried about ordinary things, whether the weather would cooperate with planting, whether their neighbours would help them during hard times, and whether their children would survive to adulthood. Then circumstances swept them into events that would echo through 4 centuries. Think about how quickly normal life can become a nightmare. Alison Device probably woke up on March 18th, 1612, thinking about little more than whether she'd successfully beg enough to eat that day. By evening, she was implicated in a case that would eventually send 10 people to the gallows. That velocity, from ordinary morning to life-changing disaster, is something every human being can understand regardless of century. The trials remind us that certainty can be dangerous. The judges, the prosecutors, Roger Nowell and the witnesses, all of them were certain they were right. They believed in witchcraft the way we believe in gravity, and that certainty made it possible to execute people on evidence that seems laughable to modern eyes. What are we certain about today that future generations will view with similar horror? There's also something here about the power of stories and reputation. Old Demdike cultivated a reputation for magical power, probably because it gave her a form of influence in a world where old, poor women had almost none. That reputation sustained her for decades, earning her a mixture of fear and respect. Then it killed her. The stories we tell about ourselves, and that others tell about us, have consequences we can't always control. The vulnerability of children in adult conflicts appears throughout the Pendle story. Janet Device testifying against her family. The children of the executed were left to navigate a world that had killed their parents. Young Alison, perhaps not fully understanding the implications of her confession. Children don't choose the circumstances they're born into, yet they bear the consequences of adult decisions and adult conflicts. Economic precarity threaded through every aspect of the Pendle story. These were people living on the edge of survival, where a failed harvest or a dead cow could mean starvation. In that context, every relationship became transactional, every slight potentially serious, and every misfortune someone else's fault. Poverty didn't cause the trials, but it created conditions where they could flourish. It still does. The healing power of time reveals itself in how the Pendle story has evolved. What was tragedy has become heritage, what was persecution has become pilgrimage, and what was ending has become remembrance. The pain doesn't disappear. Those 10 people are still dead, their families still destroyed, but time allows us to find meaning and lessons in events that initially seem to contain nothing but loss. Consider how the landscape has absorbed this history. Pendle Hill doesn't mourn. It simply exists, solid and eternal, watching centuries pass with geological indifference. Yet humans project meaning onto it, finding in its mists and shadows a reflection of the mysterious, the unknown, and the slightly uncanny. The land becomes a mirror for our own concerns and imagination. The question of belief itself deserves reflection. Did the accused actually practice what they considered magic? Almost certainly some of them did. In their world, with their understanding of causation, mixing herbs while saying certain words seemed as reasonable as any other explanation for how things worked. They believed in their own power the way we believe in the power of medicine or technology, which is to say, they had faith in systems that provided explanations and sometimes results. The role of authority in the Pendle story offers uncomfortable parallels to modern life. Roger Nowell wasn't a villain twirling a moustache. He was a respectable gentleman doing what he thought was right, according to the laws and beliefs of his society. The judges were learned men following established procedures. Evil doesn't always announce itself as evil. Sometimes it wears the mask of proper authority and legal procedure. What about forgiveness? Can we forgive the accusers who sent innocent people to their deaths? Can we forgive the judges who accepted dubious evidence? Can we forgive young Janet for testifying against her family? Forgiveness might be the wrong concept. These people are long dead, beyond the reach of either condemnation or absolution. Perhaps understanding is what we can offer instead. The recognition that humans throughout history do terrible things while believing they're doing right. The persistence of the Pendle story suggests something about the human need for narrative. We want history to have shape and meaning, to teach lessons, and to connect us to something larger than our individual lives. The Pendle witches provide that connection, not because their deaths were particularly meaningful, but because we've invested them with meaning through centuries of remembering and retelling. As research continues and new historical methods develop, we might learn more about the Pendle witches. Archaeological investigations could reveal details about how they lived. Demographic research might illuminate the social structures they navigated. New readings of existing documents could shift our understanding. History isn't fixed. It's constantly being revised as new evidence emerges and new questions get asked. The modern witchcraft movement's adoption of the Pendle witches as spiritual ancestors creates a kind of posthumous redemption. People who were executed as evil are now honoured as practitioners of an alternative spirituality. Whether this would comfort or confuse them, we can't know, but it represents a complete reversal of their historical reputation. The condemned become the celebrated. For those who visit Pendle today, the experience offers whatever they bring to it. Tourists see a pleasant day out in beautiful countryside. Historians see a landscape that illuminates their research. Spiritual seekers find a place of power or tragedy or both. The land accepts all interpretations with equal indifference, simply being what it is while humans project their various meanings upon it. As full darkness settles outside your window and this story draws to a close, imagine Pendle Hill as it stands tonight, solid, ancient, and essentially unchanged despite 4 centuries of human drama occurring in its shadow. Mist might be gathering in the valleys, as it has gathered on countless nights before. Sheep settle into their nighttime routines, as their ancestors did when Alazan Device walked these paths. The villages around Pendle are quiet now, their streets lit by electric lights that would seem like magic to anyone from 1612. In Lancaster, the castle still stands, though now it's a tourist site rather than a functioning courthouse. The ghosts, if they exist, walk in memory and imagination rather than in any literal sense. What remains of the Pendle witches is finally their humanity. Strip away the sensational aspects, the witchcraft accusations, the dramatic trials, the executions, and you're left with people. People who loved and fought and worked and worried. People who made the best decisions they could with the information available to them. People who suffered and endured and eventually ran out of options. Their names, Demdike, Chattox, Device, Nutter, Redfern, echo down through centuries, attached to people who never imagined they'd be remembered at all, much less for 400 years. They wanted what most people want: enough to eat, a roof that didn't leak, children who survived and neighbours who didn't wish them harm. They got, instead, infamy and death. But they also got remembrance, which is perhaps a small compensation. They're not forgotten. Students learn about them, historians study them, visitors seek out places associated with them. Their story continues to matter, continues to teach, and continues to connect us to the deep past when life was harder, but humans were recognisably ourselves. Tonight, as you prepare for sleep in comfort and safety that would astound anyone from 1612, spare a thought for those who lived and died in Pendle. Not pity, necessarily. They were tougher than us in many ways, more accustomed to hardship, and more resilient in the face of what life threw at them. But perhaps acknowledgement. They existed. They mattered. Their story is part of the vast, complex tapestry of human experience that connects us all. The Pendle witches remind us that history isn't just dates and famous names. It's ordinary people dealing with extraordinary circumstances, doing their best to survive in a world that doesn't always cooperate with human needs or desires. It's the story of how communities work, how they fail, and how fear and belief can combine to tragic effect. As you drift towards sleep, you might reflect that you, too, are living through history. Future generations might look back on our time with the same mixture of understanding and incomprehension that we bring to the 17th century. What we consider normal, our technologies, our beliefs, our social structures, may seem as strange to them as witchcraft trials seem to us. The landscape endures. Pendle Hill will be there tomorrow, indifferent to human drama, solid and eternal. The villages will wake to another day. Life continues, as it always has, with the past present in landscape and memory, but never quite able to break through into the actual present. Sleep well, knowing that the witches of Pendle, those accused and accusers, victims and survivors, have all found whatever peace death provides. Their struggles are over, their stories remain, passed from generation to generation, shaped and reshaped to meet contemporary needs, but still rooted in events that actually happened to real people in a real place. And perhaps, in some quiet way, telling their story is a form of justice. Not legal justice. That ship sailed 4 centuries ago, but the justice of memory. They are not forgotten. Their names are spoken. Their humanity is acknowledged. In a world where most people leave no trace, where most lives disappear into the vast silence of history, the Pendle witches have achieved a kind of immortality. Not the kind anyone would choose, perhaps, but immortality nonetheless. Rest now. Let the gentle rhythm of your breath remind you that you are alive, here, now, connected to all of human history but also separate from it, your own person in your own time. The past is done, the present is comfortable, the future remains unwritten, and somewhere perhaps in the collective memory of the land itself, Pendle Hill holds these stories, adding them to layers upon layers of human experience, waiting for anyone who cares to listen. Benjamin Franklin's life began not in luxury, but in the bustling precincts of colonial Boston, a port city shaped by rigorous pieties and hardy trade. He was born on January 17, 1706, the 15th child in a family that struggled with limited means. His father, Josiah, a tallow chandler, had emigrated from England hoping to build a modest livelihood. Young Benjamin's earliest memories likely featured the pungent smell of rendered fat in candle-making vats and the tension of a crowded household. But beneath those humble beginnings stirred a restless mind that refused to be confined. In many standard biographies, Franklin pops up as an unflappable genius who soared easily from a cramped apprenticeship to transatlantic fame. Yet the real story is a tangle of near failures, calculated risk-taking, and heated disputes with family. At age 12, Benjamin began an apprenticeship under his older brother James, a printer whose temper matched his drive for high-profile pamphlets. Initially enthusiastic, Benjamin soon chafed at James's authoritarian style. Printing presses demanded skilled hands and an eye for detail, but also a willingness to handle punishing hours. Moreover, James often undercut Benjamin's ideas about editorial direction. Tension built behind shop doors until Benjamin clandestinely penned letters to the local newspaper under the pseudonym Silence Dogood. Those witty essays garnered attention, all while James remained ignorant of the true author. That escapade, half mischief and half aspiration, sparked Franklin's lifelong devotion to shaping public opinion. The columns criticised colonial authorities and championed free expression, forging a path that later would turn him into a master communicator. However, James's discovery of Benjamin's secret authorship precipitated ugly quarrels. In 1723, weary of conflicts and the constraints of apprenticeship, Benjamin fled Boston for Philadelphia. That covert departure, on a leaky sloop, signalled the first of his many reinventions. Philadelphia at the time offered a more cosmopolitan atmosphere than Boston. Quaker merchants, German artisans, and bustling wharves gave the city a distinctly commercial but tolerant flavour. Franklin trudged through its streets, jobless and nearly broke, searching for any printer who might hire him. A few local contacts pointed him to Samuel Keimer, who ran a small, disorganised print shop. Recognising Benjamin's talent, Keimer agreed to take him on. For Franklin, it was a step towards self-sufficiency. He found lodging in a humble room, subsisted on bread rolls, and saved every spare coin for books. Those books, typically borrowed or second-hand, opened vistas of scientific, philosophical and political thought. While other young men in colonial America might idle at taverns after work, Franklin pored over essays on natural philosophy. He also taught himself rudimentary French and Italian, believing that knowledge of languages could catapult him to a broader understanding of the world. Eager to refine his social skills, he adopted a system of self-improvement based on virtues he listed in a little notebook. This daily practice, strikingly systematic for the era, kept him alert to personal discipline, though not always successful in defeating temptations. Still, Franklin was an ambitious tradesman at this juncture, not the seasoned statesman or scientist we envision today, but he planted the seeds of a strong passion for reading, a fixation on bettering oneself, and a readiness to go against the grain. He joined local clubs, most notably the Junto, a forum of curious individuals who debated civic improvements and swapped knowledge. Franklin thrived in that environment, forging friendships with rising merchants, teachers and artisans. The Junto's premise that everyday citizens could shape community policies resonated deeply with him. He began drafting proposals for better street lighting, suggesting the establishment of a lending library, and even championing volunteer fire brigades. These small-scale innovations signalled the mindset that would later produce loftier feats. Thus, by his mid-20s, Franklin was already a figure to watch in Philadelphia, a young printer with an entrepreneurial streak, a pamphleteer unafraid of challenging norms, and a network skilled at binding like-minded souls together. However, financial security was still elusive. His personal life was complicated, and his religious skepticism set him apart in an era of strict orthodoxy. The next years would see him expand these early experiments, slowly weaving the persona that would one day grace the global stage. Early in the 17th century, Franklin's printing shop gained stability due to its growing reputation for punctual deliveries and sharp content. His production ranged from political leaflets to visiting cards, yet almanacs proved to be his most profitable venture. In 1732, he introduced Poor Richard's Almanac, a cheeky, insightful publication under the pseudonym of Richard Saunders. Unlike staid almanacs that listed only lunar cycles and harvest tips, Franklin's version featured witty maxims, satirical commentary, and personal jabs that made each edition an eagerly awaited staple in households across the colonies. Yet while Poor Richard minted his reputation, Franklin's day-to-day life was more complex. He navigated a personal relationship with Deborah Reed, who had once been a neighbour's daughter. Their common law marriage, not formally solemnised for various reasons, gave Franklin a semblance of domestic stability, though the arrangement lacked the official aura of conventional unions. They raised children together, but the demands of his printing press and swirl of civic projects often kept him away from extended familial devotion. Franklin's thirst for civic improvement seemed boundless. In 1731, he formed the Library Company of Philadelphia, an idea born from the junto's discussions. Subscribing members pooled funds to buy books, establishing one of America's first lending libraries. This approach crystallized Franklin's method: harness collective contributions to uplift public life. Where others saw financial hurdles, Franklin leveraged group effort. The concept proved so successful that it sparked similar ventures elsewhere, bolstering literacy in an era when many colonists had limited access to texts. As a publisher, he also became a de facto influencer in shaping public sentiment. He printed currency for Pennsylvania, bolstering trust in local finances. He took up the cause of paper money, arguing that a stable local currency could invigorate commerce. Through editorials under assumed names, he debated with political rivals, championing a pragmatic outlook. If a policy boosted trade and enriched community resources, it merited consideration, irrespective of dogmatic leanings. This flexibility would later mark his diplomatic engagements, yet it sometimes riled staunch partisans. Beyond the printing realm, Franklin dabbled in volunteer projects like establishing Philadelphia's Union Fire Company in 1736. Fire disasters had plagued the city, wiping out blocks of wooden structures. Franklin's brigade, staffed by volunteers, offered a semblance of organised response where previously chaos reigned. This forward-thinking approach spread, birthing additional fire companies that cooperated instead of competing. Ever the organiser, Franklin helped shape guidelines for equipment sharing and mutual aid, forging a model admired in other colonies. Yet successes alone didn't insulate him from adversity. The colonial landscape could be unforgiving to those who ventured unpopular opinions. Franklin sometimes rankled conservative church leaders by printing texts that veered too secular or criticised certain dogmas. He also faced tension with other printers, who resented his rapid ascension and willingness to mock rivals. Still, his knack for bridging differences often prevailed. When rumours of a severe smallpox outbreak loomed, he used his press to advocate for inoculation, though he personally endured heartbreak when one of his sons died of the disease. The tragedy deepened Franklin's resolve to promote evidence-based solutions over superstition or fear. Simultaneously, Franklin's scientific curiosity blossomed. He embarked on rudimentary experiments observing local weather patterns, speculating that storms and winds might follow distinct trajectories across the colonies. At dinner gatherings, he speculated about electricity, an obscure phenomenon rarely studied in depth outside Europe's learned societies. While his main energies still lay in publishing and civic activism, that spark of interest hinted at future breakthroughs. He collected glass tubes and rods from ships arriving from England, quietly testing ways to generate static charges. It was uncharted territory in the North American context. Through these endeavours, Franklin cultivated an image as a problem solver unafraid of multiple hats: publisher, social entrepreneur, proto-scientist. His approach remained anchored in practicality. He believed knowledge mattered chiefly when applied to real-life challenges, whether refining printing techniques or organising communities to fight fires. Meanwhile, Poor Richard's Almanac soared in popularity, its aphorisms turning into everyday proverbs. Phrases like "early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise" laced casual speech, shaping the moral tenor of the day. Many readers had no idea that Franklin, behind the comedic mask of Richard Saunders, orchestrated each aphorism with a shrewd sense of what the public would embrace. By the mid-1730s, he was no longer just a scrappy printer. He was emerging as a civic figure recognised for bridging the divides of a fractious colonial society. His illusions of grandeur were subdued, though. He remained humble enough to realise that the bigger the stage, the steeper the criticisms. Nevertheless, the path ahead beckoned him to new realms, both scientific and political, that would redefine his standing in the colonies and beyond. As the 1740s unfolded, Franklin expanded his repertoire of ventures, moving beyond the realm of printing presses and local libraries. He began a foray into public office, first as clerk of the Pennsylvania Assembly, then as a justice of the peace. Though these roles brought little direct power, They introduced him to the mechanics of governance and legislative procedures. Franklin quickly grasped that influence often arose not from formal titles, but from credibility in discourse. Whether drafting petitions or speaking softly behind the scenes, he proved adept at galvanizing votes around pragmatic solutions. His philanthropic instincts also guided him to found what he called an academy. Conceived in the mid-1740s, this initiative eventually evolved into the University of Pennsylvania. Dissatisfied with narrow classical curricula, Franklin yearned for an institution that melded theoretical knowledge with practical arts. He envisioned courses in modern languages, commerce, and applied sciences, strikingly progressive when many were still clung to Latin and Greek as the backbone of learning. Gathering donations from merchants and mild support from local leaders, he opened the academy in 1751. Students arrived from various colonial towns, forging a new generation steeped in the synergy of classical ideals and real-world problem-solving. Meanwhile, Franklin's fascination with electricity escalated. News reached him of European experiments generating sparks from friction machines. Intrigued, he improvised his apparatus. He discovered that after rubbing a glass tube, bits of cork or paper jumped toward it, revealing hidden charges. He took copious notes, meticulously describing how certain materials attracted or repelled. Over time, he concluded that electricity involved a single fluid that could move from one object to another, a revolutionary concept for the era. He even coined terms like battery positive and negative charges. These insights, published in pamphlets, reached the Royal Society in London, catapulting Franklin into the realm of serious science. His legendary kite experiment, while dramatised in modern retellings, indeed occurred around 1752. Concerned that Europe's official experimenters might beat him to proof that lightning was electric, Franklin prepared a kite made from silk and a conductive metal wire, planning to fly it during a thunderstorm. Observers often imagine dramatic flashes, but Franklin took precautions. He stood under shelter, holding the kite string only through a key attached near the bottom. The moment the kite soared into stormy clouds, the strands of the string grew bristly, signalling that electric charge was travelling downward. A small spark from the key to his knuckle affirmed his hypothesis. This demonstration led him to propose the lightning rod, an iron rod placed atop buildings to direct lightning's destructive force safely into the ground. His success in explaining lightning's nature elevated his reputation overseas. Soon, letters from eminent European savants poured in, praising the ingenious Mr. Franklin of Philadelphia. Yet at home, his daily responsibilities continued unabated, running a busy print shop, publishing a newspaper, and encouraging local improvements. He scarcely had time to revel in his scientific achievements. Indeed, Franklin expressed surprise that his experiments won him so much acclaim abroad, while many neighbours remained unimpressed or simply confused by his lightning games. As if science and commerce weren't enough, Franklin became increasingly involved in frontier politics. Tensions flared between Pennsylvania's Quaker-dominated assembly and the Penfameli proprietors of the colony. Franklin believed in fair taxation, including taxes on the proprietors' vast estates, a view that had put him at odds with the privileged few. Additionally, British-French competition in North America was heating up, culminating in the French and Indian War. Franklin, convinced that defence required unity among colonies, proposed his famous Join or Die cartoon, a segmented snake representing the separate colonies. Though it spurred dialogue, intercolonial unity remained elusive. This interplay of local squabbles and looming war tested Franklin's political adaptability. Amid these swirling commitments, Franklin's personal circle changed. His partnership with Deborah Reed persisted, though they'd never married in a conventional ceremony. He fathered children, including William Franklin, who would later become a royal governor, a twist that would strain their bond as the Revolution approached. Franklin, for all his rational thinking, faced heartbreak and family tensions. He also enjoyed comedic relief, hosting gatherings where brandy-laced conversation turned to improbable ideas like controlling storms or forging alliances with Iroquois confederacies. Those evenings captured the spirit of a man at once playful and profoundly serious about shaping a better society. By 1755, Franklin's name carried weight across multiple spheres: inventor, publisher, civic organizer, and budding political presence. The the complexities of colonial life demanded more from him, especially as war clouds loomed on the horizon. He read these omens, suspecting that events in Europe would soon ripple through the colonies in forceful ways. His intellectual curiosity, sharpened by successes in science, prepared him to tackle these challenges. Yet even Franklin couldn't foresee how drastically the next decade would alter his path. The mid-1750s ushered in the French and Indian War, pitting British colonists and their native allies against French forces for control of North American frontiers. Suddenly, Franklin's calls for coordinated defence took on new urgency. Pennsylvania, traditionally pacifist under Quaker influence, hesitated to fund a militia. Franklin intervened by rallying the public to support the fortification of the colony's western borders. He even trekked to the Lehigh Valley, supervising the construction of simple stockades and negotiating provisions with frontier settlers. This experience deepened his conviction that decentralized colonial governance invited peril in times of crisis. During this tumult, the Pennsylvania Assembly dispatched Franklin to London as a colonial agent, hoping he could lobby British officials for favourable policies. Arriving in 1757, he was struck by London's vastness. Teeming commerce, ornate architecture, and a lively intellectual scene. No mere tourist, Franklin got into the city's coffeehouse culture, mingling with writers, scientists, and members of Parliament. He soon realised that British politicians often held the colonies in low regard, seeing them as sources of revenue or strategic buffers rather than partners. Nevertheless, Franklin's wit and scientific reputation eased his entry into elite circles. He garnered invitations to lecture on electricity, demonstration in hand, wowing aristocrats who marvelled at the American electrician. Some found his plain, Quaker-like dress refreshing in a world of powdered wigs and ruffled cuffs. Shrewdly, Franklin leveraged these social encounters to address colonial concerns. He lobbied for fairer trade regulations and tried to persuade the Penn family to shoulder their share of taxes in Pennsylvania. Though the mission advanced in small increments, Franklin chafed at the slow pace of British bureaucracy. Over time, he witnessed the seeds of paternalistic attitudes that would later spark full-blown colonial resentment. He wrote letters back to Philadelphia, warning that British officials seemed oblivious to colonial capacities. He also recognised that entrenched aristocrats in Parliament viewed colonial assemblies as subservient. In subtle ways, these experiences eroded Franklin's loyalty to the empire's status quo. Franklin spent 5 years in London, returning home in 1762. Reunited with Deborah and his family, he found that Philadelphia had grown in population and ambition. Despite success in resolving some Pennsylvania disputes, new controversies loomed. The British government, having incurred massive debts from the war, considered imposing taxes on the colonies to recoup costs. Franklin saw the probable friction that would result. Before he could settle in, however, the Assembly again tapped him for diplomatic tasks. Sure enough, in 1764, with the Stamp Act on the horizon, Franklin was sent back to London to represent Pennsylvania's opposition to direct taxation without colonial input. The Stamp Act crisis erupted in 1765, igniting unrest across the colonies. Critics on both sides hammered Franklin from his vantage point in Britain. Colonists suspected he'd been complacent about the Act's drafting. Londoners accused him of stirring rebellious sentiments. He testified before the House of Commons in 1766, offering a measured but firm explanation of why the colonies believed they should not be taxed by a parliament where they had no elected representatives. His argument, phrased in calm, logical terms, swayed some opinion, contributing to the Stamp Act's eventual repeal. Yet tensions didn't subside fully. The Declaratory Act followed, asserting Britain's right to legislate for the colonies in all cases whatsoever. Franklin lingered in Britain, dividing his time between official negotiations and private scientific pursuits. He joined the Royal Society, forging friendships with luminaries like Joseph Priestley. They debated the nature of gases, the possibility of manned flight, and new mechanical devices. Franklin's adept mind roved freely in these circles, producing incremental contributions to fields like meteorology and oceanography. He mapped the Gulf Stream after hearing whaling captains discuss warm Atlantic currents, guiding ships to exploit faster routes across the ocean. Yet personal heartbreak struck. Deborah passed away in 1774. Franklin, who'd been abroad for years, felt deep regret at not seeing her in her final days. Meanwhile, political storms at home intensified. The Boston Tea Party erupted, prompting harsh British retaliation. Franklin found himself once more the target of criticism, even singled out by the British Privy Council for public censure in 1774 over leaked letters, slandered and humiliated in a humiliating hearing. He sensed that reconciliation might be doomed. In that humiliating moment, the cracks in his hope for a peaceful resolution to the imperial crisis widened into a chasm. When he finally sailed back to America in 1775, war seemed likely. Franklin had left the colonies as a patient mediator seeking compromise. He returned an embittered observer convinced that Britain's ministry would never treat the colonies fairly. This pivot would chart the next phase of his life, transforming him from loyal colonial agent into a champion of independence, a role that, ironically, few might have predicted a decade earlier. Franklin landed in Philadelphia into May 1775, greeted by an unfolding revolution. Lexington and Concord battles had already erupted, mobilizing militias across the colonies. The Second Continental Congress convened, grappling with whether to seek reconciliation or assert independence. Franklin's arrival injected a seasoned perspective. He had been at the heart of negotiations with Britain and felt the monarchy's intransigence firsthand. He saw little choice but to prepare for armed conflict. Nonetheless, he did not rush to declare separation. Like many delegates, Franklin believed that a unified approach was imperative. The Congress formed the Continental Army, naming George Washington as Commander-in-Chief. Meanwhile, Franklin chaired committees on postal service, leading in him becoming America's first Postmaster General, and on forging alliances with native groups. His pragmatic style, listening intently, forging consensus, helped nudge the Congress forward. He also made time to communicate with friends in Britain, who supported colonial rights, regretting the delay in reaching a consensus. Crucially, Franklin joined a committee tasked with drafting a Declaration of Independence in mid-1776. That small group included Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, Roger Sherman, and Robert Livingston. Jefferson, known for his eloquent pen, took the primary writing role. Yet Franklin's edits shaped the final text. He proposed changes to some of Jefferson's more florid passages, seeking crisp directness. When the Declaration was ratified on July 4, 1776, Franklin's signature joined others at the bottom, marking him as one of the founding signers. He quipped afterward, "We must all hang together, or most assuredly we shall all hang separately," capturing the precarious unity of the moment. The next challenge was international support. Diplomatic ties, especially with France, were critical for the rebel cause. Having spent ample time in Europe and possessing a flair for interpersonal charm, Franklin was the natural envoy. In late 1776, he crossed the Atlantic again, braving winter seas to reach Paris. There he took up residence in Passy, near the city's outskirts, clad in a fur cap instead of a wig. Franklin cut an arresting figure at French salons. Aristocrats found him both amusing and wise, enthralled by the notion of a plain-spoken philosopher from the New World. Franklin's mission transcended mere socializing. He needed French backing, money, arms, possibly direct military intervention. Yet the French court, while sympathetic to humiliating Britain, moved cautiously. Franklin leveraged his scientific renown, intellectual banter, and a subtle sense of theatre. He regaled guests with experiments on static electricity, offered witty aphorisms, and praised French art. Over dinners, he described the quest for liberty, painting it as a global struggle pitting autocracy against enlightenment. Over time, Franklin became a sensation in Parisian circles. Political alliances blossomed behind the scenes, culminating in the 1778 Franco-American Treaty of Alliance. This partnership, significant the triumph for the nascent United States, fundamentally altered the course of events. French naval and military support hammered British positions. Franklin continued to refine the arrangement, pressing for loans and supplies. Letters from American generals describing dire needs arrived weekly. Franklin juggled these pleas with the intricacies of French court politics. While some younger French officers, like Lafayette, romanticized the revolution, King Louis XVI weighed the risk of bankrupting his treasury. Franklin navigated these cross-currents with aplomb, offering gracious thanks for every concession, while quietly pressing for more. Amid these negotiations, Franklin also displayed his renowned sense of humour. One anecdote recounts a dinner at which a French noble expressed doubt that a new republic could succeed. Franklin allegedly responded with a whimsical analogy about a rising balloon that might wobble but ultimately float, leaving doubters behind. He understood that small symbolic gestures, combined with rational argument, often wielded outsized influence in diplomatic circles. The synergy of warmth, intelligence, and subtle persuasion proved invaluable. By 1781, the Franco-American alliance had turned the war's momentum. Victory at Yorktown, aided by French forces, ended major hostilities, yet formal peace took time. Franklin joined the American Peace Commission with John Adams and John Jay, forging the 1783 Treaty of Paris. The negotiations tested Franklin's patience as British officials jockeyed for favourable terms. In the end, the treaty recognised US independence and set boundaries that shaped the young nation's prospects. Franklin found satisfaction in receiving British diplomats at the same city where the monarchy had once scorned him. Yet he did not gloat. The end of war demanded reconciliation. He believed that forging stable commerce between Britain and America would benefit both. Having secured independence, Franklin lingered in France as an unofficial cultural ambassador, relishing the city's intellectual ferment. His final years in Europe were busy with banquets, scientific forums, and visits from luminaries. Yet Philadelphia beckoned. He would soon return home to a new set of challenges, shaping the Constitution and the future of a republic he had helped birth. In 1785, Franklin at last returned to the United States, docking in Philadelphia to warm receptions. Local citizens lionized him as the architect of a triumphant alliance, the wise elder statesman who'd charmed Paris into aiding the revolution. Yet Franklin, then in his late 70s, knew the war's end didn't settle how these united colonies would operate as a cohesive nation. A shaky confederation still governed, lacking the power to regulate commerce or unify states. Disputes roiled over boundaries, tariffs, and war debts. Despite his age, Franklin accepted election as President-Governor of Pennsylvania, stepping into a largely ceremonial but symbolically important post. He wielded the role to champion policies for civic improvement, roads, firefighting expansions, and education. However, an even more pressing matter loomed, forging a stronger federal framework. In 1785-1787, delegates convened in Philadelphia for what became the Constitutional Convention. Franklin, physically frail, arrived each day in a sedan chair carried by prisoners from the local jail. They were assigned to him as a courtesy. Nevertheless, his presence galvanized participants. Although James Madison and others led the drafting, Franklin's influence often smoothed bitter disputes. During the sweltering debates, tempers flared. Small states feared dominance by large states, while others demanded checks on federal authority. Franklin rarely took the floor for extended speeches. His hearing was poor, and he tired easily, but when he did speak, he used wry anecdotes to diffuse tension. He urged compromise, cautioning that no perfect constitution could be formed by flawed humans. One famed instance saw him propose daily prayers, not out of strict religiosity, but to remind delegates of shared humility. His mediation, plus behind-the-scenes coaxing, helped shape the final product. A constitution granting enough central power to unify the states without trampling local prerogatives. At the convention's close, a bystander asked Franklin what form of government had emerged. He famously replied, "A republic, if you can keep it." That quip summarized his outlook. The new structure demanded vigilance, moral leadership, and an informed citizenry. A lesser-known note from that day is that Franklin also commented on an emblem carved into George Washington's chair, a sun perched on the horizon. Franklin said he had long wondered whether that sun was rising or setting. Now, he concluded it was a rising sun, a symbol of renewed hope. Once the Constitution was ratified, Franklin's health deteriorated further. Gout plagued him, confining him to bed for stretches, yet he remained cognitively sharp, continuing to correspond with scientists abroad, exploring everything from ocean currents to refrigeration theories. He also engaged in philanthropic efforts, donating funds to local charities and urging the city to create better public sanitation. Slavery weighed on his conscience. Having once owned a couple of household slaves in earlier decades, a practice he eventually came to deplore, Franklin in his final years served as president of the Pennsylvania Society for Promoting the Abolition of Slavery. He petitioned the first Congress under the Constitution to halt the trade. a bold stance that provoked anger from Southern representatives. But Franklin was resolute, believing that moral consistency required confronting America's hypocrisy on liberty. In 1789, the Constitution took effect. Franklin witnessed the inauguration of George Washington as the first president under the new government, reaffirming that the experiment he helped launch would be led by a figure he respected. That same year, the elderly statesman penned a famous letter to a friend about life's certainties, concluding that, "In this world nothing can be said to be certain except death and taxes." The phrase, typically repeated in jest, captured Franklin's blend of realism and wit. By April 1790, Franklin's health had reached a terminal stage. On his deathbed, he asked visitors about the new Congress, expressed hope that reason might eventually end slavery, and, in a final flourish of humour, reportedly teased that living longer might upset immortality's grand plan. He died on April 17, 1790, at age 84. Mourners flocked to his funeral, filling Philadelphia's streets. Eulogies came from Paris, where he was still adored, and from London, acknowledging the loss of a man who, though pivotal in severing British rule, had also sought peaceable relations. His will reflected a strategic mind even in death. Besides bequests to family and charities, Franklin left money in trust for Boston and Philadelphia, to be invested over centuries. The funds supported public works, such as scholarships and building improvements. That final philanthropic gesture mirrored his life's ethos. Sow seeds that future generations might harvest. He left behind a blueprint for how curiosity, practical invention, civic collaboration, and diplomacy could fuse into a single, expansive life. Benjamin Franklin's legacy has often been condensed into tidy vignettes. The bespectacled founder with a kite in a storm, the sly diplomat at Versailles, the venerable signatory of key documents. However, these brief portrayals run the risk of reducing the complexity of a man who embodied contradiction and experimentation in every aspect of his life. In the centuries since his passing, scholars and admirers have uncovered layers of nuance, a contradictory figure balancing skepticism with moral ambition, vanity with genuine altruism, and personal failings with public triumph. In some respects, Franklin was a champion of the Enlightenment's ideals, believing that human progress hinged on reason, science, and ethical collaboration. He organised scientific societies, teased out electric laws, and improved everyday items like stoves. Yet he could also indulge in self-promotion, spinning anecdotes to burnish his folksy persona. He was cunning in political manoeuvring, employing pseudonyms to nudge public debates. Critics sometimes paint him as a manipulator who rarely disclosed raw emotions. Despite that detachment, he rallied communities toward philanthropic causes, advanced civic infrastructure, and invented practical solutions that eased daily toil. The synergy of personal drive and social vision remains a hallmark of his story. Educational institutions across the United States and beyond lionize Franklin as a Renaissance figure, an inspiration for self-starters. The Franklin myth, however, glosses over the hardships he faced, familial estrangements, heartbreak at losing children, the compromise-laden reality of forging alliances. He also wrestled with ethical dilemmas, notably regarding slavery. Early in life, he accepted and understood it. Only in later years did he vocally oppose the institution. That evolution typifies Franklin's journey. He rarely arrived at moral stances instantly, but advanced through observation, dialogue, and reflection. Moreover, Franklin's personal brand of diplomacy, a blend of charm, data-driven argument, and comedic flair, laid down a blueprint for modern foreign relations. In France, he recognized that wooing allies transcended formal treaties. It demanded cultural rapport. He cultivated that rapport through witty conversation, heartfelt flattery, and honest respect for French intellect. Diplomatic historians often cite him as a pioneer who recognized that forging friendships in salons could be as potent as drafting paragraphs in official documents. The result was a transformative alliance that arguably secured American independence. Another rarely highlighted facet is Franklin's continuing influence on philanthropic models, his approach forming subscription libraries, volunteer fire brigades, and improvement societies prefigured modern non-profits. By tapping small, regular contributions from many participants, Franklin mobilized resources far beyond what a lone benefactor could supply. He wrote extensively on how club structures, could unify communities around shared needs. These principles echo in contemporary crowdfunding and civic volunteer programs. In science, Franklin's practice of thorough note-taking, peer correspondence, and willingness to correct earlier assumptions exemplify the iterative nature of research. He championed open sharing of findings, rather than hoarding them for profit. His letters bristle with calls for transatlantic knowledge exchange. Indeed, his postmaster appointment advanced the speed of mail, facilitating scientific networks. In that sense, Franklin's acted as a conduit for bridging Old World academies and New World experimenters, accelerating the Enlightenment's global momentum. Today's visitors to Philadelphia can trace Franklin's footprints at sites like Independence Hall, the Franklin Court Museum, or the Christ Church Burial Ground. They might see intangible marks, too. The ethos of civic collaboration and entrepreneurial zeal remains strong in the city's culture. Historians debate whether Franklin's legacy looms too large, overshadowing lesser-known but equally vital contributors to early American life. Yet few deny that his capacity to pivot from printing to invention, from local activism to grand diplomacy, stands as an extraordinary demonstration of adaptive genius. Franklin's example resonates with the possibility of reinvention at any stage. He pivoted careers, championed social improvements, and tackled new frontiers of science well into his senior years. His failures, like the fiasco at the British Privy Council or personal regrets about absent fatherhood, did not halt his momentum. Instead, they spurred reflection and course correction. That dynamic interplay of aspiration and humility undergirds his adult life, providing a refreshing contrast to rigid or dogmatic leadership styles. In summary, it is difficult to neatly categorize Benjamin Franklin's story. He was a printer who saw words as the foundation of public life, a scientist who harnessed the power of lightning, a statesman whose wit won the favour of a monarchy, and a moral innovator who, in his later years, struggled to balance the ideals of the new republic with its realities. His life in Carbureau encourages us to keep exploring, keep experimenting, and keep forging alliances. By harnessing curiosity and civic-mindedness, Franklin believed society could inch closer to enlightenment. That belief still pulses in the tale of a pragmatic dreamer whose footprints crossed oceans, courtyards, and the imagination of generations to come. You know how sometimes you look at historical paintings and wonder what people actually smelled like? Well, tonight you're going to find out, and trust me, it's not always pleasant. We're going to walk the cobblestone streets of Constantinople, peek into workshops where artisans created marvels that still make our jaws drop, and discover why Byzantine citizens had bathroom habits that would make a modern germaphobe weep with despair. It's dawn in the year 975 CE, and you're about to experience a day in the life of the most sophisticated city in the world, a place where East truly met West, where silk was worth its weight in gold, and where the emperor's morning bathroom routine was considered a matter of state importance. The first thing that would hit you as you opened your eyes in medieval Constantinople wouldn't be the sight of the magnificent Hagia Sophia's dome catching the morning light, though that was certainly impressive. No, it would be the smell. A complex bouquet of wood smoke, baking bread, horse manure, incense from a dozen different churches, and the unmistakable aroma of a city where 1 million people were doing their best to stay clean, with limited soap and even more limited privacy. You're lying on what passes for a bed in your modest apartment. And yes, apartment buildings existed in Constantinople, rising 4 and 5 stories high like ancient New York tenements. Your mattress is stuffed with straw that you really should have changed last month, but quality straw doesn't come cheap. The wealthy folks up the social ladder are sleeping on feathers, but you're making do, just like most people in this sprawling metropolis. As you stretch and yawn, you can already hear the city waking up around you. There's the clip-clop of horses' hooves on stone, the creak of wooden cartwheels that desperately need oil, and the distant sound of church bells beginning their morning symphony. Constantinople had more churches per square mile than anywhere else in the Christian world, and each one seemed determined to outbell the others in announcing the dawn. Your apartment, really just 2 small rooms, sits on the 3rd floor of a building that houses about 20 families. The ground floor is reserved for shops and workshops, because in Byzantine cities, you lived where you worked, and you worked where you lived. The smell of fresh bread wafts up from the baker's shop below, mixing with less pleasant odours from the fuller's workshop next door, where they're already hard at work cleaning cloth with what can only be described as industrial-strength urine. Yes, urine. It was the ammonia of the ancient world, and fullers collected it like liquid gold. You swing your legs over the side of your bed and immediately feel the cold of the wooden floor through your thin shoes. Central heating is still about 800 years in the future, so your morning routine starts with shivering and trying to coax some life back into the embers in your small brazier. Fire is both your best friend and your greatest fear in this wooden-framed, tightly packed city. Everyone's heard stories of entire neighbourhoods going up in flames faster than you could say Byzantine bureaucracy. The water in your ceramic basin has a thin layer of ice on top. It's November, and Constantinople's winters are nothing to joke about. You break through the ice and splash the shockingly cold water on your face, which wakes you up better than any amount of caffeine ever could. Coffee won't reach Europe for several more centuries, so your morning pick-me-up consists of bread, perhaps some watered-down wine, because the water isn't always trustworthy, and the sheer excitement of trying to make it through another day in one of history's most vibrant cities. As you pull on your tunic, a simple, practical garment that's seen better days but still has some life in it, you can hear your neighbours beginning their own morning routines. There's the family next door arguing about whose turn it is to fetch water from the public fountain down the street. The woman upstairs is already at her loom, the steady thwack, thwack, thwack of her weaving providing a rhythmic soundtrack to the morning. And somewhere below, a small child is crying, probably because they've just discovered that breakfast is going to be yesterday's bread again. You're not rich, let's be honest, you're nowhere close to rich, but you're not desperately poor either. You're what we might call middle class, though that term wouldn't be invented for several centuries. You work as a craftsman, perhaps making leather goods or working metal, and you earn enough to afford your own apartment, some decent clothes, and food that isn't just bread and water. You might even own a book or two, which makes you practically an intellectual by medieval standards. Now comes the daily challenge of breakfast, and this is where Byzantine life gets interesting in ways that might surprise you. You see, the Byzantines had some rather peculiar ideas about when and what people should eat. The official Christian position was that really devout people should fast until noon every day, eating only one main meal. Of course, this rule was about as universally followed as speed limits on a highway, which is to say, honoured more in the breach than in the observance. Your breakfast is simple but satisfying. You have bread, not the fluffy white stuff we're used to, but a dense, dark loaf that could probably double as a weapon if necessary. This bread is your constant companion throughout the day. Byzantines ate bread with everything, dipped it in everything, and used it as plates when they ran out of actual plates. It was the smartphone of the medieval world, ubiquitous, essential, and impossible to imagine life without. With your bread, you might have some olive oil for dipping, perhaps a handful of olives themselves, and if you're feeling fancy, a small piece of cheese. The cheese is hard and salty, designed to last weeks without spoiling in your unrefrigerated apartment. Fresh milk is almost impossible to come by unless you happen to live next door to someone who keeps goats, and even then, you'd better drink it fast before it turns into something resembling cottage cheese with attitude. If you're lucky enough to have some wine left from yesterday, you'll mix it with water. Not because you're trying to be moderate, but because undiluted wine is considered barbaric. The Byzantines inherited this custom from the ancient Greeks and Romans, and they took it seriously. Drinking straight wine was something that barbarians did, right up there with wearing pants instead of proper tunics, and speaking languages that didn't sound like music. As you eat, you're mentally preparing for the day ahead. Your workshop waits, along with the customers who will try to haggle down your prices, the guild officials who will inspect your work to make sure you're not cutting corners, and the tax collectors who seem to appear with the same regularity as sunrise and twice as much enthusiasm. Byzantine bureaucracy was legendary in its complexity and thoroughness. They had forms for forms, and tax categories that would make a modern accountant weep with frustration. The sound of the city grows louder as more people venture onto the streets. You can hear merchants setting up their stalls, their voices already rising in the sing-song cadences of salesmanship that sound remarkably similar to modern market vendors. Fresh fish, caught this morning, translation, caught sometime this week and still mostly edible. Silk from the Orient, translation, probably silk, definitely expensive, origin negotiable. Your neighbours are emerging from their apartments now, each beginning their own version of the Byzantine daily dance. The woman from upstairs nods as she passes your door, carrying her water jugs toward the public fountain. She's dressed in a long tunic with a cloak wrapped around her shoulders, her hair covered with a scarf as modesty demands. Her husband follows a few minutes later, heading toward his job at one of the silk workshops that make Constantinople famous throughout the known world. When you finally step outside, you're immediately immersed in sensory overload that makes modern city life seem peaceful by comparison. Constantinople in its heyday was home to somewhere between 400,000 and 1 million people. Historians argue about the exact number, but everyone agrees it was enormous by medieval standards. All those people are packed into a space smaller than modern Manhattan, and they're all trying to make a living, raise their families, and get through their daily routines without getting trampled, robbed, or inadvertently involved in one of the political riots that break out with the regularity of thunderstorms. The street you live on is typical of Constantinople's residential areas, narrow, paved with stone when the city treasury has money for repairs, and lined with buildings that seem to lean toward each other like old friends sharing secrets. The ground floor's house shops and workshops, their owners already busy with the day's work. There's the baker you smelled earlier, his oven producing a steady stream of loaves that will feed half the neighbourhood. Next door, a blacksmith is already heating his forge, the glow visible through his open doorway and the ring of hammer on anvil adding percussion to the morning symphony. The street itself is a river of humanity flowing in all directions. Merchants are leading pack animals loaded with goods from every corner of the known world. A train of mules passes by, loaded with silk that might have travelled the entire Silk Road from China. Behind them, a cart filled with amphorae of wine from Greece creaks along, the driver shouting at pedestrians to clear the way in language that would make a sailor blush. Water carriers move through the crowd with large ceramic vessels balanced on their shoulders or loaded onto donkeys. Clean water is precious in a city this size, and the public fountains, fed by massive aqueducts that are marvels of engineering, are always busy. You can see people lined up at the fountain at the end of your street chatting with neighbours while they wait their turn. The fountain is more than just a water source. It's a social hub, the place where news spreads, gossip flourishes, and marriages are sometimes arranged between families who meet while their children splash in the overflow. As you walk toward your workshop, you navigate around piles of refuse that won't be collected until the city's sanitation workers make their rounds later in the day. Medieval cities had waste management systems, but they were primitive by modern standards. Most people simply threw their garbage out their windows, aiming for the street rather than their neighbours' heads, though accuracy wasn't always guaranteed. The lucky ones had access to public latrines, while others made do with chamber pots that were emptied into designated areas outside the city walls. The smell of cooking food mingles with less pleasant odours, horse manure, rotting vegetables, and the distinctive aroma of the tanners' workshops, where animal hides are processed, using methods that haven't changed much since ancient times. Tanning requires urine, oak bark, and animal fat, combined in proportions that create a stench capable of stopping conversations 3 blocks away. Tanners always set up shop downwind of residential areas, which tells you something about medieval city planning priorities. Your workshop sits on a side street that specialises in metalworking. This isn't coincidence. Byzantine cities were organised by trade, with similar craftsmen clustering together like modern business districts. It made sense economically and socially. You shared techniques, borrowed tools, and competed for customers while maintaining the kind of professional camaraderie that comes from facing the same challenges every day. The guild system governs every aspect of your working life, and it's both a blessing and a bureaucratic nightmare. Your guild sets quality standards, regulates prices, controls who can enter the trade, and provides a social safety net for members who fall on hard times. It also tells you exactly how many apprentices you can have, what hours you can work, where you can set up shop, and probably what you should eat for lunch if they could get away with it. Today you're working on a commission from one of the city's wealthy merchants, a set of bronze fittings for a shipping vessel. Bronze work requires skill, patience, and the ability to work near a forge that turns your workshop into a sauna even in winter. You heat the metal until it glows like a small piece of the sun, then shape it with hammers and tools that your grandfather probably used and that your grandson might inherit someday. Your apprentice arrives shortly after you do, a boy of maybe 14 who's been with you for 2 years now. He's past the stage of being completely useless and has progressed to being only occasionally useless, which represents significant improvement. He tends the fire, organises tools, and practices the basic techniques that will eventually make him a craftsman in his own right. The apprentice system works well. It provides skilled workers for the future, while giving young men a path out of poverty and into respectable trades. The work is steady and satisfying in a way that's hard to explain to people who've never created something beautiful and functional with their own hands. Each piece of bronze you shape will outlast you by centuries. Some of your work might end up in churches, where it will be touched by thousands of worshippers. Other pieces will travel on ships to distant ports, carrying a small piece of Constantinople to places you'll never see. As the morning progresses, customers begin arriving. There's the ship captain who needs repairs to his vessel's fittings before his next voyage to Alexandria. He's a weathered man with hands like leather and stories that grow more fantastic with each telling. Today he's describing a storm off the coast of Cyprus that was apparently sent by Poseidon himself. Judging by his dramatic gestures and increasingly creative profanity, a wealthy woman arrives with her servant, looking for decorative bronze work for her mansion. She's dressed in silk so fine it seems to move like liquid, and her jewellery probably costs more than you'll earn in 5 years. But she pays well and doesn't argue about prices, so you treat her with the respect due to valued customers everywhere. She wants something unique, something that will impress her friends at dinner parties, where the wine flows like water and the gossip is more valuable than gold. By noon, the sun has warmed the stones of the street, and the city has reached its daily crescendo of activity. This is when Constantinople truly comes alive, when the morning's tentative commerce explodes into the full-throated roar of one of the world's great trading centres. The main boulevards are packed with people from every corner of the known world. Merchants from Venice and Genoa, traders from Russia carrying furs and amber, spice dealers from India and Ceylon, and diplomats from kingdoms so distant their names sound like poetry. You take a break from your work to venture out for the day's main meal. Lunch as we know it doesn't really exist. Byzantines eat their big meal in the early afternoon, after the morning's work is done, but while there's still plenty of daylight left. You head toward one of the tavernas that cater to working people like yourself, places where the food is simple, filling, and reasonably priced. The taverna you choose sits near the Hippodrome, that enormous arena where Constantinople's citizens gather for chariot races, political demonstrations, and the occasional riot. The Hippodrome is quiet now, but you can see vendors setting up for tonight's races, arranging their wares and preparing for the crowds that will pack the arena. Chariot racing is more than entertainment in Constantinople. It's a passion that divides the city into competing factions with the fervour of modern sports fans. Inside the taverna, the air is thick with the smell of cooking food and animated conversation. The proprietor, a stout man with arms like tree trunks, greets regular customers by name and somehow remembers exactly how everyone likes their food prepared. Today's offerings are written on a wooden board in letters large enough to be seen through the smoky interior. Lamb stew with vegetables, fish caught in the Bosphorus this morning, bread that's still warm from the oven, and wine from vineyards outside the city walls. You choose the fish. Fresh seafood is one of Constantinople's great advantages. The city sits where 2 continents meet, surrounded by water that provides an endless supply of fish, shellfish, and other seafood that makes its way to tables throughout the city. The fish is grilled over charcoal and seasoned with herbs that grow wild on the hills outside Constantinople. It's simple food prepared well, the kind of meal that sustains working people and keeps them coming back. While you eat, you listen to the conversations swirling around you. At the next table, 2 merchants are arguing about trade routes to the Black Sea, their voices rising as they debate whether overland or sea transport offers better profits. Behind you, a group of artisans from the silk workshops are complaining about new regulations from their guild, regulations that apparently make no sense and were obviously written by people who have never actually worked with silk in their lives. The taverna serves as an unofficial news centre where information spreads faster than wildfire. Today's hot topic is a rumour that the emperor is planning new taxes on imported goods, news that has merchants calculating profit margins and ordinary citizens wondering how much more expensive everything is about to become. Someone mentions that there's trouble brewing with the Bulgarians again, which draws knowing nods from veterans who remember previous conflicts with Constantinople's northern neighbours. After your meal, you return to work refreshed and ready for the afternoon's challenges. This is typically the most productive part of the day for craftsmen. You're well fed, the light is good, and you've had time to plan your approach to whatever project demands attention. The bronze fittings are taking shape nicely under your experienced hands, each piece fitting perfectly with its neighbours in the complex assembly that will help keep a trading vessel seaworthy. Your apprentice has returned from his own meal and is eager to continue learning. Today you're teaching him the delicate art of finishing work, the patient filing, polishing and adjusting that transforms rough bronze into pieces worthy of a merchant's ship. It's tedious work that requires attention to detail and steady hands, qualities that separate true craftsmen from mere labourers. The afternoon brings a steady stream of visitors to your workshop. There's the guild inspector, a thin man with sharp eyes who examines your work for any deviation from established standards. The guild takes quality control seriously. Their reputation depends on maintaining standards that customers throughout the Mediterranean can trust. A single shoddy piece bearing the guild's mark could damage relationships that took decades to build. A fellow craftsman stops by to borrow a specialised tool, and you spend a few minutes discussing techniques and sharing professional gossip. He tells you about a new method for creating decorative patterns in bronze that he learned from a visiting artisan from Damascus. In return, you share a tip about heat treatment that produces a particularly attractive finish. This kind of professional exchange is how techniques spread and improve over the centuries. Late in the afternoon, you receive an unexpected commission from a church official who needs repairs to bronze fixtures in one of Constantinople's smaller churches. Church work is prestigious and pays well, but it also comes with the pressure of creating something worthy of divine service. The official examines some of your previous work and nods approvingly before describing what he needs. Replacements for decorative elements that were damaged when part of the church roof collapsed during a recent storm. As the sun begins its descent toward the western hills, you start thinking about closing up shop for the day. But first, there are tools to clean and organise, materials to secure against theft, and plans to make for tomorrow's work. Your workshop is more than just a place of business. It's your professional identity, the space where your skills transform raw materials into useful and beautiful objects. The transition from afternoon to evening in Constantinople is a daily spectacle that never gets old. As the sun angles lower in the western sky, it transforms the city's white marble buildings into golden jewels that catch and reflect light in constantly changing patterns. The great dome of Hagia Sophia seems to glow from within, while the waters of the Golden Horn turn the colour of the molten bronze, a sight that makes even the most jaded residents pause in their daily routines. You secure your workshop and begin the walk home through streets that are taking on their evening character. The urgent pace of midday commerce gives way to something more relaxed and social. People have time to chat with neighbours, children play in the spaces between buildings, and the tavernas begin preparing for their evening customers. The smell of cooking food drifts from windows and doorways, a mixture of roasting meat, baking bread, and the herbs and spices that make Byzantine cuisine distinctive. Street vendors appear with goods targeted at the evening crowd, hot food for people walking home from work, oil for lamps that will soon be needed as darkness falls, and small luxuries that make the end of a working day feel special. A man with a portable brazier is roasting chestnuts that fill the air with their distinctive aroma. A woman sells honey cakes from a basket balanced expertly on her head, her voice calling out their virtues in the rhythmic chant that street vendors have probably used since cities were invented. As you walk, you notice the subtle changes that mark the approach of evening. Shutters are being pulled closed on ground floor shops as merchants secure their wares against theft. Public fountains become gathering places where people linger to chat while filling their evening water supplies. Churches begin preparing for Vespers, their bells calling the faithful to evening prayers with the same insistence they showed at dawn. The residential streets take on a cosy atmosphere as families gather for their evening meal. Through open windows you can see women preparing food, while children help with simple tasks or play with toys carved from wood or fashioned from scraps of cloth. Men return from workshops and markets, their faces showing the satisfaction of honest work completed and the anticipation of home-cooked food and family conversation. Your own evening meal awaits, and it's the social highlight of the day. If you're unmarried, you might join other craftsmen at one of the neighbourhood tavernas, where the food is hearty, the wine flows freely, and the conversation ranges from professional gossip to philosophy. If you have a family, the evening meal is a time for connection, for sharing the day's experiences, and for maintaining the bonds that hold households together. Tonight's meal reflects the abundance and diversity that make Constantinople a culinary crossroads. There's fresh bread, of course. No Byzantine meal is complete without it. The bread is accompanied by olive oil that was pressed from trees growing on Greek hillsides, oil so pure and flavourful it seems to capture sunshine in liquid form. There are olives themselves, some small and black, others large and green, each variety offering its own distinct flavour. The main course might be fish stew made with the day's catch from the Bosphorus, seasoned with herbs and vegetables that grow in the gardens outside the city walls, or perhaps lamb that was raised on the Anatolian plains and butchered this morning, prepared with the spices that flow through Constantinople's markets from India, Persia and Arabia. The variety of available ingredients is staggering compared to what people in Western Europe can obtain. Constantinople sits at the crossroads of trade routes that bring flavours from 3 continents to a single marketplace. Wine accompanies the meal, mixed with water according to proper custom. The wine might come from vineyards in Greece, Macedonia, or even from vines that grow on the hills surrounding Constantinople itself. It's served in cups that range from simple pottery to elaborate metalwork, depending on the household's wealth and the formality of the occasion. Conversation during the meal covers the day's events, neighbourhood gossip, and topics of broader interest. People discuss the quality of this year's harvest, the latest news from the imperial court, and the prospects for trade with distant lands. Politics inevitably enters the conversation. Byzantines are passionate about politics the way others are passionate about sports, and everyone has opinions about the emperor's policies, the competence of his advisors, and the empire's relationships with neighbours both friendly and hostile. As the meal progresses and the wine takes effect, the conversation becomes more animated and wide-ranging. Philosophy enters the discussion, along with theology, literature, and the kind of speculative thinking that emerges when people have enough leisure time to consider questions beyond immediate survival. This is one of the great advantages of living in Constantinople. The city's wealth and sophistication provide space for intellectual pursuits that would be impossible in smaller, poorer communities. As darkness settles over Constantinople, the city doesn't go to sleep. It transforms. Oil lamps begin flickering to life in windows and doorways, creating pools of warm light that push back the darkness. The wealthy neighbourhoods are better lit than the poor ones, but even modest areas maintain enough illumination to allow limited nighttime activity. Public areas like major streets and markets have torches or larger oil lamps that burn through the night, maintained by the city authorities as a public service. The night brings its own sounds and rhythms. Church bells mark the hours with their bronze voices, calling the faithful to night prayers and providing a temporal framework that helps people navigate the darkness. Night watchmen begin their rounds, their footsteps echoing off stone walls as they patrol neighbourhoods and marketplaces. Their calls of "all's well" or warnings of fire or thieves become part of the nighttime soundscape. Tavernas that cater to the evening crowd come alive with music, conversation, and the kind of social interaction that helps people unwind from the day's labours. Musicians with lyres, flutes, and drums provide entertainment, performing traditional songs alongside newer compositions that reflect the cultural mixing that makes Constantinople unique. The music blends Greek melodies with influences from the Arab world, Persia, and the Slavic lands to the north. For those who can afford it, the evening offers sophisticated entertainment. Wealthy households host dinner parties where guests enjoy elaborate meals, while discussing literature, philosophy, and politics. These gatherings might feature professional entertainers, musicians, storytellers, or even scholars who can discourse eloquently on subjects ranging from theology to mathematics. The conversation at such gatherings is both intellectual and social, serving to reinforce relationships within Constantinople's elite, while providing forums for the exchange of ideas. The night also has its dangers and its less respectable activities. Constantinople after dark can be dangerous for the unwary. Thieves operate in poorly lit areas, drunken arguments can escalate into violence, and the city's maze-like street layout provides plenty of places for criminals to disappear. Most respectable citizens avoid unnecessary travel after dark, and those who must venture out often travel in groups or hire guards. As the evening deepens into night, Constantinople gradually settles into quieter rhythms. The last customers leave the tavernas, craftsmen extinguish their workshop fires, and families gather around their own hearths for the final activities of the day. This is the time for intimate conversation, for reading if you're literate and can afford books, or for the simple pleasure of sitting quietly while reflecting on the day's events. In your apartment, you prepare for sleep with the same practical rituals that people have followed for millennia. Oil lamps are extinguished one by one, leaving perhaps a single light burning for safety. The brazier that provided warmth during the day is banked carefully. Fire is too precious to waste, but also too dangerous to leave unattended. Windows are shuttered against the night air and potential thieves, though in summer they might be left partially open for ventilation. Your bed awaits, with its straw mattress and wool blankets that provide warmth against the November chill. The blankets are heavy and practical rather than luxurious, but they're clean and sufficient for comfort. A chamber pot sits nearby for nighttime necessities. Indoor plumbing exists in Constantinople, but it's limited to public buildings and the homes of the very wealthy. As you settle into bed, the sounds of the city continue outside your shuttered windows, but they're muted now, transformed into the nighttime symphony of urban life. Distant church bells mark the passage of time, night watchmen call their reassurances, and occasionally you might hear the rumble of a lake cart carrying goods through the streets, or the voices of people walking home from evening entertainments. The darkness that surrounds you is different from modern darkness, deeper and more complete, broken only by occasional flickers of artificial light. There's no electric glow on the horizon, no constant hum of machinery, no digital displays marking time in glowing numbers. The night is truly dark, making the stars above Constantinople shine with intensity that city dwellers today rarely experience. Sleep in the Byzantine world comes with its own rhythms and challenges. Without artificial lighting, people naturally follow patterns more closely aligned with sunrise and sunset. They tend to sleep longer in winter when days are short, and wake earlier in summer when dawn arrives with the birds. Your sleep might be interrupted by the night watch calling the hours, by church bells marking midnight prayers, or by the sounds of your neighbours dealing with crying children or sick family members. Dreams come easily in this world where the boundary between the spiritual and material seems thinner than in modern times. Byzantines take dreams seriously. They're considered messages from God, warnings of future events, or communications from deceased relatives. A particularly vivid dream might influence important decisions or send someone to consult with a priest about its meaning. The dream world is as real and significant as waking life, perhaps more so. The night passes quietly, marked by the subtle sounds that indicate a city at rest but never completely asleep. Guard dogs bark occasionally at real or imagined threats. A baby cries in a neighbouring apartment, quickly soothed by a mother's lullaby. Somewhere in the distance, a drunk staggers home singing a song that might be romantic or patriotic or simply incomprehensible. As morning approaches, the city begins its gradual awakening. Church bells start their dawn chorus earlier now, calling the faithful to morning prayers. Bakers fire up their ovens to begin the day's bread production, filling the air with the smell of yeast and flour transforming into sustenance. Water carriers begin their rounds, and the clip-clop of hooves announces the arrival of farmers bringing fresh produce from the countryside. You stir in your bed as familiar sounds signal the beginning of another day. The cycle is about to begin again. The same routines, the same challenges, the same small pleasures that make up daily life in the greatest city of the medieval world. But each day also brings its own possibilities, its own small adventures, its own opportunities to create something beautiful or useful or meaningful. This is how life unfolds in Constantinople, day after day, season after season, year after year. The rhythms are ancient and comforting, connecting you to generations of people who have followed similar patterns of work and rest, creation and community. Your grandfather lived this way, and your grandchildren will likely continue these same essential patterns long after you're gone. There's something deeply satisfying about this continuity, this sense of being part of something larger and more enduring than individual lives. Your work contributes to the city's prosperity. Your taxes support the empire's administration. Your participation in community life helps maintain the social fabric that holds everything together. You're not just surviving, you're contributing to one of history's greatest civilizations. The Byzantine Empire will endure for centuries after your lifetime, maintaining traditions and innovations that influence the entire medieval world. The techniques you use in your workshop will be passed down through generations of craftsmen. The goods you create will outlast your memory, carrying your skills into a future you'll never see. The community you help sustain will continue to thrive, adapt, and evolve long after individual lives have ended. Yet for all its grandeur and historical significance, daily life in Constantinople comes down to the same fundamental human experiences that people have always shared: the satisfaction of work well done, the pleasure of sharing meals with family and friends, the comfort of familiar routines, and the hope that tomorrow will bring its own small improvements and opportunities. As you drift off to sleep in your modest apartment, surrounded by the quiet sounds of a city at rest, you're part of something magnificent, a civilization that bridges east and west, ancient and modern, the practical and the sublime. Constantinople in its golden age represents humanity at its most creative and ambitious, a place where different cultures meet and mingle to create something entirely new. The last thing you hear before sleep takes you is the distant sound of church bells marking midnight, their bronze voices carrying across the sleeping city like a blessing. Tomorrow will bring its own challenges and opportunities, but tonight all is well in the Queen of Cities. The great empire sleeps peacefully under its canopy of stars, secure in its strength and confident in its future. And in this moment, drifting between waking and sleeping in a civilization that would influence the world for 1,000 years, you're exactly where you belong. Part of the magnificent, complicated, endlessly fascinating tapestry of human experience that we call daily life in Byzantium. The bells fade into silence, the city settles into deeper rest, and another day in the life of the Byzantine Empire draws to its gentle close. Tomorrow the cycle will begin again, as it has for centuries, as it will for centuries more, carrying forward the dreams and ambitions of ordinary people who built something extraordinary with their daily labours and their shared hopes for the future. Sleep well, citizen of Constantinople. Your city endures, your work matters, and your life, however modest it might seem, is part of something truly magnificent. The empire rests peacefully tonight, sustained by the efforts of people like you, protected by walls built by hands like yours, and enriched by the daily miracle of human creativity and community that makes civilization possible. The end. Rest well, dear listener. Until tomorrow's journey through time, may your dreams be filled with the sounds of ancient bells and the satisfaction of work well done in humanity's greatest adventure, the simple, extraordinary experience of being alive in history. Picture yourself settling into a comfortable chair on a quiet evening, perhaps with a warm drink in hand as we travel back to a time when the world was smaller and simpler, yet somehow more complicated all at once. You're about to witness one of history's most remarkable transformations, not through the eyes of kings or generals, but as someone watching ordinary people discover they had extraordinary courage buried deep inside them. It's the early 8th century, and you find yourself in what we now call Spain, though back then it was known as Hispania to those who bothered with such formalities. The Visigothic kingdom stretches before you like a patchwork quilt that's seen better days, some patches holding strong, others fraying at the edges, and a few that probably should have been replaced years ago. You'd think ruling a kingdom would be straightforward, wouldn't you? After all, you sit on a throne, people bow, and everyone does what you say. But the Visigoths had managed to turn monarchy into something resembling a particularly chaotic game of musical chairs. Kings came and went with the regularity of seasons, though with considerably less predictability. One day you'd have King Witiza on the throne, the next day his rival Roderick would be measuring the royal cushions for size. This constant game of thrones, and yes, that's exactly what it was, had left the kingdom about as stable as a three-legged stool on a ship during a storm. Nobles spent more time plotting against each other than actually governing, which meant that when real trouble came knocking, everyone was too busy looking over their shoulders to notice the front door being kicked in. The irony, of course, is that while the Visigothic nobility were perfecting the art of political backstabbing, they were completely missing the bigger picture unfolding to the south. Across the narrow strait that separated Europe from Africa, forces were gathering that would change everything. But you know how it is with people who are too caught up in their own drama. They rarely notice the storm clouds until the rain starts falling. The Muslim conquest of North Africa had been proceeding with the kind of methodical efficiency that would make a Swiss clockmaker weep with joy. City after city, region after region, until the Islamic forces stood at the very edge of the African continent, looking across those few miles of water toward Europe like a person eyeing the last piece of chocolate cake at a dinner party. Now, you might wonder why anyone would want to cross a body of water to conquer a land full of quarrelling nobles and political chaos. The answer, as it often is in history, comes down to opportunity meeting ambition. The Muslim forces weren't just looking for new lands to conquer, they were looking for lands worth conquering. And despite all its internal squabbling, Hispania was still rich in resources, fertile in agriculture, and strategically positioned at the crossroads of Europe and Africa. The stage was set for one of those moments in history when everything changes so quickly that people living through it probably felt like they were watching the world's most dramatic magic trick. One moment, you have the familiar chaos of Visigothic politics, with its predictable unpredictability. The next moment, everything you thought you knew about power, religion and daily life is turned completely upside down. But here's what makes this story particularly fascinating from our cosy vantage point centuries later. The people living through these changes didn't know they were witnessing the end of one era and the beginning of another. They were just trying to get through each day, make sense of rapidly changing circumstances, and figure out how to protect themselves and their families in a world that suddenly seemed a lot less predictable than it had been the week before. The Reconquista, that centuries-long process of Christian kingdoms gradually reclaiming the Iberian Peninsula, wasn't born in a single moment of inspiration or divine revelation. It emerged slowly, organically, from the accumulated frustration and determination of people who found themselves living under foreign rule and decided, sometimes one person at a time, that they weren't going to accept this as their permanent reality. As you settle deeper into your chair, imagine yourself as one of those people, watching the old world crumble and wondering what kind of new world might rise from its ashes. Because that's exactly where our story begins, not with the end, but with the ending that became a beginning. In 711, if you live near southern Spain, you may have seen something odd on the horizon. Ships. There were actually quite a few ships, and none of them were flying any flags that you recognised. This fleet wasn't the usual merchant traffic, or the occasional Viking raid that everyone had learned to treat as just another Tuesday inconvenience. The scene was something entirely different. The fleet approaching your shores belonged to Tariq ibn Ziyad, whose name would become so associated with this moment that the rocky outcrop where he landed, Gibraltar, literally means Jabal Tariq or Tariq's mountain. It's one of those perfect historical coincidences that makes you wonder if someone somewhere has a sense of humour about these things. Now, if you were a military strategist sitting in your favourite armchair, you might assume that conquering an entire kingdom would require vast armies, years of planning, and logistics that would make a modern supply chain manager break out in hives. But Tariq had something perhaps more valuable than massive numbers. He had timing, determination, and an opponent that was essentially doing half the work for him. The Visigothic kingdom at this moment was like a house with a beautiful facade but termites in the foundation. King Roderick was dealing with rebellions in the north, noble families were still playing their endless game of political chess, and the army was scattered across the peninsula dealing with various internal squabbles. It was rather like trying to defend your home from burglars while your family is having a loud argument in the living room. Tariq's initial force was relatively modest, somewhere between 7,000 and 12,000 men, depending on which historical account you trust. These weren't just random soldiers looking for adventure, though. They were experienced fighters who had already proven themselves in the conquest of North Africa, and they brought with them something the Visigothic forces lacked: unity of purpose and a command structure that actually functioned. The landing itself must have been one of those surreal moments in history. Picture yourself as a local fisherman, going about your normal morning routine, when suddenly the bay fills with foreign ships disgorging thousands of armed men who clearly aren't there for the local tourism opportunities. You'd probably spend a few moments wondering if you were still dreaming, then realise the moment was definitely one of those days when staying home might have been the better choice. What happened next demonstrates one of history's recurring themes. Sometimes the outcome of momentous events depends less on grand strategy and more on basic human psychology. When news of the landing reached King Roderick, he did what any reasonable monarch would do. He gathered his forces and marched south to deal with this invasion. The problem was that gathering his forces, in a politically fractured kingdom, meant trying to assemble an army from nobles who weren't entirely sure they wanted him to succeed. The Battle of Guadalete, fought sometime in July 711, became one of those encounters that historians describe with words like decisive and pivotal, which are academic ways of saying everything changed rapidly. Roderick's army was larger on paper, but paper armies and real armies are two very different things. When your troops include people who might actually prefer to see you lose, military mathematics becomes considerably more complicated. The battle itself was less a clash of titans and more like watching a carefully stacked house of cards encounter a sudden breeze. Roderick's forces didn't just lose, they collapsed with the kind of spectacular completeness that makes military historians shake their heads in amazement. The king himself disappeared during the fighting, and while various stories emerged about his fate, the practical result was the same. The Visigothic kingdom had just lost its head, literally or figuratively. But here's where the story becomes particularly captivating from your comfortable evening perspective. The speed of what followed defied all reasonable expectations. Within a few years, Muslim forces had swept across most of the Iberian Peninsula with a swiftness that seems almost impossible until you remember that they weren't just conquering territory. They were often being invited in by local populations who saw them as preferable to the chaos of Visigothic rule. The result wasn't the Hollywood version of conquest, with dramatic sieges and heroic last stands. This was conquest through administrative competence, religious tolerance, and the simple appeal of stable government after decades of political turmoil. Sometimes the most revolutionary changes happen not through dramatic confrontation, but through offering people something they didn't even realize they wanted: predictability. Imagine waking up one morning to discover that everything familiar about your world has been quietly rearranged while you slept. The same mountains still frame the horizon, and the same rivers still flow toward the sea, but suddenly there are new rules, new rulers, and new ways of doing things that everyone is expected to learn rather quickly. This is essentially what happened to the people of Hispania as Muslim rule settled over the peninsula like a new season. But unlike the harsh winter of conquest that many might have expected, what actually emerged was something surprisingly manageable. The new rulers, it turned out, were excellent at the mundane business of actually running things. You see, the Umayyad Caliphate had learned something that many conquerors throughout history seem to miss. Destroying everything you've just conquered is rather like burning down the house you've just bought. Instead, they brought with them a sophisticated administrative system that had been refined through governing diverse populations across a vast territory stretching from Spain to Central Asia. The Christian and Jewish populations found themselves classified as dhimmi, protected peoples who could continue practicing their religions in exchange for paying additional taxes and accepting certain legal restrictions. Now, before you start thinking, this arrangement sounds wonderfully tolerant by modern standards, remember that religious tolerance in the 8th century was rather like air conditioning in the desert, rare enough that you appreciated it when you found it, even if it wasn't quite what you'd get at home. For many people, daily life under the new system was actually an improvement over the chaos of late Visigothic rule. Trade flourished, cities grew, and the famous convivencia, the coexistence of Christian, Muslim and Jewish communities, began to develop in ways that would make medieval Iberia one of the most culturally rich regions in Europe. But here's where human nature asserts itself in ways that are both predictable and touching. People adapt, but they also remember. In countless small ways, the conquered population maintained connections to their previous identity while learning to navigate their new reality. They spoke Arabic in the marketplace but might still pray in Latin at home. They adopted new architectural styles while preserving old family traditions. They learned new skills while teaching their children old stories. This cultural blending created something unprecedented in medieval Europe. A society where a Christian merchant might do business with a Muslim banker while discussing philosophy with a Jewish scholar, and nobody thought this was particularly remarkable. It was rather like living in one of those modern neighbourhoods where everyone's from somewhere else, except with more swords and considerably less plumbing. The new rulers established their capital at Cordoba, which under their guidance would become one of the largest and most sophisticated cities in Europe. They built schools, libraries and workshops. They improved agricultural techniques and expanded trade networks. They even maintained and expanded the Roman infrastructure they inherited, which showed a refreshing appreciation for good engineering regardless of its origins. Yet beneath this surface of accommodation and progress, something else was quietly taking root. In the mountainous regions of the north, where the conquest had been less complete and central authority was weaker, small communities of Christians began to develop what we might call selective amnesia about their new reality. They remembered the old kingdom, the old faith, and the old ways of doing things, and they began to nurture the idea that their current situation might not be permanent. These weren't grand gestures of defiance or dramatic declarations of independence. They were the quiet, persistent activities of people who had decided that while they might have to accept foreign rule, they didn't have to like it or consider it legitimate. They maintained their own religious practices, preserved their own legal traditions, and most importantly told their children stories about how things used to be and how they might be again. The irony, of course, is that the very tolerance and administrative competence that made Muslim rule bearable also provided the space for this quiet resistance to develop. A harsher system might have stamped out Christian identity entirely, while a more chaotic one might have left people too focused on simple survival to think about political alternatives. Instead, the conquered population found themselves in the historically unusual position of being governed by people who were genuinely better at governing than their previous rulers, while still maintaining the psychological and cultural resources to imagine eventual liberation. It was rather like being in a very comfortable prison run by thoughtful wardens. You might appreciate the amenities while still planning your eventual escape. This quiet persistence in the northern mountains would be one of history's most patient investments, planted by people who might never live to see its harvest, but who maintained faith that someone someday would. Let's take a moment to appreciate one of history's most delightful ironies. The Reconquest of Iberia began not with a grand army or divine revelation, but with what was essentially a tax dispute that got wildly out of hand. You have to admire the very human scale of it all. It's rather like discovering that the American Revolution started because someone got really annoyed about the price of tea. In the Asturian mountains of northern Spain, around the year 718, a Visigothic nobleman named Pelayo was dealing with the kind of problem that would be familiar to anyone who's ever had a disagreement with the local authorities. The Muslim governors wanted him to pay tribute and acknowledge their authority. Pelayo, for reasons that probably made perfect sense to him at the time, decided he'd rather not. Now, under normal circumstances, this kind of local disagreement would be resolved quickly and decisively in favour of whoever had the bigger army. But the Asturian mountains weren't normal circumstances. They were the medieval equivalent of trying to govern a region made entirely of natural fortresses. The terrain was so rugged that sending large military forces into it was rather like trying to organise a parade in a maze. Pelayo's initial act of defiance was probably witnessed by fewer people than typically attend a modern city council meeting. He gathered a small group of supporters. Accounts vary, but we're talking dozens, not thousands, and retreated to a cave called Covadonga. From a military perspective, the event looked like the kind of last stand that usually ends with historians writing sympathetic footnotes about brave but doomed resistance. The Muslim force sent to deal with this minor irritation was probably expecting what their commanders back in Cordoba were expecting: a brief expedition to arrest some troublemakers and restore order. Instead, they found themselves attempting to dislodge determined defenders from positions seemingly destined for such stubborn resistance. The Battle of Covadonga, fought sometime around 722, was the kind of encounter that looks insignificant in the moment, but grows in importance with each passing year. The Muslim force was defeated, not destroyed, but defeated enough that they withdrew, rather than continue what was turning into an expensive and embarrassing exercise in mountain warfare. From Pelayo's perspective, he had successfully defended his home and maintained his independence. From the Muslim governor's perspective, they had bigger concerns than chasing a few rebels through mountains that seemed designed to make military operations as difficult as possible. From history's perspective, something had just begun that would continue for the next 7 centuries. What makes this moment particularly fascinating is how ordinary it must have seemed to almost everyone involved. Pelayo wasn't proclaiming himself the champion of Christendom, or announcing a divinely inspired mission to reconquer Iberia. He was simply a man who decided he preferred his traditional way of life to the new management, and who happened to live in terrain that made his preference militarily viable. The victory at Covadonga became something more than a military success. It became proof that Muslim rule wasn't inevitable or permanent. Word spread through the Christian communities that remained scattered across the peninsula, carried by merchants, pilgrims, and that most effective of medieval communication networks, gossip. But here's what makes Pelayo's story particularly relevant to your evening contemplation. He didn't succeed because he had a master plan or divine assistance or superior military technology. He succeeded because he was stubborn, he picked his ground carefully, and he was willing to accept a very modest definition of success. Occasionally, the most important historical changes begin with someone simply saying no and meaning it. The kingdom of Asturias that emerged from this mountain rebellion was tiny, poor, and surrounded by much more powerful neighbours. By any reasonable measure, it should have been a historical footnote, one of those brief moments of independence that gets absorbed back into the larger political reality. Instead, it became the seed from which the entire Reconquista would eventually grow. This episode suggests something both encouraging and slightly absurd about human nature. Sometimes the most significant changes in history begin with people who have no idea they're making history. They're just dealing with their immediate circumstances, making the best decisions they can with the information they have, and refusing to accept situations they find unacceptable. Pelayo probably went to sleep each night thinking about practical problems, food supplies, defensive positions, and keeping his small band of followers motivated and organised. He almost certainly didn't imagine that he was launching a centuries-long process that would reshape the entire Iberian Peninsula. He was just a man trying to preserve his way of life in a world that had changed around him. Imagine a garden where aggressive weeds have completely overtaken the original flowers. But then, if you look carefully in the corners and along the edges, you start to notice small shoots pushing up through the soil. The old plants haven't died. They've just been growing quietly in places where the weeds couldn't reach them. This is essentially what was happening in the northern regions of Iberia during the early centuries of Muslim rule. The kingdom of Asturias, emerging from Pelayo's successful mountain rebellion, was rather like a medieval startup. Small, scrappy, and operating with the kind of lean efficiency that comes from having absolutely no choice in the matter. The early Asturian kings ruled over a territory that was mostly rocks, trees, and people who had gotten very good at making do with limited resources. But what makes their story particularly endearing is that they transformed their poverty into a strength rather than a weakness. Since they couldn't compete with the wealth and sophistication of Muslim Iberia, they positioned themselves as the authentic keepers of the old traditions. They were the original article, the vintage Christian kingdom, aged to perfection in mountain caves and seasoned with genuine suffering. King Alfonso I, ruling in the early 8th century, perfected what we might call the liberation through depopulation strategy. He would launch raids into the territories between his kingdom and the main Muslim settlements, not to conquer and hold ground, but to convince the Christian populations in those areas to pack up and move north to his kingdom. It was rather like being a medieval real estate agent whose sales pitch was, "Come live in our beautiful mountains, where the scenery is spectacular and nobody will try to convert you to Islam." This policy had the delightful side effect of creating a no-man's land between Christian and Muslim territories, a buffer zone that was difficult for either side to control, but which served as an excellent training ground for the kind of small-scale warfare that mountain kingdoms do best. The Asturians became experts at what we'd now call guerrilla tactics, though they probably just thought of it as how you fight when you can't afford to lose. Meanwhile, Leon emerged as the kingdom's new capital, when the kings decided that ruling from mountain caves, while romantically authentic, was becoming impractical as their territory expanded. Leon offered the radical luxury of being a place where you could hold court without worrying about the ceiling dripping on your crown. The really clever part of the Asturian strategy was cultural as well as military. They positioned themselves as the continuation of the Visigothic kingdom, not its successors, but literally the same kingdom that had temporarily lost most of its territory. Their approach wasn't just propaganda. It was a comprehensive rebranding effort that would make modern marketing executives weep with admiration. They maintained Visigothic legal codes, preserved Latin literacy, and most importantly, developed what we might call the "we never really left" narrative. According to this version of events, the Kingdom of Asturias wasn't a new political entity, but rather the Visigothic kingdom in temporary exile, waiting for the right moment to reclaim its inheritance. This narrative was particularly powerful because it transformed what could have been considered a series of border raids and minor territorial expansions into something much more significant: the systematic recovery of stolen property. When Asturian forces captured a town or valley, they weren't conquering new territory. They were liberating occupied land and restoring it to its rightful rulers. The psychological impact of this approach was considerable. Christian populations throughout Iberia now had a focal point for their identity and aspirations. The Kingdom of Asturias proved that Christian rule was still possible, still viable, and most importantly still expanding. Every Asturian victory, regardless of its magnitude, demonstrated that the Muslim conquest was not the final chapter. But perhaps the most remarkable aspect of this early period was how the Asturian approach to reconquest was fundamentally different from what we might expect. Their strategy wasn't driven by religious fanaticism or ethnic hatred. It was driven by the much more practical desire to live according to familiar laws and customs. The Asturians didn't spend a lot of time denouncing Islam. They spent their time demonstrating that Christian rule could be effective, protective, and worth supporting. They were also remarkably pragmatic about their goals. Rather than declaring their intention to reconquer the entire peninsula, which would have sounded rather absurd coming from rulers of a mountain kingdom, they focused on the achievable objective of expanding their territory bit by bit, valley by valley, mountain by mountain. This patience and pragmatism would prove to be one of their greatest strengths. While other medieval kingdoms rose and fell through overambitious expansion or internal conflict, the Asturians built something sustainable. A Christian kingdom that grew stronger rather than weaker over time, and that would eventually become the foundation for much larger reconquest efforts. By the 9th and 10th centuries, Pelayo's persistent refusal to pay taxes had transformed into a situation that was beginning to cause the Muslim rulers of Iberia genuine discomfort. It's rather like watching a small crack in a wall gradually expand until you realise the whole structure might need attention. The Kingdom of Asturias had been quietly but persistently expanding, and by now it was no longer accurate to describe it as a minor mountain rebellion. Under kings like Alfonso II and Alfonso III, the kingdom had developed from a desperate refugee camp into a functioning medieval state with its own economy, military organisation, and most importantly, a clear sense of mission. Alfonso III, who ruled in the late 9th century, was particularly good at what we might call expansion with style. He didn't just conquer territory, he established cities, built churches, and created the kind of infrastructure that made people want to stay, rather than flee at the first opportunity. Cities like Zamora and Toro weren't just military outposts. They were statements of permanence, announcements that Christian rule was back and intended to stay. But what's particularly fascinating about this period is that the Christian kingdoms were acquiring the same patience and strategic thinking that had made Muslim rule so successful. They weren't just fighting battles, they were building institutions, establishing trade networks, and most importantly, creating the administrative machinery that could govern an expanding territory. The really clever innovation was the development of what historians call the Reconquest ideology, a systematic intellectual framework that transformed military expansion into a sacred mission. The mission wasn't just about recovering lost territory anymore. It was about fulfilling a divine mandate to restore Christian rule to the entire peninsula. It was brilliant marketing that gave every border skirmish cosmic significance. This ideological framework had the additional advantage of attracting support from beyond the peninsula. Christian kingdoms across Europe began to see the Iberian reconquest as part of their own spiritual mission, which meant that French, Italian, and other European knights started arriving to help with what they saw as a holy war against Islam. These foreign volunteers brought more than just military assistance. They brought new military techniques, financial resources, and most importantly, they brought the sense that the Reconquista was part of a larger European Christian identity. What had begun as a local dispute over governance was gradually becoming part of the great cultural and religious confrontation between Christianity and Islam. Meanwhile, Muslim Iberia was discovering that success can create its own problems. The efficiency and prosperity that had made Al-Andalus the envy of Europe had also made it somewhat complacent. For so long, the Christian kingdoms in the north were viewed as minor irritations, and when they began to pose a genuine threat, the response was often delayed. The Umayyad Caliphate was also dealing with internal pressures that diverted attention and resources from the northern frontier. Political succession disputes, regional rebellions, and the constant challenge of governing a diverse population meant that the military focus needed to contain Christian expansion wasn't always available when and where it was needed. By the 10th century, the balance of power was shifting in ways that would have seemed impossible 2 centuries earlier. The Christian kingdoms weren't just surviving, they were beginning to thrive. They had developed their own military innovations, established secure economic bases, and most importantly, they had created a political and cultural identity that was attracting support from across Christian Europe. The psychological transformation was perhaps even more significant than the military one. Christian populations throughout Iberia now had concrete evidence that Muslim rule wasn't permanent or inevitable. Every Christian victory, every recovered city, every successful campaign was proof that change was possible and that supporting the Reconquest might be a winning strategy rather than a hopeless gesture. This shift in perception created a feedback loop that accelerated the process. As Christian kingdoms became more successful, they attracted more support, which made them more successful, which attracted more support. The momentum that had been building slowly for generations was beginning to reach critical mass. The Reconquista was transforming from a local mountain rebellion into a peninsula-wide movement with international support and religious legitimacy. What had once seemed like an impossible dream, the complete recovery of Christian rule over Iberia, was beginning to look like an achievable, if long-term, objective. But perhaps most importantly, the Christian kingdoms had learned something crucial about the nature of historical change. Sometimes the most effective way to transform the world is to start small, stay focused, and maintain consistent pressure over very long periods of time. They had mastered the art of strategic patience. As you sit here in the gentle quiet of evening, imagine yourself looking back across those 7 centuries that stretched between Pelayo's first defiant stand in the mountains and the final surrender of Granada in 1492. It's rather like watching time-lapse photography of a garden where flowers that were planted in spring don't bloom until the following winter, except the seasons lasted for generations. The Reconquista that began with a tax dispute had become something unprecedented in medieval history. A sustained, multi-generational project that transformed not just the political map of Iberia, but the very identity of European Christianity. What started as a simple refusal to accept foreign rule had evolved into a defining characteristic of Spanish and Portuguese culture that would influence their approach to everything from exploration to empire building. By the 11th century, the momentum that had been building for centuries was beginning to produce dramatic results. The capture of Toledo in 1085 by Alfonso VI of Castile was one of those moments when everyone involved probably sensed they were participating in something historically significant. Toledo wasn't just another city. It was the ancient capital of Visigothic Spain, the symbolic heart of the kingdom that the Christian rulers claimed to be restoring. The fall of Toledo demonstrated something that military theorists still study today: how psychological victories can be more important than purely military ones. The conquest of this city didn't just add territory to the Christian kingdoms, it proved that even the most seemingly secure Muslim strongholds could be taken by patient, determined forces who were willing to play the long game. But perhaps the most remarkable aspect of the Reconquista's ultimate success was how it maintained its essential character across those 7 centuries. The same qualities that had made Pelayo's rebellion successful, stubbornness, strategic patience, and the ability to turn disadvantages into advantages, remained central to the Christian approach throughout the entire process. The Christian kingdoms learned to cooperate when necessary while maintaining their independence, to adopt new military technologies while preserving their cultural identity, and, most importantly, to think in terms of generations rather than immediate results. They created institutions that could survive individual defeats, economic setbacks, and political changes because they were built around the idea that temporary setbacks were just that, temporary. The final centuries of the Reconquista were marked by the consolidation of Christian power under the unified crowns of Castile and Aragon. The marriage of Isabella and Ferdinand in 1469 created the political unity that could finally complete what Pelayo had begun in the mountains of Asturias. It's one of history's neat symmetries that a movement that began with one stubborn individual would be completed by the strategic alliance of 2 determined monarchs. The surrender of Granada in 1492 marked not just the end of Muslim rule in Iberia, but the completion of one of the longest and most successful military campaigns in European history. What makes it particularly remarkable is that it succeeded not through overwhelming force or brilliant strategy, but through the simple expedient of refusing to give up and consistently working toward a clearly defined goal across multiple centuries. The legacy of the Reconquista extends far beyond the borders of Spain and Portugal. The experience of successfully recovering lost territory through sustained effort created a cultural confidence that would fuel the age of exploration. The same kingdoms that had spent centuries learning to expand their territory step by step would soon be applying those lessons to global empire building. More fundamentally, the Reconquista demonstrated something encouraging about human persistence and the possibility of long-term change. It showed that even the most seemingly permanent political arrangements can be transformed by people who are willing to start small, stay focused, and maintain their efforts across multiple generations. As you consider this story from your comfortable modern perspective, perhaps the most relevant lesson is how ordinary people, faced with circumstances they found unacceptable, created extraordinary change through the simple expedient of refusing to accept that those circumstances were permanent. They didn't need special advantages or dramatic gestures. They just needed patience, persistence, and the willingness to think beyond their lifetimes. The birth of the Reconquista reminds us that some of history's most significant transformations begin not with grand declarations or revolutionary moments, but with individuals who simply decide that their current situation doesn't have to be their permanent reality. Sometimes the most powerful force in human history is just the quiet determination to make tomorrow different from today, sustained over enough tomorrows to make a difference that lasts. And with that thought, perhaps it's time to let this story settle into your evening quiet, carrying with it the gentle reminder that even the longest journeys begin with someone taking the first step. Picture yourself on the front porch of a house in a small town in America on October 31st, 1909. It's about 5 o'clock in the evening, and the light in the fall has that special quality that photographers spend their whole lives trying to get golden slanting, making everything it touches look like it belongs in a painting you'd find in your grandmother's parlour. The air is cool like it is in October, which makes you happy to have a cardigan or wool jacket, but not so cold that you need to hurry inside. You can't make the smell in the air artificially. It's a mix of wood smoke from someone's chimney and the earthy smell of leaves that fell yesterday and got wet in the rain. Underneath it all, there's that smell of autumn that can't be put into words. You could be in any number of towns like Oberlin, Ohio, Concord, Massachusetts, or Galesburg, Illinois. In 1909, these towns all had tree-lined streets with maples that were putting on their annual fireworks show of colour. Houses that were close enough to feel like neighbours but far enough apart for privacy. And a pace of life that modern people would find either relaxing or maddeningly slow, depending on their mood. Most of the houses on your street are made of wood and are painted in sensible colours like white, grey, or sometimes a bold cream. These are not the perfectly restored Victorian homes you see in historic districts today. These are homes that people live in, and some of them need a little paint touch-up, while others have porches that sag a little in the middle from years of use. But they're all well taken care of, with walkways that are swept and windows that catch the evening light like amber. The big party that October 31st, 1909 would become wasn't yet a big deal. People still called it Halloween or Halloween, which is a cute old-fashioned way to say it. But it wasn't a day that needed to be planned weeks in advance or taken off work. Kids went to school like usual, adults went about their daily lives, and the parties that night mostly took place in homes and church social halls instead of turning entire neighbourhoods into haunted displays. At this time of day, the streets are starting to quiet down. Men are coming home from work, stores and offices. They are walking home because in a town like this, most things are close enough to walk to. They're dressed up in suits, but not because it's a special occasion. That's just what men wore to work. They wore dark wool suits with vests, pocket watches on chains, and hats that they would hang on coat racks as soon as they got home. Women can be seen through lit windows, moving around their kitchens in the strange dance of making dinner. In 1909, cooking dinner didn't mean following an online recipe, or reheating something from the store. It was a big deal that needed constant attention, coal or wood stoves, ingredients that had been picked out the day before or that morning, and skills that took years to learn and were passed down through generations like family heirlooms. The kids are all excited, and this is where Halloween starts to show itself. Their parents are trying to keep them calm until after dinner. There will be parties tonight after dinner and the dishes are done. Not the kind you're thinking of, with loud music and lots of people you don't know. These are gatherings in parlours and church basements where games will be played, fortunes will be told, and the line between the normal world and something a little stranger will seem to blur for a few hours. You can tell it's fall from the porch as the evening gets darker. There are things that make it clear that this is fall, no matter what year it is. There are pumpkins on the porches. These are not the carved jack-o'-lanterns that will become popular later. Instead, they are whole pumpkins, some of which are quite large, that were bought from local farms to be used as decorations and eaten later. Some might have simple faces carved into them, but just as many are left whole. The orange colour is enough to make them look like Christmas. People have tied corn stalks to the railings of their porches and the posts of their fences. They're already dry and rustling in the light evening breeze, making a sound that is both sad and somehow comforting. Some homes have put them together in shocks, which are tent-like structures that farmers use in fields but are smaller for decoration. You might also see gourds in different shapes, autumn leaves tied together in bundles, and maybe some pots with late-blooming chrysanthemums in them. The decorations from 1909 are handmade, seasonal and temporary, which shows a different way of thinking about material goods. There are no plastic or mass-produced items here. Everything has been made, bought or found locally. These decorations won't be put away in labelled storage bins for next year when November comes. Instead, they'll be composted, burned or returned to the ground, and new ones will be made in October. When it starts to get dark, which happens around 6 o'clock in late October 1909 without daylight saving time, you can see candles being lit in windows. In 1909 there are electric lights, but they aren't everywhere, especially in small towns and rural areas. A lot of homes still use gas lights or kerosene lamps. Even homes with electricity might choose candles tonight to set the mood. These aren't the fake flameless LED candles you have now, or even the scented candles that come in pretty jars. These candles are made of tallow or beeswax, and some are hand-dipped while others are moulded. They all give off a warm, slightly flickering light that makes every room look like a painting by a Dutch master. The light doesn't fill rooms like electric bulbs do. Instead, it makes pools of light surrounded by soft shadows, which makes homes look both cosy and mysterious. To get a better idea of what Halloween meant in 1909, you need to go back even further in time, to when this night had other names and served other purposes. Don't worry, this won't be a boring history class. Think of it more like figuring out the layers of tradition that have built up on this date over time, like rings on a tree. Each layer adds meaning without completely erasing what came before it. Like many stories from October, this one starts with the ancient Celts, who lived in what is now Ireland, Scotland, Wales, and parts of France thousands of years ago. Samhain was a festival that people pronounced Samhain, like the female pig, not Samhain, which is what most people think. The Celts thought of winter as a time of death, just like they thought of spring as a time of life. Samhain marked the end of the harvest season and the start of winter. But from your cosy spot in the present, here's what makes Samhain interesting. It wasn't mostly a scary holiday. Yes, the Celts thought that the line between the living world and the world of the dead became less clear on this night. Yes, they believed that spirits could cross over, but they didn't respond with fear. Instead, they were friendly but careful. They left food out for wandering spirits, lit bonfires to help the souls of the dead find their way, and were happy to be able to talk to their ancestors who had died. Picture this. Once a year, the barrier between you and your beloved grandmother who died becomes so thin that she can come over for dinner. You wouldn't lock the doors in fear. Instead, you'd set an extra place at the table and hope she'd share her knowledge with you one more time. That was more like the spirit of Samhain than the scary Halloween we know today. As Christianity spread through Celtic lands, which took hundreds of years and wasn't a single dramatic conversion moment, the church did something smart that they had done with many pagan festivals. Instead of trying to get rid of Samhain completely, they just took it in and made All Saints' Day on November 1st and All Souls' Day on November 2nd. All Hallows' Eve was the night before All Saints' Day. Over time, it became Halloween. This Christian layer didn't get rid of the older traditions. Instead, it baptized them, giving them new meanings while the old ones still echoed underneath. It became a Christian tradition to light candles for the dead, but it wasn't that different from the Celtic bonfires. The idea that the dead were somehow closer on this night stayed the same, but it was seen through a different religious lens. When these customs got to America, mostly through Irish and Scottish immigrants in the 1800s, they had already changed a little from where they came from. The immigrants brought memories of home that were part real folk practice and part romanticised nostalgia. They remembered the parties, the games, the fortune-telling, and the general feeling that this night was special, even if they weren't sure why it had started. Halloween in America is still figuring out who it is in 1909. It won't be a holiday for kids to get candy until the 1950s. Instead, It's mostly an evening for teens and young adults to hang out, play games, and most importantly, tell fortunes about love. One of the most common beliefs about Halloween, which has changed over time, is that it was a good night to find out what your love life would be like in the future. People who celebrated Halloween in 1909 probably didn't know much about Samhain's history, or the complicated theological talks that went on in the medieval church. They know that their grandparents and parents celebrated this night, that there are certain things you do on Halloween, and that there's something nice and mysterious about a night when you look into the future and realise that the world might be stranger than it seems. You could say that this is Halloween in the middle of a change. It has changed a lot since its folk roots, but it hasn't yet become the commercial powerhouse of your time. It lives in this interesting middle ground where folk traditions mix with Victorian parlour games, rural harvest celebrations mix with urban social entertainment, and real belief in the supernatural turns into playful superstition. Once the sun goes down in your 1909 neighbourhood, the real work of getting ready for Halloween begins inside the houses. This is where you'd see how people celebrated holidays in the past compared to now. There are no costume shops, no places to buy a lot of pre-made decorations, and no party supply warehouses. You have to make everything by hand for tonight to be special, and making things is part of the celebration itself. Let's take a look inside a normal home that is hosting a Halloween party. The parlour has changed. If you don't know what a parlour is, it's the formal sitting room where guests were entertained. In homes of working class or middle class people, this might be the only room besides bedrooms that is used for both everyday living and special events. In wealthier homes, the parlour was used for guests, while the family used a less formal sitting room for everyday life. The everyday furniture has been moved around to make more room for tonight's gathering. The heavy upholstered chairs and settees, which are made to last for generations and weigh about as much as modern cars, have been pushed back against the walls. The middle of the room is open for games that might require some movement, but not too much. Keep in mind that this is 1909, and Victorian manners are still affecting how people act, even though the Edwardian era is making things a little more relaxed. The decorations show both creativity and a lack of it. Black and orange construction paper chains hang from the corners and loop across the ceiling. Someone, probably the teenage daughter of the house and her younger siblings, spent the afternoon cutting strips of paper, making them into circles and sticking them together with flour paste. Some of the circles in the chains are more perfect than others, which gives them the charming imperfection of things made by hand. There are cutouts of black cats, witches on broomsticks, and crescent moons on the walls. These were probably copied from templates in women's magazines like Ladies' Home Journal or Woman's Home Companion, which often had craft projects for holidays. The silhouettes are simple and easy to recognise, and they make the room feel festive without being too scary. This decoration is meant to make you feel playful and mysterious, not scared. The jack-o'-lantern is probably the most atmospheric decoration, but in 1909 it might have been a turnip lantern, or a hollowed-out gourd instead of a pumpkin. The custom of carving vegetables into lanterns started in Ireland and Scotland, where they used turnips and rutabagas at first. Irish immigrants brought the tradition to America and found that pumpkins worked even better because they were bigger, softer, and easier to carve. The jack-o'-lantern on the table or mantelpiece has a face that is more funny than scary. The features are simple: a triangular nose and eyes, a gap-toothed grin, and a lot of patience and a strong knife. A candle flickers inside, making the face look like it's moving and dancing in the low light. The smell of slightly burnt pumpkin flesh adds to the mood, mixing with the other smells of the night. Speaking of smells, the house is full of them, which might be too much for someone who is used to modern air conditioning and places that don't smell. The smell of wood smoke from the stove, the tang of apples from a bowl waiting to be used in the evening's games, the sweet spicy smell of cider warming on the stove, and the smell of a house that has been closed up against the cooling evening. It's a mix of wood, fabric, old paper, and people living there that isn't bad but is very alive. People are getting ready for the snacks that will be served later in the dining room or kitchen. This isn't a full meal. Guests would have eaten dinner at home before coming. Instead, It's what people of this time called light refreshments. This usually means cider, both regular and maybe some spiked for the adults, cookies or small cakes, candied apples, popcorn balls, and maybe roasted nuts. The kitchen is a place where people work hard. The stove, whether it's a coal range or one of the newer gas models, has been going for hours, keeping the right temperature for each dish. In 1909, baking was more like chemistry done by instinct and experience than following exact recipes. A woman who has been in charge of a household for years can tell if the oven is at the right temperature by how quickly a piece of paper browns. She can also tell if bread is done by the sound it makes when tapped on the bottom. The treats being made are based on both tradition and what is going on in farming in October. Apples are a big part of this time of year because it's the height of apple season, and they've been a big part of Halloween for hundreds of years. Some apples are being candied by dipping them in a mixture of sugar, corn syrup, and red food colouring, and then letting them harden on waxed paper. It's a sticky and somewhat difficult process that makes treats that are so sweet they hurt your teeth, and so hard you have to work hard to chew them. Some apples are meant for games instead of eating. They've been polished until they shine and put in a big metal tub or wooden barrel that will be filled with water for apple bobbing. This is one of the most traditional and popular Halloween activities, even though it's hard and not very dignified. A big pot on the stove is making popcorn. The kernels were bought in bulk from a general store and are kept in a jar in the pantry. You have to keep an eye on the pot and shake it hard to keep the popcorn from burning in 1909. After they pop, the fluffy white kernels will be shaped into balls and held together with molasses or sugar syrup. These treats are part candy, part snack, and all seasonal. Usually more than one generation works together to make these drinks. The grandmother of the house might be in charge while her daughter does the harder work. The kids can help with easy tasks like polishing apples or counting out cookies onto serving plates. Even getting ready is a kind of visit, since family members work together and talk about the day's events, gossip and opinions. As the time for guests to arrive draws near, probably around 7 or 7:30 in the evening, a final check of the preparations is made. Are there enough seats? Is the jack-o'-lantern in a place where people can see it, but not accidentally knock it over? Are the games set up? Is the fire in the fireplace keeping the room warm without making it too hot? The house is as ready as it's going to get. It's changed from how it usually looks into something special. The change isn't big. No one would think this is anything other than a nice middle-class home, but there is a purpose behind it, and it seems like effort has been made to make the place feel right for this mysterious night. As guests start to arrive, walking through the darkening streets because most people live close enough that they don't need cars, the real heart of a 1909 Halloween party starts to show itself. This is a night mostly for games, but not just any games. These games are meant to show you what your romantic future will be like. These days, Halloween is less about costumes and candy, and more about young people trying to figure out who they might marry. You need to know what's going on in society to understand why this is so important. Romantic relationships in 1909 were both more limited and more important than they are now. Young men and women didn't date a lot of people at once, live together before getting married, or spend years trying to figure out what they wanted. Courtship was a serious matter that had real effects on people's lives and finances, and marriage was the most important thing that happened to most people, especially women. So an evening of games that might show you your romantic future wasn't just a fun way to pass the time. It was a way to deal with a real worry through the socially acceptable form of light-hearted superstition. No one really thought that bobbing for apples could tell them who their future spouse would be, but no one really didn't believe it either. It was in that comfortable space between what is certain and what is possible that makes folklore work. The host family greets the first guests at the door, and for a brief moment people move from the cold October night to the warm, candlelit inside. People take off their coats and hang them on the coat tree in the hall. Hats are carefully put on the right surfaces. People greet each other properly, which may seem stiff to modern people, but gives social interactions a comfortable structure. Most of the guests are young people in their late teens and early 20s, but some older friends or family members might come along to keep an eye on them, or just because community social events aren't as age segregated as they will be later. Everyone is wearing their best clothes. which aren't fancy formal clothes, but nicer day or evening clothes that show respect for the event and the hosts. The games start when enough people are there to make a real party, and the first game is almost always apple bobbing, which is an old game that somehow manages to be both silly and serious at the same time. The apples are floating on the surface of the big tub or barrel of water. They bob up and down slowly, making them look like they are easy to catch. The rule is simple. You can only catch an apple with your mouth, not your hands. The truth is that it's a lot harder, especially when you think about how strict fashion and propriety were in 1909. The young women wear blouses or dresses with high collars and fancy fronts that absolutely cannot get wet without causing real social problems. The young men wear collars that will wilt right away if they get wet, ruining the carefully starched look they had before. So the game is all about trying to keep your dignity while you dunk your face into cold water and chase slippery apples around with your teeth. The first brave person to try usually walks up to the tub with confidence, but that confidence quickly fades after the first try. The apple moves away just as your mouth gets to it. Pushed by the ripples your own movement makes, you come up sputtering and your friends laugh at you. Your hair is wet and your pride is a little hurt. But social pressure and real fun make you want to try again, and if you're lucky or persistent, you finally win with an apple in your mouth. Tradition says that the first person to bob an apple will be the first person in the group to get married. This is where the romantic fortune-telling part comes from. It doesn't really matter if anyone believes this. The attempt is fun, the success is a small win, and the prophecy gives you something to laugh about for the rest of the night. Another fun game is to hang donuts or apples on strings that are attached to a rod or the ceiling. People have to eat the treat that is hanging without using their hands, which is harder than it sounds because the target moves away with each bite. The good thing about this game is that it keeps everyone's clothes mostly dry, while still being funny and hard. There are also quieter, more mysterious games that use real divination instead of just playing to win. One of the oldest ones is to sit in a dark room in front of a mirror, eat an apple by candlelight, and look over your shoulder into the mirror as midnight approaches. People say that if you look in there, you will see the face of your future spouse. Not many people take this ritual seriously. They usually laugh, make nervous jokes, and feel better when nothing strange happens. But the attempt shows that Halloween is supposed to be a night when the normal rules are broken and you might see something beyond normal reality. Putting nuts on the hearth of the fireplace is another way to tell the future. 2 nuts are named after a couple, and as they heat up, their behaviour is supposed to show what will happen in the future of the relationship. The relationship will be good if the nuts burn quietly next to each other. If they pop and jump apart, the love is over. The fact that nutty behaviour when heated probably has more to do with moisture content than mystical revelation doesn't make anyone less interested in seeing their romantic future supposedly revealed in little explosions. Another way to tell the future is to peel apples. The goal is to peel an apple in one long unbroken strip of skin and then throw the peel over your shoulder. The way the peel lands is said to make the first letter of your future spouse's name. You need to be good at peeling apples and have a lot of imagination to figure out what the shapes mean, since they don't usually look like letters. In between these more traditional activities, people play card games and parlour games. People play games like charades, progressive euchre, and other guessing games that were popular at the time. The games are meant to help people who don't know each other well get to know each other better. They are social, not solitary, and competitive, but not cutthroat. The entertainment for the evening shows a different way of dealing with boredom and fun than you're used to. When conversation slows down in 1909, there are no TVs, phones, or internet to look at. People have learned how to make entertainment instead of just watching it, and they have the skills and patience to do things that require a lot of focus and engagement. This means that charades, which might seem old-fashioned or boring to someone who is used to constant digital stimulation, can be really fun when it's the only thing to do, and the audience is good at both acting and guessing. The slow pace of the evening, getting games ready, playing them and finishing them, feels nice instead of boring, because no one is always comparing it to faster-paced options. As the evening goes on and the parlour games come to a natural end, someone suggests one of the most popular Halloween traditions of the time, a walk through the night. This wasn't a planned event like trick-or-treating would later become. Instead, it was an unplanned trip into the dark that served many purposes at once. For the teens at the party, a night walk gave them something rare in a time when adults were always watching them, some privacy. Chaperones might go with the group, but once everyone was spread out along a dark country road or village street, couples could drift apart a little and have short conversations without old people watching every move. It wasn't exactly scandalous, but it was a rare chance to be alone with someone in a world where most courtship happened in public. The group meets in the front hall and gets their coats and wraps from where they left them earlier. The women put on wool cloaks or coats, and sometimes shawls to keep warm. The men put on their suits and overcoats, as well as the hats that no respectable person would go outside without. Someone lights a lantern, either an oil lamp or a flashlight if they are lucky enough to have one of those newfangled devices. The moon, if it is visible, also provides surprising light once your eyes get used to it. Going outside is like going to a whole new world. The air has that crisp, clear quality that autumn nights have, and the temperature has dropped a lot since sunset. The cold feels good instead of bad. When you breathe, you make small clouds that quickly disappear. The smells from earlier in the evening, like wood smoke and damp leaves, have gotten stronger. You might even be able to smell frost, even though it hasn't gotten cold enough yet. It's hard to imagine how dark it was in 1909 in most places today. There aren't any streetlights in neighbourhoods, porch lights that stay on all night, or shopping centres or office buildings that give off light. The windows of individual homes let in warm light, but these little spots of light only make the darkness around them seem deeper. If the sky's clear, the stars are beautiful. Lots of light that people in your time usually only see in planetariums. The group leaves without a specific destination in mind. They walk along streets and paths that everyone knows during the day, but that look different at night. Landmarks that are easy to find turn into strange shapes. The tree that marks the edge of someone's property becomes a shadowy figure against the sky, which is a little lighter. You don't notice the fence you pass every day until you trip over it and need to pay attention to it. Voices sound different at night than they do during the day. They sound clearer and farther away. The group's talking makes a bubble of human sound that is surrounded by the sounds of the night, like the rustling of leaves, the barking of a dog in the distance, the hooting of an owl, and the wind moving through bare branches with a sound like running water. These natural sounds aren't scary. They're more like friends, reminding us that the dark is full of life going about its business. While the group is walking, someone might tell ghost stories or stories about the area. In 1909, every town had these things. The house where someone died in a strange way 50 years ago. The crossroads where a headless horseman is said to ride. Washington Irving's story was published in 1820 and had become very popular. And the cemetery where lights are sometimes seen floating among the graves. These stories aren't meant to scare you. Remember, it's a gentle Halloween. They're meant to remind you that there might be mysteries in the world that you don't see every day. The storyteller talks in a low voice, not to scare everyone, but because it seems right to talk quietly about these things in the dark. The people who hear it laugh nervously and shiver a lot, showing fear more than feeling it. If the group goes past a cemetery, which is often close to homes in small towns, they might stop at the fence. Not to go in, because that would be disrespectful to the dead, but to recognise the place and maybe think of friends and family who are buried there. The Victorians and Edwardians had a complicated relationship with death. They were more familiar with it than people today because it happened at home instead of in hospitals and the death rate was higher. They were also more sentimental about it. The walk could take you to a place that is important to the area, like a hilltop with a view of the countryside, a bridge over a stream, or a big old tree that has been a landmark for generations. At these places, the group might stop, not for any planned reason, but just to enjoy the night, the October air, and being young, alive, and part of a community. This night walk gives some of the group a chance to think about the deeper meanings of Halloween. It's easier to believe that the veil between worlds is really thinner, and that those who have died are really closer when you stand in the dark under the stars. These thoughts don't have to be scary. It's comforting rather than scary to think that your grandmother or a friend who has passed away might be nearby. The practical parts of the walk are charming in their own way. Women walk through the dark while wearing long skirts that get caught on plants and shoes that aren't meant for rough ground. Men offer their arms to help women over hard places, which is both practical and romantic. The person carrying the lantern becomes important for a short time. They hold the light that keeps everyone on the path and draw the group's attention. Eventually the group goes home because it's too cold, it's too late, or they're just too tired from all the fun they had that night. The walk back often seems shorter than the walk out, which is what happens when you walk home. People might be talking less now and thinking more, and the energy from earlier in the evening has turned into satisfied tiredness. As they get closer to the house where the party started, the warm light coming through the windows looks especially inviting after being in the dark for a while. The group is grateful for the warmth and light when they come back in, especially since it's so cold and dark outside. This change from dark to light and cold to warm is small, but it touches on something deep down that makes a home feel like a safe place. Once back inside the warm house, with cold cheeks and hair that have been messed up by the wind, the conversation often turns to the spooky parts of Halloween. But in 1909, beliefs in the supernatural are in a strange place between real faith and fun, between old-fashioned beliefs and new-fashioned doubt. You should know that 1909 is an interesting time in history for people who believe in the supernatural. This is an age of growing scientific knowledge, widespread education, and technological progress that is changing how people live every day. Spiritualism, the idea that the dead can talk to the living through mediums, was very popular in the late 1800s and still has a lot of followers. The ghost stories and Gothic literature of the last 100 years have made supernatural encounters seem very romantic. As a result, most educated people in 1909 don't really believe in the Halloween superstitions, but they don't completely disbelieve them either. You might not believe in astrology, but you still know your zodiac sign and feel good when your horoscope says good things are coming. The supernatural is one of those things that probably aren't real but could be, and it's fun to think about them anyway. In 1909, Halloween folklore was mostly about spirits of the dead, not demons or other evil beings. People believe that the night is a time when people who have died can come back to see the people and places they loved in life. Instead of being scary, this is usually shown as a soft, even beautiful chance. The custom of leaving food for the dead, which goes back to Celtic Samhain, is still going on, but in a less strict way. Some families might set a place at the table, or put out a plate of treats to show that their loved ones who have passed away are welcome to come by if they want to. You don't do this out of fear or dread. You do it out of the same kindness you would show to living relatives who might stop by without warning. The stories told at Halloween parties are more likely to be sad than scary. Someone might tell a story about a grandmother who died and whose favourite perfume was in her old room on Halloween night, or about a father who died and whose pocket watch, which had stopped at the moment of his death, rang once at midnight on All Hallows' Eve for no reason. These stories talk about loss and grief, but they also say that love lives on after death. The ghosts in Halloween stories from 1909 aren't the evil ghosts that show up in later horror stories. They're more like kind spirits who might help or comfort you if you treat them with respect. The fortune-telling games that were played earlier in the evening seem to call on these spirits as sources of information about the future. When you look in the mirror and hope to see your future spouse, you're asking the spirits to show you what they know. Even the scary parts of Halloween these days are very mild compared to what they used to be. There are black cats and witches in the decorations, but they are more stylized and decorative than scary. The witch on her broomstick isn't a bad old woman who eats kids. She's a symbol of folk magic and wisdom from the countryside. The black cat isn't a sign of bad luck. It's a creature that is linked to mystery and the line between home and wild spaces. Most of the time, the local legends told at night are about strange things that happen, not real horror. The lights in the cemetery could be spirits or marsh gas. The fact that it's not clear what they are is part of what makes them interesting. The strange sounds near the old mill could be ghosts or the wind and one's imagination. The fact that we don't know for sure is what makes the story interesting instead of just scary. Halloween also has a lot of what we might call protective folklore. There are ideas about how to tell the future, and there are also ideas about how to keep yourself safe from bad things that might happen on this night. Evil spirits will be confused if you turn your clothes inside out. Having a little salt in your pocket will keep you safe. Walking around your house in the direction of the sun, clockwise, before bed will keep it safe. These protective customs are done with a wink and a smile as if to say, just in case, and they don't cost anything and might help. You don't really believe that these things matter, but the ritual of acknowledging them connects you to generations of people who found comfort in these small protective gestures. It's like how you might avoid walking under ladders or feel a small superstitious pleasure in finding a penny heads up. In 1909, Halloween had more religious meaning than it does now when it is more commercialised. The name itself, All Hallows Eve, which means the night before All Saints' Day, keeps the link to Christian tradition, even though the holiday has many older pagan elements. Some families go to special church services on November 1st to remember saints and family members who have died. This makes Halloween part of a longer time of remembering and spiritual reflection. Most people don't seem to mind that Christian and non-Christian elements live together. The Christian calendar has always been open to including local customs and folk practices. By 1909, this mixing of cultures is so common that most people don't even think about it. You can honour Christian saints and also bob for apples to see what your love life will be like in the future without any problems. The lack of light adds to the supernatural feel of the night. Keep in mind that electric lights aren't common yet, and even where they are, people don't use them very often. There are candles, oil lamps, and maybe even the light from the fireplace in the parlour. This makes the kind of lighting that filmmakers spend a lot of money trying to copy. Shadows that change and move, faces that come out of the dark and into pools of light, and corners of rooms that stay mysterious. In this light, it's easy to think that you might see something strange. A shadow that moves in a strange way could be an effect of the candlelight, or it could be something else. That feeling of being there when you're alone in a dark room could be your mind playing tricks on you, or it could be a loved one who has passed away checking in. The uncertainty is part of the experience, and it seems that most people in 1909 are happy to leave it that way, instead of insisting on either total belief or total doubt. The fact that people in 1909 were more comfortable with not knowing about the supernatural shows a bigger cultural difference between then and now. In today's world, there is a lot of pressure to put things into one of two groups: scientifically proven facts or superstitions that aren't true. But in 1909, people are more okay with the idea that some things can't be known, that mystery has value, and that not everything needs to be explained or explained away. As the night goes on and people settle into comfy chairs with cups of warm cider, the conversation might turn to the idea of thin places, which are places where the line between the normal world and something else seems to be very thin. There are such places in every town: the old churchyard, the crossroads at the edge of town, the ancient tree that was already old when the first settlers came, and the spring that never freezes even in the coldest winter. People don't think these thin places are dangerous. Instead, they think they are special and should be respected and given attention. People don't stay away from them. Instead, they go to them knowing that they might find something strange there. Halloween is a time when people believe that the veil between worlds gets thinner. This makes the whole night feel like a thin time when anything could happen. The party is now in its last phase, the calm time before midnight when everyone is tired but not too tired to have fun. The group has enjoyed the snacks, played the games, and had their fortunes told, with varying levels of faith in how accurate they were. Then they went outside into the October night and came back safely. This is the time for quieter activities, for talking that has become more personal as the night went on and people let their guard down, and for thinking about what Halloween means beyond the games and traditions. If the family is rich enough to have a piano, someone might be playing soft music that fits the time of day. There are both popular songs from the time and older songs that have been passed down through the years. If you listen to music from 1909, it will sound very old-fashioned to you. The lyrics are sentimental and the melodies are simple, showing how people thought in the Victorian era, but with a more positive view of the Edwardian era. But in this case, with the October night pressing against the windows and the candles burning low in their holders, the music does its job of setting the mood and giving people something to do with their attention that isn't as demanding as games or deep conversation. Some guests have already left, especially those who have to walk a long way home or whose strict parents are waiting up for them. The elaborate politeness rituals of the time mark their departures, thanking their hosts several times, putting on their outdoor clothes, making last jokes, and promising to see each other soon at church or around town. Those who are still there are the strong ones, the ones who haven't quite let go of the magic of the night yet. The mother of the host family might be in the kitchen, quietly starting to clean up the mess that can't wait until morning. She might be putting away food that will spoil, washing cups and plates, and banking the fire in the stove. This work is done without complaint or martyrdom, just because it's part of being a host. There will be more cleaning up in the morning, but the worst of it can be done now while guests are still there but busy. If there are any younger kids in the house, they have long since gone to bed. However, they may still be awake in their rooms, trying to stay alert for any supernatural visits, or just excited by the strange sounds of a party going on late into the night. They will remember this night in their own way. The strange shadows cast by the candlelight, the guests' laughter, the special snacks they got to eat before bed, and the feeling that something important and magical was going on, even though they weren't old enough to fully take part. As the clock, whether it's a mantelpiece clock, a wall clock, or someone's pocket watch, gets closer to midnight, people often take a moment to acknowledge it. Halloween night is traditionally the most powerful time of the year, and midnight is when the veil between worlds is thinnest, spirits are most likely to be present, and divination is most likely to be accurate. The group might stand by a window and look out at the night, which is now very still and dark. As families go to bed, most of the lights in nearby houses have gone out. If you can see the moon, it has moved across the sky since the party started. The wind could have gotten stronger or weaker. The temperature has definitely dropped even more, and by morning there will probably be frost. In some places, people have a tradition of being quiet when the clock strikes midnight, and listening for sounds that might not be from this world. We do this with open hearts, not scared ones, because we know that if spirits are around, this is when they might show themselves. The silence is friendly, not tense, and the only sound is the clock's mechanism getting ready to strike 12. When the clock strikes midnight, there is often a small collective exhale, as if everyone has crossed a line. This can be marked by chimes, bells, or just the quiet agreement of those checking their watches. All Saints' Day has started, which means that Halloween is over. The magical time is over, and while people were aware of and welcomed the spirits, no one seems to be upset that nothing dramatic or supernatural happened. What mattered was the possibility, being open to the unknown rather than knowing it. Someone might raise a glass with the last of the cider or other drink. The toast could be to all saints, to friends who can't be there, to the winter that everyone needs to get ready for, or just to the success of the night's events. People raise their glasses or cups and drink the toast, which makes the party feel like it's over. Now is when the last departures really start. Even the most dedicated partygoers know that the night has come to an end, and that tomorrow, technically today, will come soon with its demands of work, school, and other daily tasks. The front door opens several times to let groups of guests out into the night. Each time they say thank you and goodbye, and remind everyone about upcoming community events. For the host family, there is a strange mix of tiredness and happiness that comes from having successfully entertained. The house is a mess, the candles are almost out, and there is still work to be done, but the evening did what it was supposed to do: bring people together, honour tradition, acknowledge mystery, and give young people a chance to hang out in a safe, structured way. When the last guests leave for the night, the house becomes quiet in a different way. It's not the quiet of waiting for the party to start. It's the quiet of an event that has ended. The parents, and maybe some older children who helped host the party, start the process of turning the house back into a home. This process has its own calm rhythm. One by one, the candles go out and the light gets dimmer and dimmer until there are only 1 or 2 lamps left to work by. The decorations will stay up for now. They'll come down tomorrow or in the next few days. The furniture, on the other hand, is starting to move back to its normal places. The cushions are fluffed. The windows are checked to make sure they're properly latched against the night air, and the front door is locked with a solid sound that lets everyone know the house is ready for sleep. The last cleaning in the kitchen is done quickly because of years of practice. The stove heats the water for washing dishes, and the towels that have been warming up nearby dry them off. Then, the dishes are put back in their places in the cupboards. The leftover food is looked at to see what can be saved, what should be eaten tomorrow, and what can be given to the chickens if the family has them. In a world where most families live much closer to the edge of subsistence than we do today, there was no such thing as waste. The mother of the house does one last check of the rooms where guests are, making sure there are no forgotten items, that the candles are really out and don't pose a fire risk, and that she knows what needs to be done in the morning. This isn't obsessive caretaking. It's just the responsible oversight that comes with running a household. It requires a lot more attention to safety and maintenance than modern conveniences do. The father might go outside one last time before bed, partly to make sure everything is safe and partly for that private moment under the October stars that men of his age liked. He might smoke one last pipe on the porch or in the yard, thinking about the night and the season. Everyone can feel that winter is coming in the colder night air. There are still things to do to get ready. Hang storm windows, split and stack wood, and get the garden beds ready for their winter sleep. Climbing the stairs to bed. Most of the time, bedrooms were upstairs in houses with a second floor in 1909, made me feel good about the day. The stairs might creak with familiar sounds. The banister feels smooth under your hand, and the darkness of the upstairs feels cosy instead of strange now that Halloween is over. By today's standards, bedrooms were cold in 1909. Most homes don't have central heating. Downstairs rooms might be warmed by stoves or fireplaces, but upstairs rooms get most of their heat from the rising warmth of daytime fires, which has long since gone away on a late October night. People expect bedrooms to be cold, and they are for sleeping, not lounging around. Getting ready for bed includes both cleaning up and relaxing rituals. People wash their faces by pouring water from a pitcher into a basin. Indoor plumbing is common in cities, but not everywhere. Tooth powder or paste is used to clean teeth. Women especially do the ritual of brushing their hair 100 times, which was thought to be good for hair health. Taking off clothes carefully and either folding them up to wear again if they're clean enough or putting them in the laundry. In 1909, nightclothes were heavy. Women wore long nightgowns, men wore nightshirts, and they might have sleeping caps and bed socks when it was cold. People sleep with more clothes on than you're used to, partly because it's cold and partly because modesty standards apply even when you're sleeping. Earlier in the day, the bed was made with smooth sheets and arranged blankets, and quilts were added or taken away depending on the season. When you slip between the sheets, they are cold at first but will warm up from your body heat. For a moment, your body can finally rest after hours of standing, walking and performing socially. The pillow is just right, the blankets are heavy and warm, and the bedroom is completely dark in a way that modern people don't often experience. There are no LED lights from electronics, no street lights shining through the curtains, and no ambient urban light. In this darkness and quiet, thoughts might go back over the events of the evening. The games and laughter, the talks and flirting, the time spent outside under the stars realizing that life may be more mysterious than it seems and the comfort of community and tradition. These thoughts mix with the start of dreams as consciousness lets go and sleep comes. Morning comes like it does in November, late and unwilling, with grey light that seems to come from the air itself instead of from a specific direction. The first person to wake up has to start the fire again by cleaning out the ashes, putting down new kindling and coaxing flames from embers or matches. This will gradually build the fire that will warm the house and cook breakfast. The light on November 1st shows that the house is still decorated for Halloween, but in the light of day the decorations look less mysterious and more like what they are: paper and vegetables arranged for a short time. These decorations will be taken down in the next day or two. You could cut the pumpkin up for pies or stews. The paper decorations will be carefully taken down and either stored or burned in the stove, since new ones will be needed next year anyway. But today, All Saints' Day, for those who follow the religious calendar, there's no need to break up the magic from last night right away. Every day people have to make and eat breakfast, do their chores, and go back to their normal lives. But the memory of the party is still fresh, giving people something to talk about at breakfast, and when they run into neighbours and friends during the day. On November 1st, the town feels a little different than it did on October 31st, but someone looking in from the outside might have a hard time figuring out what has changed. It's partly because the calendar has changed to a new month, partly because the weather is getting colder, and partly because the feeling that a holiday, no matter how small, has come and gone and taken its special quality with it. People who went to Halloween parties the night before might be a little tired from staying up later than usual, but it's a nice tiredness that comes from having fun with friends rather than from stress or worry. People will talk about different parties at work and school, share funny stories, wonder if the fortune-telling games were right, and tease those whose romantic futures were supposedly revealed by apples, nuts, or looking in a mirror. For those who go, the church service on All Saints' Day is a more serious counterpoint to the fun of Halloween. This day is for remembering the dead, recognising the communion of saints, and thinking about death and faith. There may be prayers for the dead, hymns that talk about eternal life and meeting again in heaven, and the reading of the names of church members who died in the past year. There is no conflict between the games from last night and the seriousness of this morning. Halloween and All Saints' Day are both ways to remember the dead. Halloween does this with fun and hope, while All Saints' Day does it with respect and prayer. Both of them know that death doesn't end a relationship, it just changes it. As November 1st goes on into the afternoon and evening, the change of seasons becomes more obvious. The sun sets noticeably earlier than it did just a few weeks ago, even though it is already low in the sky at noon. The evening comes on with that special kind of November darkness that isn't as golden as October's but is more complete. This kind of darkness will last for the next few months. Farmers and people with gardens are getting ready for winter. Before a killing frost ends the growing season, the last hardy vegetables need to be picked. You need to dig up and store root vegetables like turnips, carrots and potatoes. You need to get rid of any dead plants in your garden beds. You can either add them to compost piles or let them break down over the winter. The change from October to November also helps people get ready for the holidays. There will be a series of holidays coming up: Thanksgiving, Christmas and New Year's. These will break up the dark months, but on November 1st those holidays still seem far away. For now, the main thing to do is get used to the fact that winter means shorter days, colder weather, and having to spend more time inside. Families start to think about winter projects, or things they can do when they can't work outside. Women might plan sewing projects, like making quilts, fixing or changing clothes, or making new clothes. During the winter, when they have to stay inside, men might have to fix things, sharpen tools, or finish projects in barns or workshops. Kids know that school days will start and end in the dark, and that recess might be too cold for them to play outside comfortably. As the months get darker, remembering Halloween night is a bright spot to look back on. The games, the laughter, and the time spent under the stars in October all become stories that can be told again and again, and private memories that can be enjoyed. Depending on your mood and beliefs, the predictions made by fortune tellers can be funny or serious. The party helped people feel like they were part of a community, which makes the coming winter feel less lonely. Now that it's been over 100 years since that Halloween night in 1909, it's worth thinking about what was lost and what was kept, as Halloween changed into the holiday you know today. In many ways, Halloween 1909 was the end of an era. It was the last time the holiday kept its folk character, before commercial interests changed it into something completely different. At first, the change happened slowly. By the 1920s, Halloween was becoming more about kids. Schools and community groups were throwing parties that were like the ones that happened in homes in 1909, but they were more organised and less mysterious. Trick-or-treating as we know it started in the 1930s, but it didn't become popular until after World War II. In the 1950s, Halloween became a candy holiday for kids, with store-bought costumes and decorations. Every change had its pros and cons. Halloween today reaches more people, gives millions of kids fun memories, and makes people really happy and excited. But when folk traditions turned into a commercial holiday, something was lost. The real sense of mystery, the connection to ancestors and traditions that go back hundreds of years, and the focus on fortune-telling and romantic futures that made Halloween special for young adults. The Halloween of 1909 was a part of a cultural history that couldn't last. It needed a slow pace of life so that people could make decorations by hand and play long games. It needed communities that were small enough for most people to know each other and feel comfortable meeting in homes. It needed a connection to darkness and the supernatural that more electricity and science education would weaken. It needed a social structure for dating and marriage that would change because of how gender roles and romantic freedom changed in the 20th century. But the main ideas behind Halloween in 1909 are still there in modern versions of the holiday. The desire to play with fear in a safe way, the appeal of changing through costumes, the joy of celebrating the seasons, and the recognition that the line between life and death needs to be respected. All of these things are still around, but in different ways. The fortune-telling games that were such a big part of Halloween in 1909 are mostly gone now. This is because people's views on marriage have changed. People move around more, and people are less likely to believe in divination. But their spirit lives on in the silly superstitions that still surround Halloween, like the idea that some costumes bring good luck, the rituals that go along with eating candy, and the small thrill of staying up late and walking around neighbourhoods after dark. Modern Halloween events like harvest festivals at churches, school parties, and neighbourhood trick-or-treating routes that get people out of their homes at the same time have kept the focus on community gathering. Even adult Halloween parties are like the social events of 1909, but with less fortune-telling and more costumes. The link to the supernatural has changed instead of going away. Modern Halloween focuses on fake scares, like haunted houses, horror movies, and scary decorations, instead of real interactions with the idea of spirits. But even though commercial horror is scary, there is still a recognition that death deserves to be remembered, that the line between worlds can be playfully crossed, and that darkness and mystery are a part of being human. From your point of view, the most interesting thing about Halloween 1909 is how gentle it is. The spirits were nice, the darkness was friendly, the fortune-telling was more fun than serious, and the celebration brought people of all ages and interests together instead of separating them. It was a holiday that recognised mystery without requiring belief, that respected tradition without being strict about it, and that made room for love, hope, and connection with others. This gentleness shows that people in this culture had a different view of fear and the supernatural than they did later in the 20th century. Even though people say the Victorian and Edwardian eras were very strict, they were actually very open about death and spirits. People talked about death fairly openly, and it was a part of life through mourning rituals and memorial practices. The thought that the dead might come back for a visit wasn't scary. It was comforting. It was like saying that love and connection live on after death. By making death a medical issue and taking it out of the home, culture in the later 20th century made it both less familiar and more scary. Halloween changed to reflect this, becoming more about fear and horror than about gentle mystery and family ties. People stopped being careful about the supernatural and started to be afraid of it. Spirits turned into scary beings instead of loved ones coming back. But that October night in 1909, when we spent time together, Halloween was still the same as it had always been. It was a night for young people to dream about their romantic futures, for communities to come together in warmth and light while acknowledging the cold darkness outside, for traditions to be honoured and passed on, and for the possibility of mystery to be acknowledged without needing proof. As you get ready for bed, with your own October night pressing against your windows, think about what parts of that Halloween in 1909 might be worth keeping or getting back. Not in a nostalgic way that tries to bring back the past, because that past had its own problems and limitations that we shouldn't romanticize. Instead, we should think about what human needs those traditions met, and how those needs might still be relevant. The decorations made by hand in 1909 were both necessary and creative. In a world where holiday decorations are made in factories, the idea of making your own decorations, even simple ones, is appealing. For example, cutting out shapes from paper, carving pumpkins with care, and arranging autumn leaves and corn stalks into arrangements that celebrate the season. The fortune-telling games were silly and fun, but they had a point: to remind people that the future is unknown, and to give them a chance to think about their hopes and dreams in a fun way. We don't often let ourselves play with uncertainty like this because modern life is so focused on planning and control. There may be merit in pursuits that amalgamate amusement with mild contemplation of our aspirations. The night walks of 1909 made it possible to experience darkness, which is becoming less common in modern life. When was the last time you walked in real darkness, without streetlights, flashlights, or phone screens? When was the last time you felt what it was like to be a human being for thousands of years? It's good for you to get away from artificial light every now and then, and experience the natural rhythms of day and night. The community aspect of Halloween in 1909 met people's needs for connection and belonging that don't go away just because we have social media and texting. Even in our connected age, it's still worth it to share physical space, play games together, and make memories in real time instead of writing them down and posting them later. The most important thing about the 1909 Halloween is its relationship with the supernatural. It was open to possibilities without needing to be sure, and it accepted mystery without being scared of it. This is a good way to deal with the unknowns in life. We live in a time when everything needs proof and evidence, which is useful in some situations but not in others. Some experiences, such as love, beauty, meaning, and the potential for something beyond everyday reality, elude empirical validation, yet remain significant to human existence. That Halloween night in 1909, with its candles and cider, games and gatherings, walks in the dark of October and back to the warm light, and the idea that spirits might be near without being scary, was a way of being in the world that focused on connection, community, mystery, and gentle joy. You might picture yourself at that 1909 party as you fall asleep. After coming in from the cold night, you can feel the warmth of the parlour. Apple cider has a sharp sweetness that you can taste. Listen to the laughter as someone tries to bob for apples with more enthusiasm than skill. You can see the candles flickering and the shadows dancing on the walls that are covered in hand-cut paper. You can smell the wood smoke, the fall air, and that hard-to-describe smell of a house full of people celebrating. You're part of a tradition that goes back hundreds of years. It connects you to the Celts who lit bonfires at Samhain, the Christians who prayed for the dead on All Hallows' Eve, the fortune-tellers who looked into mirrors in the Victorian era, the 1909 gathering where young people laughed and played and hoped for happy futures, and every Halloween celebration that has recognised that mystery and darkness, and the chance to connect with others beyond the normal world. November will keep moving toward winter tomorrow, but tonight, in the space between waking and sleeping, you can rest in the kind spirit of that Halloween in 1909, when spirits were friendly, darkness was kind, and the future was uncertain but full of hope. Sleep well, surrounded by the customs of those who came before and those who will come after. These customs connect us across time because we all need to mark the changing of the seasons, gather together to stay warm against the cold, hope for good things to come, and remember that the world may hold more mystery and magic than we see in our daily lives. Imagine America in 1928, a nation that had figured out the key to eternal bliss. 10 years had passed since the Great War, and Americans had a renewed sense of hope after that horrific struggle. Everyone was invited to a party that seemed to have been planned by the entire country and lasted for years. The sound of jazz leaking from speakeasy doors filled the night air in the cities, where electric lights painted the streets in warm yellow pools. Thank you very much. Women who had worked in offices and factories during the war years had found that they really enjoyed being independent and making their own decisions. They danced the Charleston with a freedom that would have been unimaginable only a few years ago, bobbed their hair, cut their skirts short, and scandalised their mothers. The air literally smelled of prosperity. It was the aroma of brand new cars coming off Henry Ford's production lines and the new leather of the seats in the Model T that regular families could now afford. With a machine that would have seemed like magic to his grandfather, a farmer's son could enter a car dealership and drive out, making them temples of the new American dream. America's new national pastime was the stock market. Housewives talked about their portfolios over afternoon tea with the same fervour they used to save for talking about their gardens, and barbershops were humming with advice on which stocks to purchase. It appeared so straightforward and infallible. You purchased stocks, they increased in value, and you profited. The fact that even Wall Street's shoeshine boys were giving stock advice should have been a red flag, but for some reason it seemed like evidence that prosperity had truly turned into democracy. Main Street was flourishing in small towns all over the nation, to the extent that later paintings by Norman Rockwell resembled documentary photography. The newest electric appliances were added to hardware stores' inventory. Big city fashion reached rural America, when department stores installed plate glass windows to showcase ready-made dresses and suits. Why wouldn't the president of the local bank be the most well-liked individual in town? People who thought economic growth was as dependable as sunrise were casually trusting banks to make loans. The nation had been miraculously connected by radio. In the evenings, families would congregate around their wooden Philco sets to listen to shows that helped them understand the broader narrative of America. Comedy shows from Chicago, jazz from New York, and a feeling that the entire nation was taking part in something amazing and unprecedented were all brought about by the radio. Farmers were finally starting to benefit from the country's prosperity after struggling for the majority of the decade. Agriculture was becoming more like modern industry thanks to mechanization, which was replacing back-breaking labour. A new tractor allowed a farmer to work land that, only a generation ago, would have taken a dozen men. Farm wives were learning the magic of electric vacuum cleaners and washing machines, and rural electrification programs were starting to install power lines in places that had never had electric lights. The credit system had developed to the point where it seemed reasonable to purchase nearly anything. Buy now, pay later was more than just a catchphrase. It was a way of thinking that represented America's optimism about its economic future. Instead of saving months to purchase a refrigerator, you could take it home today and pay for it over time. After all, there were plenty of jobs, wages were increasing, and the future would undoubtedly be more prosperous than the present. Confident that their growing incomes would make the monthly payments manageable. Young couples were purchasing homes with down payments that would seem impossible by today's standards. On the outskirts of cities, neighbourhoods were emerging, with streetcar lines connecting them and modest homes that symbolised upward mobility for families whose parents had previously lived in hardscrabble farms or tenements. This optimism across the country was mirrored in the entertainment sector. Hollywood was making films that praised the achievements and inventiveness of Americans. As if human endurance itself was growing along with the economy, dance marathons attracted audiences who marvelled at couples who could dance for days. With figures like Babe Ruth representing a sort of exaggerated American success story, professional sports was starting to take off. The confidence of the time was even reflected in fashion. While women's clothing celebrated a new kind of freedom and mobility, men's suits became more relaxed and comfortable. Simple, elegant designs replaced the constricting corsets and ornate dresses of earlier generations, enabling the active lifestyles that prosperity was enabling. Most significantly, though, Americans in 1928 had grown to have an unwavering faith in progress itself. Problems were being solved by technology more quickly than they could be created. Everything from manufacturing to medicine was being revealed by science. Like a train that had left the station and could not be stopped, the future appeared not only bright but inevitable in its brightness. At the time, it didn't feel naive, but this wasn't naive optimism either. The prosperity of the United States was actually demonstrated. Innovations were changing everyday life, at a rate that left even the most astute observers speechless. Production was up, and unemployment was low. The majority of Americans in 1928 would have regarded you with the courteous confusion typically reserved for those who asserted that the Earth was flat if you had suggested that their economic system was unstable or unsustainable. Of course, the warning signs were there. Farm prices were declining due to agricultural overproduction. Incomes were not keeping up with the rate of increase in consumer debt. The stock market was acting in a way that was speculative enough to worry experienced investors. However, these appeared to be small technical problems that could be readily fixed by the same American resourcefulness that had resolved all the other issues. As 1929 got underway, the majority of Americans were making plans for what appeared to be a better future than the one they were living in at the time. One that was more prosperous, more comfortable, and full of opportunities that would make rising in the morning an adventure rather than a chore. The crisp autumn weather that typically made people feel energized and optimistic arrived in New York in October 1929. The city had that strange clarity that comes with the first cool days after a long summer, and the leaves in Central Park were turning brilliant shades of red and gold. With men in dark suits moving with purpose down winding streets, the familiar sounds of construction and traffic, and the comforting bustle of a financial district that seemed to operate on pure confidence, Wall Street appeared exactly as it had for months. However, if you had been listening carefully that October, you may have observed minor shifts in the daily routine. Restaurant conversations were a little different now, still hopeful but with a hint of worry that had not been present during the summer. Like a normally dependable car that had begun to make strange noises, stock prices had been acting strangely, dropping sharply and then rising again. The morning of Thursday, October 24th started out in Manhattan just like any other fall morning. From subway stations, office workers came out with newspapers that contained the typical mix of social gossip, sports scores, and political news. There were some alarming figures in the financial pages, but nothing that would have seemed disastrous to the untrained eye. The majority of people were not as interested in the technical aspects of stock market fluctuations as they were in the latest Hollywood scandals or the World Series. However, something extraordinary was taking place inside the New York Stock Exchange. Sales orders were coming in more quickly than the system could handle them. There was a growing franticness to the familiar sounds of trading, the mechanical clicking of ticker tape machines and the voices calling out prices. By mid-morning, the market was unable to operate normally due to the overwhelming selling pressure. The mechanical wonders known as ticker tape machines, which had provided America with stock price updates, started to deteriorate rapidly. Crowds gathered around the slow-moving tape in brokerage offices across the nation to watch their investments vanish in real time. Due to the delay, stock prices were frequently significantly out of date by the time they were seen. Imagine seeing grown men looking at ticker tape in a general store in Iowa or a barbershop in Detroit with the expressions of those who have just been in a car accident. Like morning mist, the informal confidence that had defined stock market conversations for years vanished. What started out as discussions about which stocks to purchase turned into urgent, whispered consultations about whether to sell. It was heartbreaking and surreal to watch the human drama unfold in brokerage offices. Well-dressed businessmen who had come feeling rich that morning found their paper profits gone by lunchtime. Clients would call secretaries in a panic, asking if the numbers they were seeing were legitimate. As it turned out, Black Thursday was like witnessing a masterfully composed symphony fall apart into anarchy. When put to the test by real panic, the financial system that had appeared so stable and predictable turned out to be surprisingly brittle. As they went about their daily lives, however, the majority of Americans saw the day not as an immediate crisis but as a distant rumble of trouble. A brief reprieve and a glimmer of hope that maybe the worst was over were brought about by the weekend. Financial leaders made comforting claims in newspapers that the market's fundamentals were still stable. The administration of President Hoover made optimistic forecasts regarding the disruption's transient nature. That weekend, a lot of Americans convinced themselves that the market's actions had been an anomaly rather than a warning. However, any last illusions regarding the crisis' transient nature were destroyed on Tuesday, October the 29th, also known as Black Tuesday. With even more vigour, the selling that had started the week before resumed. This time, there was no comeback, no rally in the afternoon to boost spirits. Millions of frantic decisions to sell at any price caused the market to simply collapse. Crowds gathered outside banks and brokerage houses in American cities, not to make investment decisions, but to learn what was happening to their life savings. People appeared stunned rather than angry, as if they were processing information that didn't fit with their conception of how the world worked. The atmosphere was remarkably quiet for such large gatherings. Black Tuesday's human cost wasn't immediately evident in striking ways. Most people didn't tear up stock certificates or jump out of windows. Rather, they returned home to dinner tables with quiet, unsure conversations. Youngsters felt that something significant had changed, but they weren't sure what it was. Rather than being dramatic, the first indication of trouble for many families was pragmatic. The father put off buying a new car indefinitely. The mother decided her old winter coat would last another season after shopping for a new one. Budgets for small luxury purchases, such as movie tickets, flowers for the table, and candy for the kids, were subtly cut. Perhaps even more important than the immediate financial harm was the psychological toll. For years, Americans had assumed that their economic system was fundamentally sound, and that short-term setbacks were always followed by recovery. That basic premise was called into question by Black Tuesday in ways that would change people's perspectives on money, security, and the future. Bank tellers were asked questions they were unable to respond to after years of urging clients to put their savings into the stock market. How do you tell a depositor that their money, which they believed was growing safely in conservative investments, has just disappeared? Given that the experts were so utterly mistaken about what was feasible, how can one continue to have faith in financial institutions? Suddenly, small business owners who had grown their operations on the basis of easy credit were exposed and overburdened. After stocking up for the holidays, the corner grocer found that consumers were suddenly much more frugal with their money. As prospective buyers decided that perhaps their old cars would last a few more years, the local car dealer watched his showroom empty. The psychological effects of the crash were felt even by those who had not made direct stock market investments. What other presumptions about contemporary life might be just as faulty if the experts could be so mistaken about something as basic as the stability of the market? A more cautious, uncertain approach to planning and spending started to replace the confident optimism that had defined the 1920s. In many respects, the week of the crash signalled the end of an era. It went beyond the fact that some investors had lost money or that stock prices had dropped. In ways that would impact American culture for generations, the entire system of presumptions regarding American prosperity, the correlation between effort and reward, and the validity of progress itself had been called into question. In late 1929, New York City was like a patient recuperating from major surgery, still breathing, still functioning, but moving more cautiously, questioning every sensation. From a distance, the city appeared identical, the same tall skyscrapers gleaming in the morning light, the same streams of traffic rushing through streets that resembled canyons, and the same vitality that had always made Manhattan seem like the center of the universe. The changes, however, were everywhere if you knew how to look. Previously bustling with stock tips, the shoe shine stands now provided services in almost complete silence. During what should have been peak hours, the upscale lunch restaurants that had been crowded with diners with expense accounts were left empty. People appeared to be moving with purpose but unsure of their destinations, as evidenced by the altered rhythm of foot traffic, which was less assured and more hurried. The Upper East Side's apartment complexes started to narrate tales of subdued economic turmoil. Families who had relocated to larger apartments during the boom years were forced to either look for smaller apartments they could truly afford or bargain with landlords for lower rent. The lavish dinner parties that had characterized social life in the 1920s either shrank in size, became more straightforward events, or vanished completely. Using the money from investments her late husband had made in railroad stocks, Martha Wilson, let's call her Martha, but she could have been any of thousands of women in similar situations. Her apartment on East 73rd Street featured windows overlooking a tree-lined street that felt like a haven in the middle of the city, a doorman, an elevator service. She'd gone shopping at Bloomingdale's in the mornings, to ladies' luncheons in the afternoons, and to the opera or theatre in the evenings. By December 1929, Martha was learning that railroad stocks were no longer a consistent source of income. Her first economy was firing her housekeeper, a difficult choice that required not only careful budgeting, but also the realization that she would need to make significant changes to her way of life. She learned how to manage household chores that she had never thought of as part of her duties, and how to prepare meals that she'd previously taken for granted. Perhaps more challenging than the practical adjustments was the psychological shift. Martha had to balance her perception of herself as a self-sufficient woman with the fact that she was now meticulously planning her grocery budget and determining whether she could afford a cab or if she would have to take the subway. She was no longer able to afford the social activities that had shaped her days. The financial district downtown was acclimating to a new reality, with the grim resolve that New Yorkers had always displayed during times of crisis. Just months before, brokerage firms that had hired dozens of clerks and runners were forced to lay off employees who had seemed indispensable. The survivors processed the paperwork of an economy that was contracting rather than growing, while putting in more hours for the same pay. With the practical urgency of people whose rent was due next month, young men who had come to New York with hopes of becoming wealthy on Wall Street were forced to reevaluate their career plans. Some brought tales of urban adventures that ended more suddenly than they had anticipated back to their hometowns. Others chose to stay and adjust, accepting positions that paid less than they had hoped for, but gave them the stable income that had suddenly gained more value than the prospect of extraordinary success. As consumers became more frugal with their spending, the entertainment sector, which had appeared to be immune to the recession during the boom, started to suffer. Broadway theatres that had anticipated packed houses were forced to provide matinee specials and discounted tickets. Double features and prize nights were introduced by movie theatres in an attempt to attract patrons who now considered entertainment to be a luxury rather than a need. Restaurants in the city adjusted with the kind of inventiveness that is frequently stimulated by economic pressure. Restaurants that had established their reputations on pricey ingredients and ornate presentations started serving simpler food at costs that mirrored the lower incomes of their patrons. Speakeasies that had prospered during the Prohibition era discovered that when people's disposable income decreased, even illegal drinking became more cost-conscious. Department stores such as Macy's and Gimbel's turned into research labs to study how consumer behavior shifts when caution replaces optimism. Consumers who used to peruse goods at leisure and buy things on a whim rather than out of necessity have turned into targeted buyers with meticulous budgets and lists. Sales clerks discovered that value and longevity were more important than style and novelty. The city's extensive network of small businesses, including family-run eateries, neighborhood barbershops, and corner grocery stores, saw the crash as a slow tightening rather than an abrupt disaster. Once prompt bill payers started requesting credit extensions, specialty item orders decreased as consumers prioritized necessities. Like steam from the subway grates, the sporadic prosperity that had sustained thousands of small businesses started to dissipate. People who had previously used taxis now shared buses and subway cars with a wider range of the city's population, making public transportation a more democratic experience. As economic necessity brought people together who might have previously travelled in different spheres, the subway system, which had always been a great equaliser, became even more so. As a free venue for recreation and entertainment, Central Park gained new importance. Families that had previously spent weekends at pricey entertainment venues learned to enjoy easy picnics and strolls along the park's meandering paths. Conversations about jobs, prospects, and the uncertain future that everyone was attempting to navigate took place on the park benches informally. Communities of immigrants, who had historically made up the majority of the city's workforce, were especially susceptible to changes in the economy. Increased demand and dwindling resources put pressure on the networks of mutual support that had helped newcomers establish themselves, and factory jobs that had offered stable employment started to disappear. However, even in the face of crisis, New York's fundamental qualities, its adaptability, its resilience, and its unwavering refusal to let circumstances win, began to show. New goods were discovered for street vendors to sell. In the evolving economy, entrepreneurs found opportunities. The city that had established a reputation for ingenuity and ambition started the process of redefining itself for a world that was becoming less certain. The people navigating the streets below had learned some hard lessons about the distinction between appearance and reality, between fleeting prosperity and long-term security. But the skyline still soared toward heaven with the same bold confidence. Although New York was still New York, it was evolving into a more deliberate, cautious form of itself. There was little you could do but prepare as best you could and hope your preparations would be sufficient when the crash struck rural America like a slow-moving storm system. The rural experience was more akin to watching water slowly drain from a bathtub, steady and unrelenting but not necessarily disastrous on any given day, in contrast to the dramatic, immediate impact felt on Wall Street. In 1929, Tom Henderson, who could speak for any of the thousands of farmers in the Midwest, had been cautiously optimistic about his future. Harvest season had shown the value of the new tractor he had purchased on credit the year before, and his farm outside of Topeka, Kansas, had been yielding respectable corn and wheat crops. Given their recent success, his wife, Sarah, had been discussing improvements like installing indoor plumbing and possibly electricity. It was the weekly trip to town for mail and supplies that brought the crash to Tom's farm, not ticker tape or desperate phone calls. The banker who had granted Tom's tractor loan gave him a phony smile and said they might want to talk about adjusting the payment schedule to reflect the state of the economy. Although the conversation was courteous, even friendly, there was a subliminal message that Tom's financial status had deteriorated overnight. Cautious discussions about what was happening in the cities and what it might mean for rural communities replaced the weather and crop prices that had previously dominated conversations at the general store. In private, the storekeeper, who gave credit to the majority of his farming clients, was concerned about the number of accounts that might become challenging to collect. However, knowing that rural communities relied on mutual trust and support, he kept his worries to himself. Sarah Henderson felt the impact of the crash through a gradual tightening of the household budget that required constant small adjustments. The Chicago-based magazines she subscribed to ended up being an unnecessary expense. New kitchen curtain plans were put on hold indefinitely. The family's routine gradually vanished, along with the little comforts that had made farm life more enjoyable, such as store-bought cookies for the kids, a new dress for church, and sporadic outings to the county seat for entertainment. The rhythm of rural life served as a sort of buffer against the sharp fluctuations of the urban economic crisis. Regardless of the state of stock prices, farmers still had to milk cows twice a day. In accordance with natural cycles that had little to do with human economic systems, crops still had to be planted in the spring and harvested in the fall. During a period when many city dwellers felt totally disoriented, this routine offered both stability and perspective. However, in ways that earlier generations of farmers might not have noticed, the crash also revealed rural America's growing reliance on the larger national economy. Tom's corn was now used in commodity markets that spanned the continent, not just to feed his family and the neighborhood. Individual farms experienced the repercussions of those markets' contraction with unexpected force and speed. The tensions of the larger financial system started to be reflected in the local bank, which had previously appeared to be such a pillar of community stability. The bank president was torn between the human needs of his community and the increasingly strict requirements of banking regulations and economic reality. He knew most of his customers personally and had granted loans based on character as much as collateral. Small-town business owners found that their clients' spending habits had changed in minor but important ways. The owner of the hardware store observed that farmers were fixing their equipment more frequently rather than replacing it. Instead of buying ready-made clothing, the dress shop discovered that women were buying fabric to make their own clothes. Although these were not significant changes, they did reflect a move towards self-sufficiency and a waning faith in future prosperity. The Henderson Children's one-room schoolhouse served as a window into the impact of the crash on rural families. Youngsters started to wear older clothing, bring simpler lunches, and engage in fewer activities that cost money. The teacher, who frequently boarded with local families, turned into an unofficial social worker who was able to identify which kids might be lacking proper clothing or food. After urging farmers to modernize and expand their operations during the 1920s, agricultural extension agents found themselves providing a variety of advice in late 1929. Efficiency and conservation became more important than expansion and innovation. Farmers were now urged to diversify and make sure they could provide for their families regardless of market conditions, after previously being urged to focus on cash crops. A lifeline for information and emotional support, the rural telephone system was still relatively new in many places. Party lines buzzed with conversations about who was struggling, who might need help, and how communities could support their members through uncertain times. The local exchange's operator took on the role of an unofficial community coordinator, bringing together those in need of help and those who might be able to offer it. Church congregations discovered that they were taking on more responsibilities as networks of practical and spiritual support. While prayers for economic recovery were offered during Sunday services, the real work took place in fellowship halls and church basements, where local communities arranged clothing exchanges, food drives, and unofficial job placement services. The minister frequently turned into a financial advisor, assisting families in making tough choices regarding debt and expenditure. Country doctors found that their patients were delaying medical care that wasn't absolutely necessary, paying for services with labour or produce instead of money, and using folk medicine and home remedies more and more. The doctor's rounds grew longer and more intricate as he struck a balance between his knowledge of his patients' financial constraints and professional medical judgment. The local newspaper, which had chronicled the community's prosperity during the boom years, began to focus more on practical advice and community cooperation. Once praising modernization and progress, editorial pages now highlighted the benefits of self-reliance, thrift and camaraderie. Reports of lavish parties gave way to stories about collaborative efforts and community service projects in social columns. However, the reaction of rural America to the crash also demonstrated advantages that urban regions occasionally lacked. Farming communities had always been aware of economic uncertainty. They lived in constant fear that their prosperity could be drastically impacted by uncontrollable market forces, illness and weather. They had developed resilience and adaptability as a result of this experience, which helped them when the overall economy collapsed. The customs of rural life, such as quilting bees, barn raisings and harvest cooperatives, gained new importance as economic necessities. When resources became limited but labour and camaraderie were plentiful, communities that had appeared to be moving away from these antiquated customs found their value again. During this time, children who grew up on farms learned lessons about community cooperation and self-sufficiency that would shape their entire outlook on life. They witnessed their parents handle tough choices with grace, adjust to uncontrollable situations, and hold on to hope for better days while navigating the realities of the present. In the months after the crash, the ability of regular Americans to innovate, adapt, and maintain their dignity in the face of unimaginable adversity was made evident. In late 1929 and early 1930, millions of people were subtly reimagining their everyday lives with a creativity born of necessity, but it wasn't as dramatic or newsworthy as breadlines and bank failures would later become. Eleanor Murphy, a secretary in an insurance office in Detroit, found that her small investment portfolio suddenly had far less value than her clerical skills. Those who stayed had to perform the duties of 2 or 3 people as companies started to lay off employees. Even though Eleanor's days grew longer and more demanding, she was thankful for her stable job at a time when many others were losing theirs. She increased her typing speed, learned shorthand, and became indispensable by taking on tasks that had previously been split among several employees. Her evenings, which she used to spend with friends at restaurants or movies, were now devoted to household engineering, figuring out how to stretch her pay to pay for things that used to seem doable. She discovered how to make economical and nourishing meals, how to repair rather than buy new clothes, and how to find entertainment that didn't require her to spend money she needed for groceries and rent. The apartment complex where Eleanor lived turned into a miniature example of urban adaptation. Once courteous strangers, neighbours started to work together in little but significant ways. Alterations were provided by a person with a sewing machine. After losing his job as a shoe salesman, another tenant started fixing shoes for the building's occupants. A woman whose husband was on business established a small laundry service, drying her clothes on the building's roof and in the bathtub of her apartment. The Kowalski family in Chicago found that in order to thrive in the shifting economic climate, their modest grocery store had to change. Stefan Kowalski had established his company by offering a community of working-class families high-quality goods and amiable service. He adjusted by providing credit, taking barter agreements, and carrying less costly substitutes for the name-brand goods that had been his staple as his clients' incomes grew less consistent. In ways that surprised both of them, Anna Kowalski, who had previously concentrated on running the home while Stefan operated the store, joined him as a business partner. Despite having to make tough choices regarding pricing and credit due to economic pressure, she found a knack for bookkeeping and customer service that allowed the store to keep its ties to the community. Their kids gained hands-on experience in business and the realities of financial hardship by learning to work in the store after school. An unofficial economy built on cooperation and innovative problem-solving emerged in the area surrounding the Kowalski store. Mrs. O'Brien began taking in laundry and doing repairs after her husband was fired from the steel mill. The Rossi family grew a garden in their backyard and started selling vegetables. An unofficial garage was established in the alley behind his apartment building by Mr. Johnson, a laid-off mechanic who fixed cars and bicycles for neighbours who paid him with food, small loans or promises of future work. Children displayed the extraordinary resilience that frequently defines young people facing adversity as they adjusted to the changing circumstances. They learned to find amusement in small pleasures, created games that didn't require store-bought toys, and gradually realised that their family's less fortunate circumstances meant they had to be more responsible and less demanding than they might have been in more prosperous times. Families who believed that education was the key to better opportunities for their kids placed an even greater value on education. Even in situations where immediate income would have been useful, parents who had previously thought about letting older children drop out of school to pursue employment opportunities now insisted that education was an investment that couldn't be compromised. In addition to being educators, teachers also became social workers and community counsellors, assisting families in overcoming the psychological and practical difficulties brought on by unstable economic conditions. As people looked for free entertainment and education, libraries saw a resurgence. Once mostly used by academics and researchers, the reading rooms were now open to families searching for inexpensive evening activities. Library programs grew to include useful workshops on subjects like cooking, budgeting, and home repair, and librarians became informal counsellors on everything from household management to job hunting tactics. Congregations of religious people became more and more significant as hubs for both practical and spiritual support. Food pantries, clothing drives, and job placement services were arranged by churches, synagogues, and other places of worship. Religious communities became test sites for the type of mutual aid that would eventually be codified in government programs, and religious leaders found themselves advising families on matters of both financial and spiritual concern. Local businesses that survived the initial shock of the crash did so by developing closer relationships with their customers and communities. Men began exchanging information about job openings at the corner barbershop, which evolved into an unofficial employment agency. Regular patrons were given credit at the neighbourhood diner, which also served as a gathering spot for those planning community service initiatives. In order to provide the social services that larger corporations were unable or unwilling to provide, small businesses learned to operate on thinner margins. Specifically, women found that the crisis had created new chances for initiative and leadership. Whether through formal employment or the unofficial economy of food preparation, small-scale manufacturing, and domestic services, many became the main providers for their families. Cooking, sewing, and managing the home, skills that had been viewed as women's work in prosperous times, all of a sudden became important economic assets. Though subtle, the cultural shift was significant. What could be referred to as conspicuous competence replaced the conspicuous consumption that had defined the 1920s. People took pride in their capacity to get by on less, to come up with innovative solutions to real-world issues, and to preserve their sense of self and community despite less favourable circumstances. Once centred on social activities, neighbourhood organisations started to focus on practical needs. Cooperative buying groups were established by women's clubs in order to obtain better deals on household goods and groceries. Fraternal groups for men developed into networks for exchanging job openings and planning volunteer projects in the community. Potluck dinners, amateur theatrical productions, and other recreational activities that prioritise participation over consumption replaced costly entertainment as the primary social activity. Families split up by the pursuit of employment and opportunity were reunited by the postal service. Letters contained useful information about jobs, living conditions in various cities, and survival tactics that had worked in other communities in addition to personal news. In times of uncertainty, the custom of sending and receiving letters offered emotional support that kept people connected and hopeful. The new reality even affected fashion. Instead of replacing their entire wardrobe, women learned to update it with accessories and alterations. Men carefully repaired and maintained their suits to extend their lifespan. Classic styles and practical considerations became the focus of fashion magazines that had previously encouraged constant change and novelty. In the immediate aftermath of the crash, Americans showed greater resourcefulness, community spirit, and adaptability than the 1920s prosperity had demanded. Qualities that had always existed but had been obscured by the ease and optimism of the boom years were brought to light by the crisis. Shock can be absorbed by culture and turned into something that makes sense of the experience. American culture underwent a subtle but profound transformation in the months after the crash, not immediately, not drastically, but with the kind of slow change that only becomes apparent in hindsight. Exuberant jazz, upbeat dance tunes, and songs that celebrated youth and prosperity, the music that had characterized the 1920s, started to sound a little out of step with the prevailing sentiment in the country. Having always been keen observers of public opinion, musicians and songwriters began to produce music that represented a wider range of emotions. The blues-influenced melodies that acknowledged struggle while retaining hope replaced the brassy confidence of earlier jazz. Radio programming was remarkably sensitive to the shifting circumstances of its listeners. Programs that provided helpful advice, amateur talent competitions involving regular people, and serialized dramas that addressed family issues and community collaboration gradually supplanted shows that had previously concentrated on glitzy lifestyles and pricey entertainment. The radio evolved into a mirror reflecting the experiences of its listeners rather than a window into an idealized world. Hollywood, which had made its name on glitzy fantasies and escapist entertainment, started making movies that addressed viewers who were facing financial instability. Movies about regular people dealing with extraordinary challenges joined the late 1920s sophisticated comedies and romantic dramas. While audiences still desired entertainment, they also desired stories that took into account the realities of their everyday lives. The times started to be reflected in literature in both overt and covert ways. Stories about successful businesses and affluent socialites gave way to stories about community collaboration and family resiliency in popular magazines. Fiction that examined the psychological and social effects of economic upheaval was added to the adventure tales and romantic fantasies that had dominated magazine stands. Newspapers now offer readers helpful advice for navigating uncertain times rather than just reporting on events. Once, investment-focused financial pages started to provide guidance on debt management and budgeting. Stories about family resourcefulness and community cooperation started to appear on social pages that had previously documented lavish parties and costly entertainment. The advertising industry, which had mastered the art of generating consumer goods desire, had to come up with new tactics for audiences that prioritized necessity over luxury. Instead of focusing on status and novelty, advertisements started to highlight practical benefits, value, and durability. It was necessary to reframe the psychological appeals that had worked so well in prosperous times for consumers who were becoming more frugal with their spending. While still emphasizing beauty and style, fashion magazines started to highlight affordability and adaptability. Features on how to update existing wardrobes, sew at home, and take care of clothing counterbalanced articles about pricey designer clothing. The fashion industry found that readers might be more interested in originality and inventiveness than in the newest styles from New York or Paris. Sports continued to be popular, but their cultural connotations changed. Heroes and entertainment from professional sports persisted, but amateur and community sports that prioritized involvement over spectatorship gained popularity. Basketball teams, local baseball leagues, and other community sports initiatives gained importance as places to socialize and have fun, in ways that would become increasingly clear in the years that followed. Art reflected the shifting times. In the affluent 1920s, artists who had been experimenting with abstract and experimental forms started producing more approachable art that was more closely related to everyday life. While artistic expressions that addressed broader audiences about common experiences of challenge and adaptation replaced the avant-garde, it did not vanish. While theatre continued to be a significant entertainment medium, it started to tackle new issues and themes. Productions that examined family dynamics, community relationships, and the psychological effects of economic change joined plays that had previously concentrated on sophisticated urban life and social satire. As more people looked for creative outlets and entertainment that didn't require large sums of money, community theatre groups became more active. Education began to emphasize practical skills alongside traditional academic subjects. To help students deal with an uncertain economic future, schools added courses in small business operations, household management, and other subjects to their vocational programs. There was renewed emphasis on, and support, for the idea that education should not only refine culture, but also prepare students for success in the real world. Community organizations found that their function had broadened to encompass cultural programming and practical assistance, in addition to social activities. Home economics and financial management lectures were arranged by women's clubs. Seminars on business development and job training were sponsored by men's fraternal organizations. Congregations expanded their traditional spiritual mission to include community education and social services. Even the definition of leisure was changing. Leisure in the affluent 1920s had frequently meant spending money on entertainment, dining out, and the newest technology or fashions. Participation became the new definition of leisure, creating rather than merely consuming, playing games rather than merely watching, and producing music rather than merely listening to it. There was a resurgence of entertainment at home. Reading aloud, playing cards, and getting together around the piano for casual concerts were all enjoyed again by families. cooking from scratch, needlework, woodworking and gardening, skills that had seemed outdated during the Jazz era, regained their status as both useful necessities and sources of fulfillment. Individual success, material accumulation, and competitive achievement, values that had characterized American culture during the boom years, were not lost, but they were replaced by a fresh appreciation of collaboration, frugal living, and community cohesion. From getting ahead to getting through, and from making it big to making do, the cultural narrative started to change. In order to reflect the new realities, language itself changed. The terms economy, thrift, conservation, and cooperation, which had seemed meaningless in prosperous times, gained new significance and urgency as they entered common speech. The language of mutual support and careful management replaced the language of plenty. Children's culture was particularly inventive in its adaptation. Versions of games and toys that could be made at home using readily available materials took the place of those that had previously depended on manufactured materials. Themes of family collaboration, civic duty, and finding joy in small pleasures rather than far-flung adventures or pricey belongings started to appear in children's literature. The new culture was not wholly grim or gloomy. Americans had always been exceptionally adept at finding humour in trying situations, and in the years after the crash, a certain type of comedy emerged that recognised adversity without allowing it to defeat it. Jokes about frugal spending, ingenuity, and surviving on less became a means of coping with challenging situations while preserving spirits. During the modernising 1920s, folk traditions that had appeared to be fading gained new significance. Songs, tales, and traditions that stressed communal values and common sense were brought back to life and modified for the modern era. During uncertain times, the cultural legacy that had appeared antiquated during the Jazz era offered continuity and stability. As national consumer culture became less accessible to many families, regional cultures gained importance. After being eclipsed by national brands and mass-produced entertainment, local customs, regional cuisine, and community practices once again gained importance as sources of continuity and identity. During this time, cultural institutions that were able to adapt to new ways of serving their communities, while retaining their fundamental qualities, were the ones that survived and prospered. Museums offered free or low-cost educational programs. Concert halls served as places for the community to come together. Libraries now offer both cultural and practical resources as part of their expanded services. The cultural change even started to show in the way communities looked. Simpler, more functional storefronts replaced the ornate commercial displays that had defined the boom years. As people looked for free or low-cost places to relax and socialise, public spaces were kept up and used more frequently. American society would ultimately undergo a fundamental transformation as a result of the cultural shifts that started in the months after the crash. A more complex culture was replacing the individualistic consumer culture of the 1920s, one that preserved American inventiveness and optimism while embracing lessons about collaboration, environmental preservation, and the value of community support in trying times. This cultural change wasn't quick or consistent. Communities varied in how and how quickly they adapted. However, the general trend was evident. American culture was growing more realistic, grounded, and centered on the kinds of principles that enable societies to withstand adversity while preserving their core identity and optimism for the future. Americans were experiencing what many still hoped would be a brief economic adjustment as 1930 got underway, rather than the start of a 10-year transformation. Although the crash's immediate panic had passed, the underlying changes it had sparked were beginning to take hold and would alter American society for many generations to come. Ordinary people were already establishing the unofficial networks and adaptations that would eventually impact official government programs, even as the legislative and policy responses to the crash were still in their infancy. Local job-sharing agreements, neighbourhood mutual aid organisations and community food cooperatives were all developing naturally out of the pressing needs of those attempting to support their families and communities. A family doctor in Columbus, Ohio, named Dr. James Harrison, found himself treating not only physical ailments, but also the mental anguish brought on by unstable economic conditions. He had never seen so many patients suffering from depression, anxiety, and insomnia. However, he also noticed that people were adjusting to their altered circumstances with incredible inventiveness and resilience. Dr. Harrison started to realise that his responsibilities went beyond providing standard medical care. He ended up acting as an informal social worker for families whose issues were as much financial as medical, advising them on financial choices that had an impact on their health, and putting patients in touch with local resources. Professionals across the nation were replicating his experience, finding that the crash had dissolved the conventional lines between various forms of support and service. The business community was gaining knowledge that would impact American trade for many years to come. Businesses that made it through the initial shock found that community ties and customer loyalty were more valuable than they had thought during the boom years. Companies that had only concentrated on increasing profits had to adjust to a new environment where enduring connections and community standing were more important than immediate profits. Particularly local banks were learning that their contribution to the community went well beyond straightforward business dealings. During uncertain times, bank presidents found themselves acting as unofficial economic advisors, coordinators of community development and sources of stability. Banks that recognized their role as community institutions rather than solely as profit-making businesses were the ones that made it through. Fundamental issues regarding their function in preparing youth for an uncertain future were starting to be raised by educational institutions. The practical and vocational programs of schools that had previously concentrated on academic preparation for white-collar jobs were being expanded. Curricula that prioritized theoretical knowledge over practical skills were being re-examined by universities. The crash made clear how inadequate academic education is at preparing people for economic uncertainty. Students and their families were calling for more hands-on training, a greater focus on skills that would be useful in any economic climate, and improved readiness for the kind of resilience and adaptability that the shifting economy appeared to demand. Labour groups were shifting their priorities from wage talks and working conditions to more general issues like job security and the well-being of the community. As the number of unemployed and underemployed workers started to rise, union leaders found themselves fighting not only for their existing members but also for these newcomers. Work itself was being redefined. The employment expectations and career pathways that had appeared stable in the 1920s were turning out to be more brittle than anyone had expected. Employees were being taught to acquire a variety of skills, to think of their careers in terms of flexibility rather than straight-line advancement, and to see job security as something they had to create rather than something their employers would offer. As a result of shifting social norms and economic necessity, women's roles in families and communities were growing. Women who had never thought of working outside the home were learning how to make money. Women who had previously worked were staying in the workforce longer or going back to work when their family's financial situation demanded it. As everyone had to contribute in whatever way they could due to economic pressure, the traditional division of labour within families was becoming less rigid. Men were forced to learn skills that had previously been viewed as the domain of women. Women's roles were extended beyond traditional household management, and children were given greater responsibility. Community and religious groups were creating new services and programs that would eventually serve as models for social programs run by the government. Churches were setting up systems for food distribution, family counselling, and employment networks. Cooperative businesses, skill-sharing initiatives, and networks of mutual support were being established by community organisations to help people retain their dignity while getting aid. A more realistic view of technology's role in social and economic stability was tempering the technological optimism that had defined the 1920s. Instead of just making life more exciting or opulent, people were learning to value innovations that made life more economical and efficient. Technology as a useful tool replaced technology as a spectacle. A change in agriculture was starting that would eventually change rural America. Farmers were learning to think of themselves as part of larger economic systems rather than as independent operators, to diversify their crops and sources of income, and to use scientific methods to improve efficiency rather than just increase production. New perspectives on agricultural policy and rural development were necessary as a result of the crash's demonstration of the interdependence of the rural and urban economies. Farmers were coming to understand that the health of the larger economy, which bought their goods and met their needs, was just as important to their success as their own hard work. Lessons learned from the crash regarding the significance of community self-sufficiency and economic resilience were starting to be reflected in urban planning and community development. Communities were starting to consider how to preserve vital services and economic opportunities during times of diminished prosperity, and cities were re-evaluating development patterns that had prioritized growth over sustainability. Values and expectations were changing more fundamentally as a result of the cultural changes that had started right after the crash. The 1920s individualistic success culture was giving way to a more nuanced view of success that encompassed not only material success, but also family stability, personal resilience, and community service. These changes weren't happening consistently or without opposition. Many Americans still held out hope that the crash was merely a brief disruption of regular prosperity rather than a significant change in the state of the economy. However, the changes people were making in their daily lives were establishing new norms and expectations that would have an impact on American culture long after the economy had improved. Eventually, the social programs, business practices, and cultural values that would define American society for the remainder of the 20th century would sprout from the seeds sown during this time of adaptation and adjustment. Formal social safety nets would develop from the unofficial networks of support. Corporate policies would eventually adopt the business practices that prioritized community connection. Instead of being the exception, educational methods that struck a balance between theoretical knowledge and real-world experience would become the standard. Most significantly, Americans were learning that security and prosperity were not something to be taken for granted. But they were also learning that their society had reserves of creativity, resilience, and support for one another that could enable them to deal with uncertainty while preserving their core beliefs and aspirations for the future. As we come to the end of this pivotal time, it's important to consider how the everyday experiences of the 1929 crash and its immediate aftermath continue to impact American life in both overt and covert ways, some reverberating into our own era and others lasting for decades. The lessons learned from the crash stayed with the generation that experienced it as adults. They became the parents who prioritized financial stability over financial opportunity, insisted that their kids acquire practical skills, and saved money instead of spending it. These were the grandparents who maintained well-stocked pantries, who didn't discard anything that might come in handy later, and who defined success not by material possessions but by security. These values were complexly internalized by their children, who grew up during the Great Depression. By emphasizing consistent work, prudent spending, and long-term planning, some people adopted the lessons of caution and thrift and became the cornerstone of America's post-war prosperity. Others rebelled against what they perceived as overly cautious behavior, and they went on to become the risk-takers and entrepreneurs who propelled American innovation in the mid-1900s. Modern American social and economic policy was ultimately built on the institutional reforms that started in the months after the crash. Formal social safety nets developed from unofficial community support networks. Business strategies that prioritized community service and customer relationships evolved into accepted methods of corporate governance. American public education was modeled after educational innovations that struck a balance between academic and practical training. The regulatory frameworks that arose as a direct result of the crash included federal insurance programs, securities oversight, and banking regulation. However, the informal adaptations made by regular people in the immediate aftermath of the crisis served as the basis for these official policies. A fundamental shift in American values that affected everything from family structures to artistic expression was a result of the cultural shifts that started in 1929. A more complex culture emerged from the consumer culture of the 1920s, one that incorporated lessons about the value of community, conservation, and mutual support while retaining American optimism and inventiveness. This era gave rise to literature, music, and art that reflected themes that would reverberate across American society. The value of family and community ties, the dignity of routine labor, the fortitude of individuals confronting extraordinary adversity, and the potential for finding fulfillment and meaning in situations that did not involve material abundance. Communities' responses to the crash varied by region, which led to long-lasting differences in American social and political culture. Communities that established robust customs of mutual aid and community collaboration served as the cornerstone for collective action and the support of social programs. American traditions of entrepreneurship and personal accountability have persisted because of regions that prioritized individual adaptation and self-reliance. Modern macroeconomic policy eventually grew out of the economic theories and methods that arose from the crash's analysis. For many years, government policy was shaped by the realization that economic systems needed active management as opposed to straightforward laissez-faire methods. It became a fundamental premise of American political discourse that the well-being of individuals and communities was linked to the stability of the economy as a whole. The spectacular but unworkable technological advancements of the boom years were frequently outperformed by those that arose during the period of economic constraint in terms of durability and usefulness. Post-crash innovation's emphasis on effectiveness, robustness, and real-world use became a defining characteristic of American technological advancement. Additionally, the crash had a long-lasting impact on Americans' perceptions of risk and security. The relationship between opportunity and danger was better understood by the generation that experienced the immediate aftermath. They improved their ability to spot early indicators of economic instability and strengthened their resolve to keep reserves and backup plans in place in case of emergencies. Libraries that extended their services, churches that created social programs, and schools that balanced academic and practical education were among the community institutions that successfully adjusted to the post-crash environment. These institutions became models that impacted institutional development across the United States. Americans learned from the crash that their most valuable institutions were those that could change to meet the needs of the community in both prosperous and challenging times. The crash's global ramifications and the US response to it created trends that would shape US foreign policy for many years to come. A fundamental tenet of American foreign policy is the recognition of the link between global and domestic economic stability. Everything from trade policy to international development initiatives was impacted by the realization that American prosperity was partially dependent on the state of the world economy. Long-lasting alterations in American gender roles and family structures were also influenced by the crash and its aftermath. Long-term shifts in perceptions of women's potential and opportunities were influenced by the economic necessity that forced women to assume larger roles in both families and communities. More adaptable views of gender norms and family duties resulted from the experiences of men whose traditional roles, as the main breadwinners, were called into question by economic conditions. Although not entirely understood at the time, the crash's effects on the environment were also noteworthy. Early recognition of the significance of sustainable resource use was aided by the emphasis on efficiency and conservation that resulted from economic necessity. Patterns that would later impact agricultural and environmental policy were established by the local food production and consumption that became necessary during times of economic hardship. Most significantly, the crash showed that American society had extraordinary reserves of fortitude, ingenuity, and camaraderie that could be called upon in emergency situations. As models for how communities could handle future difficulties, the unofficial networks and adaptable tactics that developed in the months after the crash became an enduring component of American social infrastructure. The tales of Dr. Harrison, the Kowalski family, Eleanor Murphy, and Tom and Sarah Henderson weren't particularly noteworthy or unique. They symbolized the experiences of millions of Americans who learned that they could adjust to situations they never would have thought possible, finding dignity and meaning in situations that contradicted their fundamental beliefs about safety and prosperity. Their experiences were ingrained in the collective memory of Americans, helping to foster a national awareness that the welfare of the community and individual success were closely related, that prosperity could not be taken for granted, but could be restored with hard work and collaboration, and that the most valuable assets of any society were the moral fibre, inventiveness, and camaraderie of its members. Think about how the 1929 crash story relates to your own life in both overt and covert ways, as you curl up deeper under your blanket and feel the soft weight of sleep starting to take you over. The circumstances that the people we met tonight, Eleanor learning to stretch her salary, Tom Henderson renegotiating his farm loans, the Kowalskis adjusting their small business, and Dr. Harrison deepening his understanding of community service, had to deal with were unprecedented for them, but they were all familiar to anyone who has ever experienced economic uncertainty. Their narrative serves as a reminder that community support and personal resiliency are not merely historical oddities, but rather essential needs. Anyone managing the intricacies of contemporary economic life can still benefit from the unofficial networks of support for one another, the innovative responses to shifting conditions, and the harmony between individual initiative and group responsibility that developed in the wake of the crash. The 1929 crash was more than just a historical occurrence. It was a manifestation of human adaptability and vulnerability. Fragility was brought about by the same forces that brought about prosperity, but the same ingenuity and collaboration that enabled people to weather the crisis also set the stage for stability and expansion in the future. As you fall asleep, you may dream of farmers looking through their account books by lamplight, of ticker tape machines clicking out their cryptic messages, or of families huddled around radio sets that provided both reassuring entertainment and upsetting news. These dreams link you to an ongoing American narrative concerning the interplay between personal aspirations and the well-being of the community, material wealth and personal safety, and the promises of advancement and the realities of human frailty. We can learn from the 1929 crash that economic systems are ultimately human constructs that represent human relationships, values, and decisions. Those who survived the crash learned that their most valuable assets were not their money, but rather their abilities, connections, and ability to support one another. The significance of these resources has not changed since 1929. You will be carrying on the narrative that started long before the crash and will continue long after our present economic difficulties are resolved. When you wake up tomorrow and examine your own financial status, make your own financial decisions, and engage in your own community networks. The crash serves as a reminder that prosperity is a state that needs ongoing care and attention rather than a destination. Security comes from building the institutions, connections, and abilities that will enable us to deal with any situation that may arise, not from amassing wealth. The crash's most significant lesson, though, may be that people are incredibly resilient, inventive, and adaptive when they cooperate. Anyone dealing with uncertainty or change can learn from the unofficial support systems, innovative solutions to real-world issues, and the harmony between individual initiative and group collaboration that arose following the crash. You can rest easy knowing that you're a part of the ongoing human narrative of adaptability, fortitude, and camaraderie. Although the difficulties you encounter are personal, you're connected to everyone who has ever had to adjust to situations beyond their direct control by the resources you have. Creativity, relationships, community connections, and the collective knowledge of others who have encountered comparable difficulties. The fact that people have always managed to survive, adapt, and even flourish in situations that at first glance seemed insurmountable may be the most consoling realization of all. The people of 1929 had no idea how their story would turn out, but they handled it with honour, ingenuity, and camaraderie, which enabled them to rise above the rubble of what they had lost and create something better. Your ability to adjust, support, and receive support from the communities you're a part of is how their story lives on in yours. Sweet dreams, and may you rest in the knowledge that we still possess the human ability to bounce back and the resiliency that kept our forebears going. Albert Einstein was born on March 14th, 1879, in the modest city of Ulm in the German Empire. His father, Hermann, managed small electrochemical ventures, and his mother, Pauline, nurtured a love of music. Contrary to later myths, he wasn't a poor student, rather, he disliked rote memorization and preferred exploring ideas on his own. At age 5, he received a simple compass. Its unwavering needle, guided by an unseen force, left him spellbound, hinting at hidden laws in nature. In school, he often seemed preoccupied, building intricate houses of cards or lost in thought. Though teachers labelled him indifferent, he was quietly constructing mental pictures that reached far beyond mundane lessons. Music also shaped his early life. Pauline insisted he learn violin, and though reluctant at first, he found a kinship with Mozart's compositions. This link between artistic harmony and orderly principles of the universe captivated him. Even as a child, he sensed that creativity and logic could coexist productively. His family's moves, first to Munich, then to Italy, created in him a sense of displacement. Rather than fitting snugly into any single cultural or academic mould, he became an observer, questioning everything around him. During a stint at a Catholic elementary school, he briefly embraced religious devotion. Yet he soon gravitated toward a more personal sense of wonder, one unbound by strict doctrine. Later, he would speak of a cosmic religious feeling, a reverence for the unfathomable mysteries of existence. The German educational system clashed with his inquisitive spirit. Teachers focused on memorization, while Einstein was enthralled by independent exploration. He pored over geometry and calculus texts in his free time, often outpacing his peers in conceptual understanding. One tutor noticed his knack for dissecting problems from multiple angles, an early sign of the thought experiments he would later make famous. Meanwhile, Hermann's business pursuits met with limited success, adding financial strain to the household. Yet in that uncertainty, Einstein found pockets of freedom. His parents rarely scolded him for daydreaming. Instead, they recognized his inclination to probe and analyze. When he built card towers, it was more than play. He studied balance, structure and resilience, qualities he would apply to his theoretical work. Overlooked details of his youth further illustrate his distinctive perspective. He once spent hours trying to visualize how a beam of light might appear if one could race alongside it. These musings were embryonic glimpses of the relativity he would formalize years later. Far from mere fanciful flights, they were a training ground for a mind unafraid to question conventional frames of reference. Another seldom noted aspect was his relationship with language. Raised in a multilingual environment, German at home, occasionally Italian outside, he developed a nuanced appreciation for words. Later in life, he would craft carefully balanced scientific papers where clarity took precedence over flourish. But as a boy, he simply recognized that words were imperfect vessels for ideas, sparking a habit of visualizing concepts to grasp them more deeply. By his early teens, Einstein grew increasingly restless with formal schooling. The Luitpold Gymnasium in Munich, with its strict regimen, clashed with his burgeoning interests. Feeling stifled, he began to defy conventional academic paths, in a decision that alarmed his teachers. He left school before graduation and followed his family to Italy. To some, it looked like a rash move, yet it was an act of self-determination, fueled by a longing to learn without constraint. During this period, he explored philosophy as well, delving into Kant's works and pondering the nature of reality. Such readings reinforced his conviction that genuine understanding required more than reciting facts. He craved first-hand encounters with the puzzles of the universe, from the motion of planets to the properties of light. Though his childhood did not revolve solely around science, he played violin, enjoyed walks, and showed flashes of humour. It was imbued with a special kind of curiosity. He was neither the hapless student nor the overnight prodigy that later narratives would portray. Instead, he was a reflective, somewhat solitary child who found meaning in probing life's deeper questions. His early experiences, compass in hand, cards neatly stacked, violin tucked under his chin, crystallized into the core of a worldview that would soon turn the scientific world on its head. Ultimately, the disparate strands of his youth would unite in a bold questioning of the established order. Few recognized how far his curiosity would carry him. Einstein's choice to abandon the Luitpold Gymnasium before graduating startled his teachers, but he felt stifled by rote drills. He rejoined his family in Milan, where Hermann hoped to save his faltering business. Finally freed from rigid school routines, Einstein studied math and philosophy on his own, devouring Kant's works and nurturing an obsession with the universe's hidden structure. Still, the need for formal credentials loomed. In 1895, he applied to the Swiss Federal Polytechnic in Zurich, known for its forward-thinking curriculum. Although he excelled in math and physics, he flunked the entrance exam's other parts. Undeterred, he spent a transformative year at the Cantonal School in Aarau, Switzerland. This school's progressive ethos welcomed curiosity and debate, an environment in which Einstein thrived. Living with the Winterler family, he formed close bonds. He briefly romanced their daughter, Marie, but also made lifelong friendships. Armed with improved preparation, he passed the Polytechnic entrance exam in 1896 and pursued a teaching diploma in math and physics. Zurich's intellectual pulse invigorated him. By day, he endured lectures. By night, he wrestled with scientific texts or debated theory in cafes. Less enthralled with rote note-taking, he favoured independent study. Though he admired some professors, others saw him as dismissive and unruly, a reputation that would later cost him solid references. During this period, Einstein met Mileva Maric, the only woman in their physics cohort. She was bright and tenacious, undeterred by an academic world largely unwelcoming to women. Their bond intertwined intellectual exchange and romantic attraction. Letters between them reveal lively dialogues about abstract science and the deeper questions of existence. Critics sometimes question the extent of Mileva's contributions to Einstein's early work, but it's certain she engaged in stimulating discussions at a formative time in his career. Einstein graduated in 1900. Despite his clear gift for physics, job prospects were scarce. Dismissed by some professors as headstrong, he received only lukewarm recommendations. Over the next 2 years, he subsisted on tutoring gigs and part-time teaching roles, struggling to pay rent. Meanwhile, his relationship with Mileva grew more serious. They had a daughter, Liesel, whose fate remains one of the murkiest aspects of Einstein's life. Records suggest she may have been adopted, but details are sparse. Financial anxiety gnawed at him, and paternal disapproval of Mileva added stress. Yet his scientific passion never dimmed. Whenever he found a spare hour, Einstein tackled research problems in thermodynamics or statistical mechanics. Despite their lack of widespread attention, these small papers demonstrated Einstein's capacity to critically examine conventional assumptions. A modest beacon of stability arrived in 1902. Einstein secured a post as a technical expert, third class, at the Swiss Patent Office in Bern. While many might view patent reviewing as mundane, the job offered a predictable schedule and a steady wage, precisely what he needed. Crucially, it also left him mental space for independent thought. Far from being a lull, this period set the stage for his most significant breakthroughs. Bern itself was unassuming, but it possessed an understated cultural vitality. Einstein, ever sociable in an understated way, found a small circle of like-minded acquaintances. They shared books, debated philosophical ideas, and sometimes playfully referred to themselves as the Olympia Academy. The group's informal spirit aligned perfectly with Einstein's own approach, freewheeling, yet anchored by a deep respect for rational inquiry. Meanwhile, his personal life moved forward. He and Mileva married in 1903, hoping to create a steel home. Their union was hardly perfect, fraught with the usual challenges of newlyweds, compounded by Einstein's preoccupation with science and ongoing money worries. Still, having a supportive partner with a keen interest in physics likely encouraged his intellectual wanderings during these formative years. Between 1902 and 1904, Einstein churned through patent applications by day, evaluating new inventions for novelty and feasibility. At night, he scribbled equations and chased the big questions that had haunted him since childhood: the nature of light, the structure of time, and whether the cosmos had fundamental certainties. Little did anyone suspect that his quiet hours in Bern would yield a series of scientific papers that would upend centuries of accepted physics and elevate a once-errant student to the front ranks of modern science. In a few years, he would unleash a torrent of revolutionary ideas, proving that unorthodox paths can lead to remarkable destinations. Settled at the Swiss Patent Office in Bern, Einstein was officially a clerk reviewing applications for new inventions. Unofficially, he was a theorist probing the bedrock of physics. The job's predictable routine left him time to explore the mysteries of light, motion, and energy, questions that had haunted him since childhood. His personal life had stabilized somewhat. He and Mileva, now married, lived modestly, mindful of every expense. Their son, Hans Albert, born in 1904, added new responsibilities. Yet Mileva's own physics background made her a supportive confidant for Einstein's musings, though the precise scope of her influence remains debated. In 1905, Einstein unleashed 4 seminal papers in Annalen der Physik. The first explained the photoelectric effect by treating light as particles, helping seed the future field of quantum mechanics. Next came his work on Brownian motion, using statistics to confirm the existence of atoms and molecules. Then, in his special theory of relativity, he shattered the old notion of absolute time, proposing that simultaneity depends on an observer's motion. Finally, in a spare but dazzling note, he offered E equals mc squared, revealing the profound equivalence of mass and energy. At first, these radical ideas met mixed responses. Some scholars found them too speculative, others grasped their seismic potential. Over time, the consensus grew. Einstein had transformed physics from the inside out. His reputation slowly spread, though he remained a patent clerk until 1909. He yearned for an academic post but faced challenges. He lacked the usual pedigrees, and some professors gave tepid recommendations. Eventually, the University of Zurich appointed him as a lecturer, opening the door to a more formal scientific community. Mileva managed their growing family, which now included a second son, Eduard, while Einstein wrestled with teaching duties and ongoing research. But their marriage started to show cracks, strained by the financial pressures and Einstein's single-minded devotion to work. Despite domestic tension, his scientific profile rose swiftly. Younger physicists marvelled at his knack for taking earlier insights, such as those from Hendrik Lorentz and Henri Poincaré, and unifying them into a cohesive vision. The outcome was more than a patchwork of theories. It was a radical recasting of how energy, space, and time interlock. He left Bern for Zurich in 1909, then moved to Prague in 1911 for another professorship. Mileva followed, but the demands of uprooting and the complexities of raising children chipped away at their partnership. In Prague, Einstein refined his thoughts on gravity, hinting at a broader framework to come. Though overshadowed by cultural and political tensions in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the city still offered pockets of intellectual ferment. Einstein found colleagues intrigued by his work and critics skeptical of it. He thrived on debate, defending his theories with calm conviction. By 1912, he was back in Zurich at the Polytechnic, now as a professor. This time, he delved deeper into the mathematics needed to extend relativity to gravitational fields. His collaboration with mathematician Marcel Grossmann was vital, laying the groundwork for what would become the general theory of relativity. While special relativity had reconfigured space and time on a flat stage, Einstein now aimed to show how massive objects could warp that stage itself. In parallel, tensions at home worsened. Mileva's hopes for her own scientific contributions had faded into domestic obligations. Einstein's growing fame meant invitations to speak and collaborate, pulling him away for extended periods. At times, letters reveal a coldness creeping into their marriage. He could be absent-minded, impatient, and increasingly dismissive of Mileva's emotional needs. The personal costs of genius were mounting, even if the broadest world was beginning to admire him as a visionary. By the end of 1912, Einstein's ambitions were clear. He had cemented a reputation as the mind behind special relativity, and he was on the cusp of unveiling a more comprehensive framework to explain gravity. Universities courted him, and scientific societies began to laud his insights. Yet beneath this rise lay private discord. Tensions that would escalate once his career carried him to Berlin. For now, though, Einstein's path led inexorably toward one of the greatest intellectual feats in history, fueled by that same restless curiosity that once made him walk away from gymnasium classes and question the simplest wonders of nature. Despite turmoil, his momentum was unstoppable. The stage was set for him to finalize a theory of gravity, a masterpiece that would reshape humanity's view of the cosmos. In 1913, the Prussian Academy of Sciences in Berlin-Base beckoned Albert Einstein with a prestigious post that required minimal teaching. By 1914, he was in the German capital, poised to perfect his theory of gravity. Yet the move magnified personal and political tensions. His marriage to Mileva was fracturing, and Europe stood on the brink of war. A pacifist at heart, Einstein found himself at odds with the fervent nationalism gripping Germany. Unperturbed by the storm outside, he pushed forward on general relativity, aided by mathematician Marcel Grossmann. Their goal was to show that gravity arose from curved space-time, a radical notion demanding complex tensor calculus. By 1915, Einstein had refined the field equations describing how mass deforms space-time and how that curvature dictates motion. A triumph soon followed. The new theory explained Mercury's orbital quirks better than Newtonian physics. Overjoyed, Einstein wrote to a friend that his heart shivered upon seeing the data align with his calculations, but his personal world was unravelling. Mileva struggled in Berlin's stifling atmosphere and felt increasingly isolated. Meanwhile, Einstein grew close to his cousin, Elsa Löwenthal. Letters show Mileva's despair and Einstein's emotional withdrawal. She took their sons back to Switzerland, and the marriage ended in divorce. He later wed Elsa, igniting gossip about his private life. Even as general relativity gained traction among physicists, his personal reputation became fodder for public speculation. World War I had also splintered scientific exchanges. While many German intellectuals endorsed the war, Einstein stood nearly alone, signing anti-war petitions and voicing pacifist views. His stance stirred resentment at home. Still, foreign scientists such as the British astronomer Arthur Eddington recognised the significance of Einstein's work. Eddington's 1919 eclipse expedition tested whether starlight passing near the Sun would bend according to Einstein's predictions. The measurements matched, electrifying the global press and dethroning Newton in the public eye. Overnight, Einstein became a symbol of modern genius. Newspapers everywhere featured his thoughtful gaze and unruly hair. Invitations rained down from universities and societies. While he believed in sharing knowledge openly, he disliked the frenzied attention and grew uneasy with Germany's renewed nationalism. Post-war turmoil fanned political flames, and Einstein's pacifism drew ire from right-wing groups. Nevertheless, the validation of general relativity cemented his place atop the scientific hierarchy. Even skeptics admitted that his calculations matched observable reality in a way no previous theory could. With Mileva in Zurich caring for their sons, Einstein found both freedom and loneliness. He married Elsa in 1919, relying on her to manage his crowded schedule and mitigate public demands. As the 1920s dawned, Einstein was heralded as a visionary whose equations recast the universe as a pliable fabric shaped by energy and mass. These notions paved the way for cosmic models that would soon suggest an expanding universe, involving astronomers like Edwin Hubble. Initially, Einstein proposed a cosmological constant to keep the universe static, but later deemed that idea a mistake, a rare admission of error from a man idolized for brilliance. Meanwhile, he turned his attention back to quantum mechanics, a field he had inadvertently sparked with his photoelectric paper. Newcomers like Werner Heisenberg and Erwin Schrödinger advanced ideas that clashed with Einstein's comfort zone. He balked at the probabilistic nature they proposed, insisting there must be a deeper deterministic layer. Thus began the famed series of debates with Niels Bohr, with Einstein challenging the notion that reality might hinge on randomness. By mid-decade, Einstein's travel schedule ballooned. He toured the United States and parts of Europe, drawing huge crowds. Statesmen, celebrities, and fellow scholars courted his presence. In Germany, however, he faced mounting hostility from nationalist factions who derided his theories as Jewish science. Unfazed, he pressed on, confident that empirical evidence would outlast prejudice. His personal realm, now tethered to Elsa, offered stability. She shielded him from ceaseless demands, allowing him to pursue his ideas in relative peace. Yet the creeping political tide would soon overshadow even Einstein's lofty pursuits. At the dawn of the next decade, Einstein found himself a global icon, yet behind that fame lay deeper struggles and fresh challenges that would shape his destiny. The 1920s were a whirlwind for Einstein, blending scientific milestones with worldwide acclaim. Ever the restless thinker, he spent these years grappling with quantum theory while maintaining his fascination with relativity. Though his general theory of relativity was universally hailed, he grew increasingly uneasy about the indeterminate flavour of quantum mechanics. To him, the idea that fundamental processes could be governed by pure chance seemed incomplete. Einstein's public image soared as he toured Europe and North America. Lecture halls overflowed. Audiences were drawn not just to his ideas, but also to his persona, rumpled suits, mischievous humour, and an aura of introspective brilliance. Journalists clamoured for interviews, often distorting his words into simplistic sound bites. Despite Elsa's best efforts to safeguard his privacy, the cult of personality grew. Politicians hoped his presence would lend prestige to their events, and luminaries from other fields sought his endorsement. Beneath the accolades, Einstein remained wary of fame. He believed that genuine discovery flourished in quiet reflection, not in the spotlight. Whenever possible, he escaped to the Alps or the countryside, revelling in mountain walks and violin practice. Music provided a counterbalance to the rigours of theoretical work, reinforcing his belief that art and science shared a quest for harmony. Meanwhile, in academic circles, the quantum revolution thundered on. Physicists like Niels Bohr, Werner Heisenberg, and Max Born claimed that probabilities lay at the heart of physical reality. Einstein countered that God does not play dice, questioning whether randomness was the final word. Their debates, polite yet intense, fueled a new era of theoretical exploration. The young quantum guard revered Einstein's contributions but insisted that his skepticism missed the theory's core elegance. At the same time, Europe was experiencing social and political upheavals in the aftermath of World War I. Germany's Weimar Republic veered between fragile democracy and looming chaos. Hyperinflation devastated the middle class. Extremist factions, including the nascent Nazi Party, exploited economic despair, promoting xenophobia and anti-Semitism. Einstein, as a Jewish intellectual and an outspoken pacifist, became a prime target for nationalists. Hate mail arrived with disturbing regularity, accusing him of undermining Germany's scientific heritage. Despite these threats, Einstein refused to hide. He rallied for disarmament and international cooperation, endorsing pacifist causes that were deeply unpopular among nationalist circles. His celebrity magnified the visibility of his stance, making him a lightning rod for political hatred. Some colleagues implored him to be more guarded, but he believed moral convictions outweighed personal safety. In 1922, Einstein was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics, not for relativity, surprisingly, but for his earlier explanation of the photoelectric effect. By then, the Nobel Committee had become wary of the ongoing debates about relativity, yet they could not ignore his contributions to quantum theory. When news arrived, Einstein was travelling in Asia. He embarked on a tour that took him to Japan, where he was met by enthralled crowds and showered with gifts. Notes from that trip reveal a man torn between gratitude for the adulation and a desire for solitude. Upon returning to Germany, Einstein found the political climate darker. The early stirrings of Nazi ideology were creeping into universities and public discourse. Although he tried to remain above petty bickering, vicious attacks on his un-German physics intensified. Right-wing publications branded relativity a hoax. Some of his lectures were disrupted by hostile demonstrators, and rumours of assassination plots circulated. Elsa, deeply concerned, urged him to consider emigrating. Yet Einstein hesitated. He felt a profound connection to German-speaking intellectual life, despite recognising its dangerous currents. He also clung to the hope that reason and goodwill might prevail. When not entangled in politics, he continued refining his approach to quantum puzzles. He developed thought experiments aimed at exposing hidden variables or revealing contradictions in the quantum framework. Each new exchange with Bohr underscored the chasm between Einstein's quest for determinism and the Copenhagen school's acceptance of uncertainty. By the late 1920s, Einstein's stature had grown colossal, but so had his disillusionment with Europe's volatile mood. Whispers of an eventual departure grew louder. In public, he spoke calmly about the spiritual crisis afflicting the continent. Privately, he pondered where his future lay. The man who had once roamed Italy in his youth, yearning for free thought, again stood at a crossroads. When Adolf Hitler rose to power in 1933, Einstein's predicament crystallized. The Nazis targeted Jewish scientists as scapegoats, accusing them of corrupting German culture. For Einstein, an internationally admired thinker yet domestic pariah, remaining in Germany became untenable. Acting on Elsa's urgings and his own sense of imminent danger, he left Berlin for what would become a permanent exile. Stopping briefly in Europe, he announced his resignation from the Prussian Academy. The move was both symbolic and pragmatic. He refused to serve an institution bent on persecuting him. Although his name still commanded respect abroad, in Germany his books were publicly burned and officials seized his assets. Nazi propaganda labelled him the arch-enemy of true science. Unfazed by personal attacks, Einstein worried about friends and colleagues trapped in a regime that suppressed free thought. He soon found refuge in the United States, accepting an appointment at the newly established Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, New Jersey. Princeton offered serenity and intellectual autonomy, with no formal teaching duties. The Institute's wooded campus and quiet community reminded Einstein of the tranquility he once treasured in Switzerland. He took up residence in a modest house on Mercer Street, where curious townsfolk would spot him on daily walks, unruly hair, pipe in hand, lost in reflection. Yet exile weighed on him. Though grateful for safety, he missed the vibrant cafes of Europe and lamented the plight of Jewish refugees barred from many countries. He became an outspoken advocate for civil rights and international cooperation, determined to counter the Nazi threat. He supported various relief organizations assisting displaced scholars. Letters from this period reflect a mix of relief, sorrow, and moral urgency. Scientifically, Einstein continued to question the underpinnings of quantum mechanics. He collaborated with Boris Podolsky and Nathan Rosen on the famous 1935 EPR paradox, asserting that quantum theory was incomplete. This paper challenged the Copenhagen interpretation by suggesting that spooky action at a distance conflicted with the principles of locality and realism. Though intended to reveal quantum mechanics' shortcomings, the paper instead paved the way for future breakthroughs in quantum entanglement research, ironically fueling the very field Einstein doubted. Meanwhile, global tensions escalated. As Nazi Germany expanded its militaristic ambitions, Einstein was drawn into geopolitical concerns he had tried to avoid. Friends cautioned him about the possibility of an atomic bomb, highlighting the dire consequences if Hitler's regime managed to harness nuclear fission first. Ironically, it was Einstein's own mass energy equivalence E=mc² that foreshadowed the destructive power of splitting the atom. Alarmed by such prospects, he allowed Hungarian émigré physicist Leo Szilard to draft a letter in 1939, alerting US President Franklin D. Roosevelt to the possibility of a German atomic program. This letter, bearing Einstein's signature, catalyzed the Manhattan Project, though Einstein himself never worked directly on atomic weapons. Regret haunted him. In later recollections, he lamented that had he foreseen the scale of devastation nuclear arms would bring, he might never have signed the warning. Yet at the time, Einstein's pacifist leanings clashed with realpolitik, a painful contradiction he carried to the end of his life. Princeton gradually became home. Einstein strolled its streets in tattered sweaters, occasionally offering an impromptu violin performance for friends. He fielded letters from admirers worldwide, often replying with brief but thoughtful notes. Photos from the era show a gentle-faced figure, equal parts grandfatherly and inscrutable. He advised younger scientists, although his own research shifted away from mainstream physics. Fixated on unifying gravity with electromagnetic forces, he pursued a theory of everything that increasingly isolated him from the cutting-edge work on quantum fields. Outside the academic sphere, Einstein gained a voice in public debates. He spoke out against racism in America, comparing it to the anti-Jewish sentiments he had witnessed in Europe. He supported civil rights activists and forged friendships with prominent black leaders, despite the era's pervasive discrimination. Occasionally, he faced criticism for meddling in social issues rather than sticking to science. But Einstein considered moral responsibility inseparable from intellectual freedom. As World War II raged, Einstein's heartbreak was twofold. Germany, once his intellectual cradle, had become a synonym for barbarity, while the Allies were forced to develop weapons of unprecedented lethality. He could only watch from afar, offering moral support and condemnation of fascist ideologies. In the aftermath of World War II, Albert Einstein's status as a global icon solidified. Yet his latter years were marked by reflection and a sense of unresolved questions. Despite pushing physics towards quantum theory, he remained resistant to its probabilistic core. Though the Manhattan Project had validated the destructive potential of E=mc², it also weighed heavily on his conscience. He loathed the arms race that followed and spoke openly against nuclear proliferation. Living in Princeton, he continued his quest for a unified field theory, an ambitious bid to reconcile electromagnetism and gravity under one framework. He toiled over complex equations, convinced that nature possessed an underlying simplicity. Critics, meanwhile, argued that he was out of touch with emerging quantum field theories. Undeterred, Einstein pursued his unification program almost in solitude, likening himself to a lone traveller on a winding road. Younger physicists acknowledged his genius, but often parted ways with his methods, embracing instead the quantum approach he had always found unsettling. Beyond science, Einstein's voice resonated in global debates. He championed a supranational government to curb the risk of nuclear war, advocating collective security over nationalism. Despite controversies, many admired his stance, seeing in him a moral compass shaped by first-hand experience of authoritarianism. He wrote letters to world leaders, sometimes scoring partial victories, often meeting polite indifference. Yet he pressed on, believing that scientific insight conferred a duty to safeguard humanity from its inventions. His private life in Princeton had a gentle routine. Each morning brought a steady stream of letters seeking his opinion on everything from cosmic theories to personal woes. He obliged when he could, but dismissed frivolous requests. Afternoons often involved slow walks or reading classical literature. Evenings might find him improvising on the violin, seeking solace in music's structured freedom. Friends found him warm but occasionally aloof, an introvert who valued genuine conversation yet disdained small talk. Elsa's death in 1936 had left an emotional gap that he filled through companionship with his stepdaughter, Margot, and a circle of close confidants. His older son, Hans Albert, pursued an engineering career, while younger son Eduard battled health challenges that Einstein struggled to comprehend, but he remained steadfast in providing financial and emotional support from afar. As the Cold War dawned, Einstein found himself in a complicated political environment. Paradoxically, the FBI kept files on him, viewing his pacifist leanings and global outlook as potentially subversive. Rumours circulated that he was sympathetic to communist causes, though he consistently denounced Stalinist oppression. Instead, Einstein championed universal human rights. He grew vocally critical of McCarthyism, branding it an assault on intellectual freedom akin to the political witch hunts he had fled in Germany. By the early 1950s, health issues nudged him toward a quieter pace. Yet his mind remained agile, and he sometimes engaged in public letters urging scientists to unite for peaceful endeavours. He admired younger luminaries like Kurt Gödel and conversed with them about the nature of logic and mathematics. But he found little common ground with the new wave of particle physics. Students worldwide still saw him as an emblem of pure genius, while Einstein himself downplayed personal accolades, insisting he had simply followed his curiosity wherever it led. In 1955, Einstein experienced internal bleeding from an abdominal aneurysm. Though doctors recommended surgery, he refused, declaring that it was his time to go with dignity. True to form, he spent his final days revising a speech he intended to deliver for Israel's 7th anniversary, reflecting his long-standing support for Jewish communities while advocating peaceful coexistence. He died on April 18, 1955, leaving behind notes and half-finished equations in search of that elusive unified field. News of his passing reverberated across the globe. World leaders and fellow scientists paid tribute to the man who had reshaped our understanding of space, time, and energy. Yet Einstein's legacy extended beyond equations. He embodied the principle that moral conviction and intellectual daring can and must coexist. In death, he became even more iconic, his name synonymous with visionary genius, and his photograph instantly recognizable as a totem of human possibility. Today, Einstein's work undergirds technologies from GPS to nuclear power. His debates about quantum mechanics remain at the heart of physics, pointing toward frontiers in entanglement and information theory. In that tension between breathtaking discovery and ethical uncertainty lies the fullest measure of Albert Einstein's singular, complex legacy. Imagine yourself waking up in ancient Rome, perhaps around 150 AD, and stumbling toward your modest apartment's kitchen. Your stomach is growling, and you're dreaming of scrambled eggs, toast with butter, and maybe some orange juice. Well, friend, you're about to discover that Roman breakfast was about as exciting as watching paint dry on a humid day. You see, Romans didn't really do breakfast the way we think of it. They had something called ientaculum, which sounds fancy until you realise it was basically whatever leftover bread you could find from yesterday, maybe dipped in wine if you were feeling particularly festive. There were no eggs Benedict served here, just you, some stale bread, and the faint hope that lunch might be more interesting. The Romans had this peculiar relationship with morning meals that would make modern nutritionists weep. They considered eating a big breakfast to be somewhat gluttonous, like wearing pyjamas to a board meeting. It just wasn't done if you had any sense of dignity. Instead, they'd nibble on bread, perhaps some cheese if they were lucky, and call it good enough. If you were rich enough to have servants fanning you with palm fronds, you might have had honey on your bread or olives. But for most Romans, breakfast was less rise and shine, and more rise and make do with whatever's not growing mould. The fascinating thing about Roman food culture is how backwards it seems to us now. We've got our coffee shops on every corner, our breakfast burritos, and our endless cereal aisles that stretch like ancient Roman roads. But Romans, they saved their energy for the real meal of the day, which came much later. Breakfast was just fuel to get you through the morning's work, like putting just enough gas in your car to reach the next station. You'd wash down your meagre breakfast with water, maybe some diluted wine if you were feeling fancy or if the water looked particularly suspicious that day. Roman water systems were impressive, sure, but you still had to be careful. A little wine in your morning drink wasn't about getting tipsy. It was about not getting sick from whatever might be swimming around in your cup. The bread itself would have been darker and coarser than what we're used to today. Think of it as the ancient equivalent of whole grain, except it wasn't a health choice. It was just what happened when you ground wheat with primitive tools. Sometimes you'd find intriguing surprises in your bread, like bits of stone from the grinding process. Romans had strong teeth, or at least they did until they didn't. You could get goat's milk if you lived in the country. Cow's milk was more of a luxury item, like truffle oil or premium vanilla extract today. Most Romans in the city would have looked at you strangely if you suggested starting the day with a big glass of cold milk. It just wasn't part of their world. The relationship between the morning meal and social class was intricate and multifaceted. A wealthy Roman might have had slaves preparing elaborate breads with various seeds and nuts baked in, while a poor Roman was grateful for any bread at all. The disparity between the affluent and the impoverished during breakfast time was comparable to the difference between a luxurious continental breakfast at a 5-star hotel and a simple bowl of oatmeal 5-star hotel and a meagre breakfast from a gas station at 6 a.m. So there you are as an ancient Roman finishing your modest breakfast and preparing for the day ahead. Your stomach isn't exactly singing with satisfaction, but you're fed enough to function. The real excitement, the actual meal worth waiting for, is still hours away. But don't worry, when it comes, it'll be worth the wait, even if it's not what you expect. So you've made it through your underwhelming Roman breakfast, and now you're wondering about lunch. Here's where things get interesting. Romans had this meal called prandium, which was sort of like lunch, except it wasn't really lunch the way we understand it. It resembled a snack with a sense of grandeur. Think of prandium as the middle child of Roman meals, overlooked, underappreciated, and often forgotten entirely. Most Romans would grab something quick and light around midday, assuming they remembered to eat at all. They were busy people, these Romans, what with their empire building and their complex social hierarchies to maintain. If you were a working-class Roman, your lunch might have been a chunk of bread with some cheese, maybe an apple if you were lucky enough to find one that hadn't been claimed by someone higher up the social ladder. You'd eat it quickly, probably while standing, and then get back to whatever important Roman business you had to attend to. There were no leisurely lunch breaks where co-workers would discuss the latest gladiator matches. The wealthy Romans naturally had a different approach to midday eating. They might have had cold meats, some fruit, and perhaps a bit of wine that was actually good instead of the stuff that could strip paint. But even they didn't make a big production of it. Lunch was like a brief intermission in the play of daily life, acknowledged, but not the main event. Here's something that might surprise you. Romans were big on cold lunches. This was not due to their proclivity for meal prep, but rather due to the impracticality of preparing a full meal in the middle of the day. Most Romans living in cities didn't have proper kitchens anyway. They lived in apartments that would make modern studio dwellers feel positively spacious, and cooking facilities were shared or non-existent. You'd find Romans eating lunch in taverns, which were scattered throughout the cities like ancient food courts. These weren't fancy establishments. Think more like a combination of a gas station deli and a sports bar, minus the sports and the bar part. The food was cheap, quick, and designed to keep you going rather than to impress anyone. The typical tavern lunch might include some hard-boiled eggs, olives, bread, and cheese. If you were feeling adventurous, you might try some of the prepared foods they had sitting out, though the concept of food safety was about as developed as their understanding of germs, which is to say, not at all. Fish was popular at lunch, especially if you lived near the coast. Romans had this thing for fish sauce called garum, which was basically the ketchup of the ancient world. They put it on everything, and I mean everything. Imagine if someone today decided that ranch dressing should go on every single food item. That's Romans with their fish sauce. It was made from fermented fish intestines, which sounds absolutely horrifying until you realise it's basically the ancestor of Worcestershire sauce. If you were travelling, your lunch options became even more limited. Roman roads were excellent for getting from point A to point B, but they weren't exactly lined with convenient restaurants. You'd pack some bread, maybe some dried meat, and hope for the best. It was the ancient equivalent of grabbing a protein bar and hoping you'd find something better later. The timing of lunch was also flexible in a way that would confuse modern schedulers. Romans didn't have precise timekeeping the way we do, so lunchtime was more of a general concept than a specific hour. You ate when you felt hungry and when you had free time, which sometimes meant not eating at all. What's really fascinating is how Romans viewed this meal, or lack thereof. They didn't see skipping lunch as a hardship or a sign of being too busy. It was just part of life. They were saving their energy and appetite for the real meal of the day. Everything else was just keeping the engine running until the main event. Now comes the fun part, shopping for the evening meal, which was where Romans really showed their culinary colours. But before you start imagining neat grocery store aisles and shopping carts, let me paint you a picture of what food shopping actually looked like in ancient Rome. First, you'd head to the local market, which was less like a modern supermarket and more like a chaotic festival, where everyone was trying to sell you something. The noise alone would have been overwhelming. Vendors shouting about their wares, customers haggling over prices, and animals making whatever sounds animals make when they're about to become dinner. It was like Black Friday, but every day with more chickens. You'd start at the bread stalls, because bread was the foundation of every Roman meal. The bakers would have their loaves displayed, and you'd need to choose carefully. Some bread was better than others, and you could tell a lot about someone's social status by the quality of bread they bought. White bread was for the wealthy, darker bread was for everyone else. It was like a carbohydrate-based social hierarchy. The meat section would have been an adventure in itself. Romans consumed pork, lamb, goat, and beef. However, beef was expensive and typically reserved for special occasions. You'd see whole animals hanging in the stalls, and the butcher would cut off whatever piece you wanted right there. No neat packages wrapped in plastic, just you, the butcher, and whatever animal was looking at you with those reproachful dead eyes. Poultry was popular among the Romans, especially chicken, but they also consumed ducks, geese, and various other types of birds. They had a particular fondness for stuffed dormice, which sounds adorable until you realise they were being stuffed for dinner, not as toys. Romans had some interesting ideas about what constituted good eating. The fish market would have been a sensory experience you'd never forget. Romans loved their seafood, and they had access to both freshwater and saltwater fish. You'd find everything from simple sardines to elaborate preparations of mullet and sea bass. The smell would have been intense. Imagine the strongest fish market you've ever encountered, then multiply it by about 10. Vegetables were sold by farmers who'd bring their produce from the countryside. You'd find onions, garlic, leeks, cabbage, turnips, and various greens. Tomatoes didn't exist yet. They were still hanging out in the Americas, waiting to be discovered, so Roman cuisine was a lot less red than you might expect. Fruits were seasonal and precious. Apples, pears, grapes, and figs were common, but citrus fruits were exotic imports that cost more than most people could afford. If you desired an orange, it would be advisable to have the ancient equivalent of a trust fund. The spice vendors were like ancient drug dealers, but legal and with better business licenses. Pepper was incredibly valuable, so valuable that it was sometimes used as currency. Salt was essential for preserving food, and Romans had some pretty sophisticated ideas about different types of salt and their uses. Wine was sold everywhere, and it came in various qualities. The excellent stuff was for special occasions and wealthy people, while the everyday wine was more like alcoholic vinegar. Romans mixed their wine with water, which was partly about taste, and partly about not falling over before dinner was finished. Shopping wasn't just about buying food. It was a social activity. You'd run into neighbours, catch up on gossip, and probably hear about the latest political scandals. The market was like Facebook, but with actual faces and fewer privacy settings. You'd need to bring your containers for liquids and loose items. No convenient bottles or bags, just whatever pottery or baskets you could carry. Especially if you lived in one of those multi-storey apartment buildings and had to carry everything up narrow stairs, shopping became a workout in itself. The whole experience would have taken most of the day, and you'd need to be a skilled negotiator to get acceptable prices. Romans expected haggling the way we expect barcodes. It was just part of the process. You'd start with an outrageous price, work your way down, and eventually settle on something that made both parties slightly unhappy, which meant it was probably fair. So you've survived the market experience and made it home with your purchases. Now comes the fun part, actually cooking the food. But here's where things get really interesting, because Roman kitchens were nothing like what you're imagining. If you lived in a typical Roman apartment, your kitchen might have been a small brazier, basically a metal bowl with some charcoal in it. That's it. There were no counters, cabinets, or refrigerators humming in the corner. You'd do your cooking crouched over this tiny fire, probably in a space that was barely bigger than a modern closet. It was like trying to prepare Thanksgiving dinner using only a hibachi grill. The smoke from your cooking fire had to go somewhere, and that somewhere was usually everywhere. Roman apartments weren't known for their ventilation systems. You'd open a window if you had one, but mostly you'd just live with the smoke. Everyone smelled like cooking food all the time, which was either charming or horrifying, depending on your perspective. If you were wealthy enough to have a proper house, you might have had a real kitchen with a stone hearth, maybe even a small oven, but even these kitchens would have seemed primitive by modern standards. The cooking area lacked running water and lacked knob-controlled gas burners. Everything was fire-based, which meant it took longer and required more attention. Roman cooking was all about timing and patience. You couldn't just set a timer and walk away. You had to stay with your food, watching it, adjusting the heat by moving coals around, and turning things by hand. It was like meditation, except if you meditated wrong, dinner burned. The most common cooking vessel was a clay pot called an olla. These came in various sizes and were used for everything from boiling water to making stews. Romans also had pans, but they were made of bronze or iron, not the non-stick wonders we're used to. Everything stuck to it, which made cooking an exercise in both skill and frustration. Spices were ground by hand using a mortar and pestle, which was an excellent exercise for your arms but time-consuming. You'd spend a good portion of your cooking time just preparing ingredients. There were no food processors, no pre-chopped vegetables, and no shortcuts. Every meal was earned through actual physical labour. Storage was another challenge entirely. Without refrigeration, you had to be creative about keeping food fresh. Romans used various preservation techniques: salting, smoking, drying, and fermentation. They had underground storage areas called celli for wine and other perishables, but these were mainly for the wealthy. For most Romans, you bought what you needed for that day's meal and not much more. Leftovers were problematic without proper storage, so you learned to prepare just enough food for your family. This meant shopping more frequently, but it also meant your food was always fresh. Water for cooking had to be carried from public fountains or wells. There was no turning on a tap. You'd fill your water jars and carry them home, then use that water sparingly. This approach made cooking more deliberate and less wasteful than modern cooking tends to be. The Romans had some clever cooking techniques that worked around their limitations. They'd use honey as a preservative, wine as a cooking liquid, and various herbs to mask the taste of food that was starting to turn. They became masters of one-pot cooking out of necessity, creating complex flavours in simple vessels. Baking was usually done communally. Most people didn't have ovens, so they'd prepare their bread dough at home and then take it to a communal bakery to be baked. This practice created a social aspect to bread making that we've completely lost in modern times. The timing of food preparation was crucial, because Romans ate their main meal in the late afternoon or early evening. You'd need to start cooking hours before you planned to eat, especially if you were preparing anything complex. There was no ordering takeout if you ran out of time. You ate what you managed to prepare, or you didn't eat much at all. Despite all these challenges, Romans managed to create some truly sophisticated dishes. They were creative, resourceful, and surprisingly innovative in their approach to cooking. They had to be. Their survival depended on it. Finally, we reached the cena, the main meal of the day and the one Romans actually cared about. This meal was where they put their effort, their money, and their social energy. If breakfast was a handshake and lunch was a brief nod, dinner was a full embrace. The timing of dinner would seem strange to us. Romans typically ate their main meal in the late afternoon or early evening, when the day's work was done and there was still enough light to see what you were eating. This wasn't about candlelit romance, it was about practicality. Lamp oil was expensive and you wanted to enjoy your food while you could actually see it. For ordinary Romans, dinner was a simple but satisfying affair. You'd gather with your family around a low table sitting on stools or benches. The meal would centre around bread, which was eaten with everything and used as a utensil. You'd tear off pieces and use them to scoop up other foods, like an ancient version of a dinner roll that actually worked for something. The main dish was often a porridge or stew called pulse, which was made from various grains and whatever vegetables, meat or fish you could afford. It sounds boring, but Romans had perfected the art of making porridge fascinating. They'd add herbs, spices, bits of meat, vegetables, and that ubiquitous fish sauce. It was like the ancient equivalent of a delicious risotto, if risotto were made from whatever you happened to have on hand. If you could afford meat, it was usually pork, lamb, or goat. Chicken was also popular, and Romans had some intriguing ways of preparing it. They'd stuff it with various mixtures, roast it with herbs, or cook it in wine sauces that would make modern chefs jealous. The key was maximising flavour with few ingredients. Vegetables played a supporting role, but an important one. Romans ate a lot of cabbage, onions, leeks, and various greens. They prepared vegetables in ways that would surprise modern cooks, often cooking them for much longer than we do today, creating soft, flavourful dishes that were easy to digest. The wealthy Romans naturally had a completely different dinner experience. Their meals were elaborate affairs that could last for hours and include multiple courses. They'd recline on couches, yes, they literally lay down to eat, and be served by slaves who brought course after course of increasingly exotic foods. Rich Romans might start with gustaccio, appetizers like eggs, olives, honey-glazed ham, or various seafood preparations. Then came the main courses, which could include roasted peacock, stuffed wild boar, or elaborate fish dishes. They'd finish with sweet things like honey cakes or fruit. The really wealthy would serve foods that were expensive not because they tasted excellent, but because they were rare or difficult to obtain. Flamingo tongues, for example, were a delicacy not because they were delicious, but because they were exotic and expensive. It was like serving gold-flaked ice cream today, more about showing off than actual flavour. Wine was an essential part of dinner for everyone who could afford it. The Romans developed sophisticated ideas about wine, creating different types for various occasions. They'd mix their wine with water and sometimes with honey or spices. The quality of wine you served said a lot about your social status and your hospitality. The social aspect of dinner was just as important as the food. This was when families came together, when friends visited, and when business was discussed. Dinner was the social media of ancient Rome. It's where news was shared, relationships were built, and social hierarchies were reinforced. Romans had specific etiquette around dinner that would seem strange to us. They ate with their fingers, but there were rules about which ones to use and how to use them gracefully. They'd wash their hands frequently throughout the meal, and servants would bring water and towels between courses. The conversation at dinner was supposed to be pleasant and educational. Romans valued wit and intelligence at the dinner table, and a good host would guide the conversation to interesting topics. Politics, philosophy, literature, anything that would stimulate the mind while the body was being nourished. After the main courses, the sweet finale arrived, but Roman desserts were quite different from what you might expect. They didn't have sugar in the way we know it. That was still centuries away from being common in Europe. Instead, Romans relied on honey, fruit, and various inventive combinations to satiate their sweet cravings. Honey was the star of Roman desserts. They used it in everything, drizzled over fresh fruit, mixed into cakes, and combined with nuts to make early versions of nougat. Roman beekeepers were skilled craftsmen, and different types of honey were prized for their unique flavours. Thyme honey was particularly valued, and Romans would pay premium prices for honey from specific regions. Roman cakes were dense, sweet affairs that bore little resemblance to modern birthday cakes. They were made with flour, eggs, honey, and various nuts or dried fruits. One popular dessert was libum, a cheesecake-like creation that was often used in religious ceremonies as well as eaten for pleasure. It was heavy, rich, and probably would have left you feeling pleasantly stuffed. Fruit was often the simplest and most satisfying end to a meal. Romans had access to apples, pears, grapes, figs, and various berries. They'd sometimes cook fruit with honey and wine to create compotes, or they'd dry fruit to preserve it for later use. Fresh fruit was seasonal and precious, making it feel special when it appeared on the table. But here's where Roman cuisine gets really interesting. They ate some things that would make modern diners run screaming from the table. Remember those stuffed dormices I mentioned earlier? Romans considered them a delicacy. They'd fatten up dormice in special jars, then stuff them with pork, pine nuts, and various seasonings before roasting them. It was like ancient Roman tapas, except with more adorable woodland creatures. Romans also had a thing for organ meats that would challenge even the most adventurous modern foodie. They ate brains, kidneys, liver, and various other parts of animals that we typically avoid. These weren't poverty foods. They were often considered delicacies. Roman cooks had developed sophisticated ways of preparing these organs, often disguising their texture and enhancing their flavours with herbs and spices. Sea urchins were another Roman favourite that might surprise you. They'd eat them raw like ancient sushi, or cook them in various preparations. Romans living near the coast had access to all sorts of seafood that was both familiar and exotic. They'd eat everything from simple sardines to elaborate preparations of eels and rays. The famous Roman fish sauce garum deserves special mention because it was a ubiquitous ingredient in Roman cuisine. Garum, a sauce made from fermented fish intestines, was considered the umami bomb of the ancient world. Romans put it on everything: meats, vegetables, and even desserts sometimes. It was salty, pungent, and absolutely essential to Roman cooking. The best garum was made from tuna intestines and was expensive enough to be a luxury item. Romans also ate various birds that we don't typically consider food today. Peacocks, swans, and even ostriches appeared on wealthy Roman tables. These were often prepared as much for spectacle as for taste. Imagine a roasted peacock with its feathers replaced for presentation. It was the epitome of elaborate dinner theatre. One particularly strange Roman delicacy was mulsum, a drink made from wine and honey that was often served at the beginning of meals. But the Romans also made a version with added spices that were supposed to aid digestion. It was like ancient Pepto-Bismol, except it was alcoholic, and probably didn't help with digestion at all. The Romans had a peculiar relationship with eggs that went beyond simple breakfast fare. They'd eat eggs from various birds, chickens, ducks, geese, and even ostriches. Ostrich eggs were enormous, and were often prepared as shared dishes for special occasions. Imagine cracking open an egg that could feed a family of 6. What's fascinating is how Romans combined flavours in ways that would seem strange to us today. They'd mix sweet and savoury regularly, adding honey to meat dishes and using fruit in preparations we'd consider purely savoury. They'd cook fish with fruit, add honey to vegetables, and create complex flavour profiles that challenge the palate. The end of a Roman dinner wasn't just about food, it was about extending the social experience as long as possible. The meal would gradually wind down with more wine, conversation, and sometimes entertainment. It was the ancient equivalent of lingering over coffee and dessert, except with more reclining and fewer espresso machines. As your Roman dinner finally winds down and you lean back full and satisfied, it's worth thinking about how this ancient way of eating has shaped our modern world. The Romans weren't just eating, they were creating patterns and preferences that would influence European cuisine for centuries to come. Many of the herbs and spices Romans used are still essential in Mediterranean cooking today. Oregano, thyme, rosemary and sage were Roman favourites that modern Italian cooks still rely on. The Romans basically created the foundation for what we now call Mediterranean cuisine, even though they didn't have access to tomatoes, potatoes, or many of the other ingredients we associate with Italian food today. The Roman approach to wine was revolutionary and set standards that winemakers still follow. They developed ideas about aging, about pairing wine with food, and about the social importance of wine that persists today. Every time you choose a wine to go with dinner, you're participating in a tradition that Romans helped establish. Roman attitudes toward communal eating also shaped European culture in ways we still see today. The idea that dinner should be a social event, that meals should bring people together, and that food is about more than just nutrition. These are all concepts that Romans championed. They understood that eating together was about building relationships and strengthening communities. The Roman class system around food also established patterns that took centuries to break down. The idea that certain foods were for wealthy people and others were for the poor, that food could be a status symbol, and that elaborate meals were a way to display wealth and power. These concepts persisted long after Rome fell. But perhaps most importantly, Romans showed us that cooking is about creativity and adaptation. They took whatever ingredients they had available and found ways to make them delicious. They didn't have the global ingredient market we do now, but they made do. They were resourceful, inventive, and surprisingly sophisticated in their approach to food. The Roman kitchen, with all its limitations, produced some truly remarkable dishes. They developed techniques for preserving food, for combining flavours, and for creating complex meals from simple ingredients. They understood that cooking was both an art and a science, requiring skill, patience, and creativity. Roman eating habits also remind us that food culture is always changing. What seems normal to us today would have been completely foreign to Romans, just as their eating habits seem strange to us. They adapted to their circumstances, made the most of their resources, and created a food culture that was appropriate for their time and place. The social aspects of Roman dining, the conversation, the entertainment, the sense of community, are things we could perhaps learn from today. Romans understood that meals were about more than just consuming calories. They were about connecting with other people, sharing experiences, and creating memories. As you drift off to sleep tonight, full of this knowledge about Roman eating habits, you might find yourself thinking differently about your meals. Every time you sit down to eat, you're participating in a tradition that stretches back thousands of years. You're part of a long chain of people who have gathered around tables, shared food, and used meals as a way to connect with others. The Romans may not have had our modern conveniences, our global ingredients, or our sophisticated cooking equipment, but they had something that's perhaps more valuable. They understood that food is about more than just nutrition. It's about community, creativity, and the simple pleasure of sharing a meal with people you care about. So tomorrow morning, when you're having your elaborate breakfast that would have amazed any Roman, remember that you're eating like royalty compared to most people throughout history. And maybe, just maybe, you'll appreciate that morning meal a little bit more knowing how far we've come from those simple Roman breakfasts of bread and wine. Sweet dreams, and may your meals be as satisfying as a Roman cena, minus the dormice.